first-class level returns to the region's Mecca. And from Leeward Street in St. John's to Nelson Street in Bridgestone, with the energy of Peter Wan, the chant is, "Thank you, Lord, for all of your blessings." Good morning and welcome to Bridgestone. And after some early morning rain, it looks as if we're going to get some sunshine peeping through those clouds from where I lived in St. Philip. They're going to come certainly to Kensington Oval. We expect a wonderful battle between Barbados and the Leewards. As I speak to you, the umpires are coming out. The Barbados team having won the toss, and in these conditions, quite predictably decided to field, led by Craig Bassett, who, by the way, is the West Indies captain. Barbados, defending champions, are looking to really do very well against the Leewards. I'm Andrew Nelson. Alongside me is Keith Holder. Lyndon Yard is very much a part of the commentary team. We've got Roland Butcher and Barry Wilkinson is on the bench like the great Ronaldo. So, what do we have here, gentlemen? Team on the field. Keith Holder's
unless they're playing horses for courses and they think that this is the area where the young man is particularly weak.
So here's Hardin, right arm fast in overcast conditions at Kensington Oval over the wicket, and Hodge turns it again behind square where Warwick dives his left down on his knees to do the fielding, and there is no run. As Lyndon pointed out, the change in the field, there are 2 slips and a gully, and then there's a bit of an inviting gap, more extra cover mid-off, mid-on, those 2 short legs, one square in Mosley and Warwick and around the corner. And then the fine leg, 3.
I think the hope here, Keith, is for the young man to work the ball around the corner, which tells me that Hardin is going to be concentrating on the in-swinger.
Hardin again in to bowl to Hodge, and this one beats him. He was a bit on the back foot and beaten for pace as it thuds into the gloves of Dulwich. The over has been completed. 2 overs have been sent down. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 3 for no wicket, having been sent in by Barbados Pride. All 3 to Monchin Hodge, who's partnered by the experienced left-hander Kieran Powell, the former captain.
Yes, victory there for young Hardin at the end of that first over. The very last delivery was a pitch of delivery pitch on the line of the off stump, but not what you would want to see your opening batsman doing. He was onto the back foot. He didn't even come across the shadow of the ball going between the bat and the off stump and through to the keeper. It's a delivery I really should have covered. So, as I said, a victory there to Hardin with Hodge in the wrong area, but importantly he survives and Holder will continue.
So Holder with 3 slips and a gully, and difficult take for Dulwich as Powell didn't play, went down on his knees, it bubbled off his body, but he has it under control. 3 for no wicket. This is the 3rd over, and it's always refreshing to see a young player making his first class debut. So an Aline product in Ramon Simmons played at the World Cup in South Africa a couple of years ago. Impressed in the trials as Shamar hold the right arm fast over the wicket and on the pads. Flicks sweetly through mid-wicket. It's a fast outfield and will go into the boundary now on the far side of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. What a wonderful way to get off the mark. Half volley on the pads and clip through mid-wicket for 4. So Kieran Powell is off the mark. And it's now 7 for no wicket with Monchin Hodge on 3.
And that's a freebie, Keith, and Powell taking full advantage of it. They pitched up on the line of the leg stump and whipped it along the carpet, as Andrew Mason would say. A sweet-looking carpet presented here at Kensington for the first-class game of 2022 in the West Indies Cricket Championship.
Shamar Holder into Kieran Powell outside of the off stump. He picks up the line, lets it go to Dulwich with 3 slips and a gully waiting. 7 for no wicket. This is the 3rd over of this first-class game here at Kensington Oval, and Barbados Pride having won the toss. Continues to be overcast. Those drizzles which we referred to a couple of minutes ago in the far distance have virtually abated.
Disappeared, basically.
Yes. So 7 for no wicket. Short leg, hands on knees, and Holder goes in outside of the off stump again. No stroke from Powell through to Dulwich. 7 for no wicket.
Yes, and noticeably from the very first delivery of this over, the ball pitched maybe 3/4 way back in the wicket and it bubbled in front of keeper Dulwich. Oh, by the way, it's good to see the young man back on the playing field. I think this is where he's at his best and was maybe in the prime of now getting his feet wet where the international cricket is concerned. Most players tend to struggle at the beginning of their international career, and I thought that he was beginning to come to answer the bell correctly when unfortunately certain things would have happened to him, but it's good to have him back out in the square where he can compete for a player once again.
Holder, Shamar, and Powell comes on the front foot and strokes it out into the covers, moving from mid-off to do the fielding is Hardin in that new hairstyle which was described by Lyndon Yard. Yes, on the question of Dulwich, hasn't played any cricket of note since the first week of December 2020. When he got a finger injury initially against New Zealand in the opening test, and then eventually came home. Outside of the off stump is Shamar Holder yet again for the 3rd time in the space of 4 deliveries. No stroke from Powell. The over is completed. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes sent in by Barbados Pride here at Kensington Oval, 7 without loss. Monchin Hodge has 3 and Kieran Powell 4.
Yes, and a good over there from Holder in the circumstances. What I've picked up so far, Keith, is that the tendency of the bowlers to utilize the wicket and hit the ball in the wicket. Noticeably, they're not forcing the batsman to come onto the front foot, because it is only one delivery that he recalled that Powell will force to come onto the front foot. He got a gift early up in the over, which he quite rightfully dispatched through the mid-wicket region for 4, and then the second last delivery he came onto the front foot. We haven't seen Hodge come onto the front foot as yet, and I think that is the one area that the bowlers will want to assert themselves quite early. Not only utilize what green there is, but you want to make the batsman commit to playing shots rather than just stand on the back foot, as Hardin will continue.
With 2 slips of gully, leg gully has come in a bit closer now. When he bowls short and it's guided square on the offside, they will go through for a single as Springer dive to his right, moving from gully. And with that single, Hodge now joins Powell on 4. It's 8 without loss. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes sent in by Barbados Pride here at Kensington Oval.
Still a little surprised with the attack of looking to bowl that center and leg line with the ball cutting into Hodge. I think it's early days in this season, and you would want to make the batsman commit to playing shots rather than... It is a shot that you're going to try to force, but I think it's a rather easy shot to play, and to have the leg gully in position and the forward short leg, which is squarish, it's a strange field to employ right away.
3 slips and a gully with the left-handed Powell on strike outside of the off stump. A bit too wide to induce a stroke from Powell. He goes across, picking up the line work for Dowrich as it thuds into his gloves. 8 for no wicket.
I like the line there. It is just outside the line of the off stump. You will want to bring it a little closer to that line to ensure that the batsman has to play. He just thrust the right pad in and allow that one to go by, but that line is good where you can't quite commit to the front foot and you don't allow you to go to the back foot. So, good line there by young Hardin.
He's at the top of his mark, moving in from the Joel Garner end, right arm fast over the wicket again, even wider of the off stump to Powell, and he doesn't play. West Indies continue to struggle in the second ODI against India in Ahmedabad. Set 240 for victory. They are 89 for 5 in the 25th over. Shea Hope 27, Brandon King 18, Darren Bravo 1. Shamar Brooks is now on 25 from 41 balls with 2 sixes. Nicholas Puran, the standing captain in the absence of Kieran Pollard, who has a niggle. He made 9. Jason Holder 2 and Akil Hossain is on 3. Here at Kensington Oval, Hardin yet again is outside of the off stump. With this new ball, early days yet, he needs to make the batsmen play. And on 3 occasions, he has been too wide of the off stump to Kieran Powell, the left-hander, and no stroke. 8 for no wicket.
Yes, and this is the advantage of 4-day cricket, where I don't have to play at those deliveries. And Powell, with all his experience of the test matches behind his belt, would obviously not commit himself to those wide deliveries. So those are basically going to be keeper balls to the slip and not bowler balls to the batsman.
Hardin again, about halfway there, about to pass umpire blades now. Pitched up, and that's much better. Almost twisting Powell as he came on the front foot and push it back down the pitch to the bowler, who does the fielding, and with assistance from the extra cover in Mosley, who gives it a rub on its way back to the bowler. 8 for no wicket, 4 each to Monchin Hodge and Kieran Powell. An experienced pair here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in 11 clashes since the Professional Cricket League started in 2014-15. Barbados winning on 7 occasions, the Leewards 2 occasions, and the others draws outside of the off stump. Hardin to complete the over. No stroke from Powell. It's 8 for no wicket with 4 each to Hodge and Kieran Powell.
Yes, a single off that over, and again, apart from that single, just one delivery that the batsman was forced to come onto the front foot. A well pitched up delivery, and you say that for me he got a little victory there because Powell almost went across it, but then he stopped his shot, he stopped his intuition to look to play to leg, and in the end he played the ball back up on the onside to the bowler. But I want to see the bowlers forcing the batsman to play more, because we did see 4 deliveries in that over which were left alone. as Holder will continue with his field of 3 slips of gully, a point, mid-off, mid-on, and for a short leg.
And he bowls over the wicket, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket. The ball goes down towards gully. Not out, says umpire Braffett. That's Gregory Braffett. A couple of Braffets around. The Barbados Pride captain is Craig Braffett. And in the original Barbados Pride 13, Jonathan Drakes and Akeem Jordan, who were both set to make their debut at the first class level. They've played regional one-day cricket. Jonathan Drakes, a batsman, top order batsman, and Akeem Jordan, a swing bowling all-rounder, both coming down with COVID. And then Zachary McCaskey, who was favoured, having made an unbeaten 130 in the last practice match a couple of weeks ago, to be one of the replacements. He also came down with COVID. COVID stifled appeal for leg before wicket as Holder bowls to Hodge. It goes out into the covers. And then from the reserves list, in terms of quote-unquote the 13, they would have had Ramon Simmons, the young left-arm pacer, and Tevin Walcott, who's kept for Barbados, and also bats in the middle. They were elevated, but ultimately Walcott was left out along with the off-spinner Shem Holder, who previously played for the Leeward Islands at the first class level, as Hodge suddenly comes forward to Shamar Holder and pushes it down to mid-off. There is no run, and hence the list being given officially. Craig Braffett, the captain. The vice captain is Shane Dowrich, Jonathan Carter, Justin Graves, Keon Hardin, Shamar Holder, Shane Mosley. Raymond Reef in his first outing for Barbados, but years of experience playing for Ghana Jaguars, and before that the combined camps and colleges. Off the inner portion of the bat, Monchin Hodge coming forward to Holder, and it's pushed down to the short leg in Mosley, who does the fielding cleanly with a good bounce, and there is no run. Shamar Springer, the all-rounder, the left-arm spinner, Jomel Warrican, and the young, exciting bloke, anxious to see him get his first bowl, Ramon Simmons, a product of the Aline School, and one who impressed in the trials. The Leeward Islands omitting Kofi James and Ross Powell. Kieran Powell, the experienced players at the non-strikers, and as Shamar Holder bowls now short and tucked up a bit as Hodge went across his stumps. It goes down to short leg, fielded by Mosley. There's no run, 8 for no wicket. So their side, Jamar Hamilton, the captain, Colin Archibald, Casey Carty, Raheem Cornwall, Monchin Hodge, Nino Henry, Amir Jangu, the Trinidadian, Jeremiah Louis, who undermined the Barbados batting here at Kensington Oval a couple of years ago, Kieran Powell, Devon Thomas, now a veteran, Terrence Ward, very experienced as well. The umpires, Gregory Braffett and Jonathan Blades. Leslie Reefer Jr. is the reserve. And Stephen Powers, as usual, when he comes to be a match referee, clad in his suit, pitched up and driven through mid-wicket. A chase here by the mid-on in Hardin. He's now on to the ball. And they come back easily for the second run as Hodge now goes up to 6. Powell is on 4, and at the end of the over from Shamar Holder, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes sent in by Barbados Pride, 10 without loss.
Yes, a good over there from Holder, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. And he was asking questions from ball number 1. And it got a little close in the final delivery, which the batsman was able to work the batter, as they use these days, Keith. They switch from batsman to batter to accommodate the women being more forward now in international cricket, and working it up through the mid-wicket region for 2. But I like to see that kind of bowling where you're asking the batsman a question rather than just allowing them to just shoulder to their arms. So good over in the effect for Holder, just conceded some 2 runs, as Hardin, with this fancy hairdo, will continue from the Joel Garner end, and to the left-hander, he's maintained 3 steps of gully, a point cover, mid-on, shortish, and Holder is out on the deep square leg boundary, Keith.
So there are 3 slips and a gully. The Sun trying to make its way out here at Kensington Oval, ill-directed. There's an appeal, stifled a bit for cash at the wicket as Dowrich had to go down the leg side, and the score remains 10 for no wicket.
Yes, so to the right-hander, that would have been outside Lindy off stump. He just needs to bring it a little closer for the left-handed Powell and to get him to play. He's got to utilize the 3 slips last over. He really didn't have a lot to play at. He was only asked to play 1 delivery of 6, and we see how Hardin comes back here, counters this over as he starts in.
So Hardin goes into the left-handed Powell, and this one pushed at it, beaten outside of the off stump, more of a grope as it goes through to Durridge.
Beautiful delivery in that area of uncertainty, and he stretched forward and the ball just seemed past the outside edge. Beautiful delivery ball there by Hardin. Powell doesn't look too concerned about the fact that the ball was past the bat, because I think he's just trying to pick up his off stump and ensure that he covers his off stump. But for Hardin, you'll take that as a victory, and he will continue once more to Powell, who seems very unfazed by what happened there just now.
10 for no wicket. This is the 6th over of the match, and Hardin right arm fast over the wicket. Powell this time is in behind it and stylishly pushes it down to mid-on. There is no run, 10 without loss. Monchin Hodge has...
No ball, Keith.
Well, yes. As I took a glance to bring an update of the second ODI. So with that no ball, it goes to 11 for no wicket. Monchin Hodge is on 6 from 18 deliveries. Kieran Powell has 4 of 12 balls with 1 boundary. And Shamar Holder 3 overs for 7 runs. Keon Hardin is in his 3rd over with that no ball now 4 runs. Make that 5. Short and pulled down through backward square. That's a fine stroke. Somewhat with disdain into the boundary. No chance for Hardin. As they say, he went into the mud. And with that boundary, the score now goes up to 15 for no wicket. The Leeward Islands having been sent in by Barbados here at Kensington Oval.
Yes, Keith, it was asking to be hit a short ball on the line of the leg stump, and the batsman just swiveled really and smacked it. Hold on, the backward square boundary had absolutely no chance, and well put away by Powell, and he'll take those freebies any given day, and I'm sure that Hardin will want to adjust his line.
He moves in again, right arm fast over the wicket and pitch on the pads, top down to the left of mid-on by Powell for a single as the score goes up to 16 without loss. We have 2 wonderful gentlemen doing the technical work, streaming, you name it, Lyndon and Mr. Michael Sobers and Mr. Green.
Well, Green is in green.
Green is in green.
And Sobers is not sober.
Well, green seems to be the color of the day.
The color of the day, Keith, because you're clad in green. And we know more. Sobers is also in a bit of green. You know,
yes, a plaided green.
But you know, more recently we had the general elections, and the colors of choice was definitely not green for the political party.
Well played on the front foot, Lyndon. 16 for no wicket. The Leeward Islands, and Hardin is into Hodge, and Hodge is solid on the front foot, head well over the ball and pushes it down to mid-off. There is no run, 16 without loss. Hodge has 6. Kieran Powell is on 9, having faced 17 deliveries. Hodge with 18 balls beside his name. There are 2 boundaries for Kieran Powell. And you talk about potential opening partners, those in contention for the forthcoming 3-match test series against England. And the test captain, who's also the Barbados Pride captain, in Craig Braffett. Well, what about this guy Kieran Powell returning to the side? Early days yet, but with a big knock. Who knows? Another left-hander on the Barbados Pride side, Shane Mosley. And you can look at others as we go along the way, but solidly push back down the pitch to the bowler. And there is no run as the over is completed. 16 without loss. Here is Lyndon Yard.
Yes, Keith, a good point that you are mentioning there, that you have brought up in terms of the opener to partner Craig Brathwaite. Because I think that we have an opening problem in the Caribbean, whereas in all formats now, we are now trying to manufacture openers. And I don't think that that really should be the case. You have, say, 6 regional teams, which makes 12 openers available. And I believe that with the various camps will also be held for openers. And Powell, as you say, is an option, but every time he comes back, he doesn't grab the opportunity, and he just leaves the floodgates open again. Here he's on strike.
3 slips on the gully and a short leg. Shamar Hold is in outside of the off stump. Powell lets it go. Well, Lyndon, my first stint is coming to a close, and I want to take this opportunity. We'll develop that a bit later, but two of my contemporaries as far as school cricket was concerned back in the early and mid-70s, Tyrone Smith, who was an outstanding batsman for the Lodge School, knew how to score centuries, and Hardin Callender, who was the captain of Harrison College in the intermediate division, a tall leg spinning all-rounder in an era when I was captaining my school foundation in the intermediate division. Both have gone to the great beyond. Short ball here from Hold and Tug, not getting hold of it well, looking for the pull Powell, and it goes to the left of mid-on. They take a single, and the score now moves on with that run to 17 without loss. Powell, Kieran goes into double figures on 10, and Hodge has 6, so I want to pass on condolences. Wayne Hold and myself had a good little chat this morning when we arrived virtually at the same time here at Kensington Oval, and I've asked Wayne to join me in the first session after tea because he was a contemporary, a schoolmate of Tyrone Smith, who then went on to play for police and also played in Bermuda, where he was a police officer for many years. 3 slips in a gully. Here is Shamar Holder, and for this delivery, Hodge is solidly in behind it and defends it down to mid-on, fielded by Hardin. There's no run, 17 without loss. Hardin Callender, after he left Harrison College, was a teacher at the then Boys Foundation School for a year, and then he migrated to the United States when he passed a couple of days ago, lived in New York. I know he watched the Garfield Sobers back in 1968. He talked to me about that, hitting Jeff Jones, the England fast bowler, for 4 consecutive fours, and wonderful memories then, as there are 3 slips in the gully for Shamar Holder, and tucked up a bit and pushed down to the short leg. There is no run, so Hardin Callender pass in New York, and Tyrone Smith in Bermuda. So condolences to the families. I heard Junior Jordan doing a wonderful tribute to Hardin Callender this morning in discussion on 100.7 CBC, 100.7 FM, in his usual daily talk with the Admiral, Anthony Nelson, about road traffic. But he knew Hardin Callender well, and he spoke glowingly of him. A good man gone, as he said. Both excellent men gone. A peaceful leg before wicket. Not out, says a rather stoic Gregory Braffett. 17 for no wicket. But as I mentioned in the post-tea session, I've invited Wayne Hold, and we'll talk a bit more about 2 wonderful gentlemen who've passed on over the last couple of days as schoolboy cricketers, in particular here in Barbados. Tyrone Smith from the Lodge, and Hardin Callender, the former Harrison College leg spinning all-rounder, tall and elegant, and bowl a good leg break. They both like the game, and they both contributed significantly. Back to the first-class arena. There are 3 slips in a gully as Shamar Holder bowls short, and Monty Hodge tucks it past the left of the short leg in Mosley for a single, and he now goes on to 7. Kieran Powell has 10. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 18 for no wicket after they were sent in by Barbados Pride here at Kensington Oval. Shamar Holder completes his 4th over. He's conceded 9 runs. Keon Hardin has sent down 3 overs and 9 runs against his name. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, a good over there from Holder once again, and the batsman not a lot of problems. A question was asked of a leg before where I thought that Hodge got stuck on the crease, but I think he might have gotten an inside edge, and hence umpire Gregory Braffett, the senior of the 2 umpires, with Jonathan Blaze being the umpire standing now at the northern end, the end for which the spectacle here do.
I do not want to get into the question of alma maters, etc., but I'm certain those who went to that wonderful institution on Churchill will want me to remind all and sundry that both the Bs in the middle as umpires, Gregory Braffett and Jonathan Blades, are products of Foundation School, which produced the great Joel Garner. You wouldn't mind that, Mr. Yard?
No, I wouldn't mind that, not at all. And I'm sure that your good friend Steve Strong would applaud you for that.
Yes, well, he had his upbringing at the Lodge, and he's been a long-standing physical education head at Foundation, now a successful one, especially as far as the girls are concerned. With amalgamation, you no longer keep the emphasis on the girls and boys, but dealing with both. Yes, after the end of this over, Mr. Butcher, we'll have a double change with Roland Butcher, the stalwart at Middlesex for many years, Black Lives Movement, all that lot he has to tell you about. He's been in the news a lot, sending along a host of WhatsApp, educating people, and he'll be joined by his fellow Philippine in Andrew Mason.
Interesting, Keith. The email that came out is for the comments persons to wear blue. Roland and I are clad in blue, and the heir apparent is clad in green.
Well, green has been the order in name and in color. How are you doing, Mr. Green, sir? He's a large fellow, Mr. Green, and his shirt fits rather snugly. I wouldn't repeat that one, Andrew. You could do that where you pick short, and this one is pushed out to the short extra cover, and there is no run. Well, the color range now has been broken with the arrival of Mr. Barry Wilkinson.
Well, not really. He's clad in blue.
Yes, it's good to have a little bit of relief. West Indies 116 for 5 in the 31st over. India made 237 for 9. Shamar Brooks is on 44 and Akil Hossain 9. Here at Kensington Oval, Hardin bowls outside of the off stump and Hodge lets it go to Dorwich with 2 slips and a gully waiting. And interestingly, still Linden on the leg side with the 2 short legs, working his more at a leg gully. And then Mosey somewhat square there.
I think, Keith, for this field, it tells me 2 things. That the line is not going to be very consistent, because you're going to want to employ the forward short leg and the leg gully, and yet you want to bring the 2 slips into play.
Yes, overcast conditions. That has been the pattern since the very first ball was bowled, and Hardin is into Hodge, and Hodge is forward and pushes it defensively out on the onside down to the area of mid-on. There is no run. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes were sent in by Barbados Pride. They are on 18 without loss. Hodge has 7 from 29 deliveries. Powell, that's Kieran, his namesake Ross, was left out of the 13. And Kieran Powell on 10 from 19 deliveries with 2 boundaries. So 18 for no wicket. And Hardin at the top of his mark, about to complete his 4th over. He's conceded 9 runs like Shamar Holder, who's also bowled 4 overs. Pitch short, again, that solid back defensive stroke by Hodge back down the pitch to the bowler, and the over has been completed. So after 8 overs, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes sent in by Barbados Pride on the opening day of the Regional First Class Championship 2022, the first in 2 years. There are 18 for no wicket. More from Linden Yard, and then we'll have a double change with Andrew Mason and Roland Butcher.
Yes, Keith, and a good start there for, you'll say at this stage, Even Stevens, and you'd want that the Barbados Pride Captain Craig Baffert will want his pacers to ask more questions of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes opening batters, who have not consistently have been forced to play, and as a result, they have nicely marched themselves to 18 without loss. 2 boundaries either side, 1 off Holder and 1 off the pace of Hardin. It's going to be Holder continue. I'll say good morning.
Good morning.
Andrew Mason.
Nice to see you. I almost did commentaries on my maps. Keith Holder had to tell me to take it off. It's going to be Holder who comes up and bowls, a ball which is outside on the off stump, and the left-hander who's looking to get back into the West Indies side. Of course, we're talking about Powell, comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Good morning to you, whoever you are. Of course, wonderful country that produced some history recently with a victory by Auntie Mia. 30 love for the 2nd time. Did you vote? Linden Yard. I know you're in St. Philip West.
Yes, I did. I cast my vote.
Keith Holder's next door to you. He voted for Abrams, he told me. 18 loss. I'm talking his business out. He comes up now, Holder, he's in, and bowls the ball, which is outside land the off stump, and Paul, who's not politically inclined, comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So, what do you make of Holder and Hardin? I rather suspect, as Roland Butcher, who did in fact vote for Mr. Abrams as well, he's from the same constituency as my good friend Keith Holder, it seems as if these 2 guys have lost some pace. Haven't seen them in a long time.
Well, Andrew, first of all, good morning.
Nice to see you.
You, Andrew Mason, and our fellow commentators here in the box, Barry Wilkinson,
yes.
Linden Yard, the main man, and Keith Holder, and of course, Sobers.
Here is Holder comes in and bowls to Paul, and Paul gets him outside line of the off stump, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Just trying to get him to nibble at that, like the rat looking to take away a bit of cheese, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. He's there, he's on 10. Hodge is on 7. The Leeward's been inserted, the Hurricanes really, and they don't want to cause a hurricane here against Barbados and dent their pride. They are 18 without loss, a useful start. Game being watched by the Honourable Desmond Haynes, who must be a bit worried about the West Indies side. They were struggling last time I checked. Holder comes in, bowls outside the line of the off stump, a square drive, lovely shot. Down towards that backward point here for 1. Springer's after it, picks the ball up, rifles the return in, driving the keeper away from the stumps. They're back for the second. Ball that was outside the off stump, and very tall and elegantly played square in the offside for 2. So it carries Powell to 12, and the Hurricanes been inserted there 20 without loss. Overcast conditions. Talk to me, Roland Butcher, about, first of all, Shamar Holt. He's had his challenges. He went to New Zealand, looked good. I thought it was a mistake to have taken him to Bangladesh in the ODI series instead of the Test series. He's in and bowls above the, which is squaring the batsman up. That was outside line the off stump. Might have started on the off stump, but the batsman got square and the ball went down towards gully for Graves to pick it up. The score is kept in 20 without loss. But I don't know what's gone wrong with him. He seems to have lost a bit of pace. Am I right? Or
Well, Andrew, I think it's early days.
himself?
What I would say is, obviously, this is the first pitch that they've played on for nearly 2 years, and you can see the slowness in the pitch. Obviously, in the next couple of days, it'll quicken up. But I would imagine at this stage, you know, Hardin really would be looking to try and get some rhythm, because if you haven't bowled in a match for a long time,
well, he's in now. This is Holder up and bowls the ball outside line the off stump, and it's taken by the keeper as Paul, who's got 12, allows it to go by. So the end of that over, at the end of it, Paul is kept on 12, Hodges on 7. It's 20 without loss, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, good start here by the Leewards. Powell looking in pretty good touch. Played a nice drive in that last over, aiming towards extra cover. Eventually got it square or the wicket. Just shows you the slowness of the pitch. And but as I said, it's a fairly overcast there, so I wouldn't expect this pitch to be.
So you're
firing.
suggesting, Roland, that the pitch is slow?
Well, Andrew, on the first day, yes. I mean, I am not surprised, and I would think that this is the only pitch that will be slow today. I would imagine any matches in Trinidad, the pitch will be slow as well.
Should be very slow, given what we've seen in Trinidad over the years.
Pitches have to be played on.
Yes.
And, if they're not really played on, they don't bed in that well.
They don't.
And this is the first game we've had played here at Kensington for some while. In relation to Hardin, I'll come back to him in a minute.
Okay, he starts his run again. This is over number 9. Comes in to bowl to Hodge, and to this delivery, Hodge ducks. The ball goes over his back down the leg side, taken by Doward, who skips across to his left together. There are 2 slips in the gully. I'll give you a chance to talk about Hardin in a minute. Let's describe the field. Sometimes commentators are criticized for not giving the field places. It's a basic that we should always do. There's a cover, there's a mid-off shortage, there's a mid-on, and there's a forward short leg, there's a leg gully and a long leg. An interesting onside field as well. Hardin turns with a rather interesting hairstyle as well. His hair is all white now as he comes up now, he's in. And to this delivery, which is on the line of the leg side, there's an appeal for a catch. It's gone down the leg side. The catch is taken. About outside the line of that leg stump there was Hodge looking to work the ball away. The edge found, and Doward, little man, diving away to take the catch to his left. So that means it's 20 for the loss of 1. Hodge gone for 7. The Leewards are 20 for 1.
Yeah, and really a gift of a wicket there for Keon Hardin, because that really looked very much a leg side half volley. And I think Hodge would be very disappointed to get out in that fashion, because really should have clipped that pass square leg for 4. Instead, he got a little bit too far inside the line and just really tickled it down the leg side. And Darwich just skipped across to his left to take the catch. So Barbados have made the breakthrough after the Leewards were looking quite solid. And Hodge has gone for 7. He's been in for some 41 minutes in his face, 32 balls, of which 27 were dot balls. So he obviously was fighting for a little bit of form, and really an unfortunate way to get out. But as they say in cricket, I think Hardin will take whatever he can. And you asked me about Keon Hardin.
Yes, I want to know about him.
He went on tour with the West Indies when they took a couple of teams to England in that early part of the COVID pandemic. I think since then he's been quite unfortunate. And when I say unfortunate, I don't mean unfortunate to be played for the West Indies, because he's been unfortunate in terms that he's picked up injuries at some pretty interesting times for him, where he would have been looking to maybe challenge for another tour. You know, he's been injured, he's had to rehab, and obviously he's this is the first game of the season, so he's fighting his way back. I would like to comment on his hairstyle. It is not one that I can.
It's not a gala rush.
It is not one that I can particularly identify with. I could probably see that sort of hairstyle on Keith Holder or Lyndon Yard. That would be a few years ago.
No, Keith Holder
not at this moment in time.
Not at all. It can't be Keith. He's in the November of his life.
But it's a bleach. It's a bleach blonde.
Bleach and blonde. Well, Casey Carter, a player who would have been a part of that 2016 under-19 success. Here's Hardin as he starts. So he's got number 7 on his back. He comes in and to this delivery, which is on the line of that middle stump. And the batsman Carty comes forward, pushes down towards mid-on. 20 for 1. Good morning to whoever you are. And welcome to Bridgetown. And the West Indies 132 for 6 now. 123 for 6. Brooks gone for 44. Earlier, Hope made 27. Brandon King, is he an ODI cricketer? Can you tell me that? You know, I believe that Josh Silva should be in the side, and I want to say that to the Honourable Desmond Haynes. It would be the first time I've ever spoken to him since 1990. 20 for 1. It's been a long time, you know, the Honourable Desmond Haynes. Here is a delivery from Hardin, which is down the leg side. Carty comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So 124 for 6, 31 overs and 4 balls gone. Hope 27, King 18, Bravo 1. Don't know how he gets into the side. Brooks 44, Puran 9, Holder 2, Hussein 1, Fabian Allen not at 1. But just the bowlers to come, you would think that the West Indies are in big trouble. Don't you agree with that, Roland?
Yeah, the game is over. I think the game was over really when India made 230 odd, Andrew. Because
you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, if India are going to struggle to get 230 odd,
yes,
with their side.
Here is Hardin bowls up short, ball short, banged into the pitch, down outside land, the off stump of the batsman. Carty allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Continue.
Yeah, if India are going to struggle to get 230 odd in 50 overs, with their lineup in their backyard, you know, you would expect that the West Indies really would struggle as well. So, you know, it is no surprise that West Indies have found themselves in this situation, because in terms of the gulf between the two teams right now, Andrew, it is accepted that India are a much stronger side than West Indies, and particularly at home.
Here's Hardin. Last ball of over number 10 comes into bowl to Carty. Into this delivery, Carty is looking to swat the ball as if he were swatting a fly. It was almost like a David Green kind of a shot. Who's with me? And he's doing the streaming. Good to see you. How are things going, David? Everything's going well so far? Everything's going well. People across the world are watching the stream. They listen to the commentaries. And no complaints, David? Everything's going very well.
No, Andrew, you've given David Green a lot of credit, because that was a pull shot. I mean, David Green's area is between long on and mid wicket.
Yes.
Very, very right-handed across the line.
You're getting better with age, Roland Butcher. There's going to be Holder to continue. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Paul. It's 20 for 1. Comes in and bowls to Paul, who's 12, and Paul gets one outside the off stump, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. There's Holder working at the line outside the off stump. He's got 3 slips and 2 gullies waiting. And that's 20 for 1. So the West Indies, as we told you, struggling 123 for 6. The second ODI. Played against India. They lost the first. And what can the matter be? Well. Can they come through and possibly win it? But at the moment, things are looking very bad for them. Holder comes in, bowls outside the off stump. No need to play at that. And Paul just watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. So you're saying the pitch is slow. So my eyes are not deceiving me. I made Devon play for a little while, but I don't see the zip that I saw before.
Well, you're not going to see the zip at this stage, Andrew. This is the first game of the season.
So you think
what I would say to Shamar Holder is that you know, he's bowling a length he's bowling the middle of the season length when you've got overs under your belt. Really, start of the season, you need to pitch the ball up and try and swing it.
When he comes up now, he's in and bows to Paul, and Paul is driving outside the off stump, a big appeal for a catch to the wicket. The umpire says, no, that was a naughty shot. It was wide, that was a get-out shot. Big appeal, more in optimism than in the real serious expectation. The umpire, Brathwaite, says no, yes.
But what I was going to say, Andrew, is that when you pitch the ball up,
yes,
you've got the opportunity of that sort of thing happening. You know, if you go back of a length, start of a season, slow pitch, really, you're giving the batsman an opportunity to stay in. Pitch it up, you may get driven for 4.
But he comes up now, in bowls to Paul, and Paul gets the ball short and pulls it through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. The ball had the legs to get there. I think it's going to win the bat. It does. It was banged in, but he didn't take your advice, Roland Butcher. He said, I'm not going to listen to Mr. Butcher. Banged it in, pulled away for 4, 24 for 1.
Yeah, that's not good bowling by Shamar Holder, because he went past the bat on the drive, the previous delivery, and then followed it up with a short ball. And really, that showed his inexperience in terms of grouping deliveries.
Right.
You know, you've beaten the batsman outside the off stump on the drive. Right. I mean, go back there again.
Yes.
You know, as I said, you may get driven for 4, but you're engaging the batsman. When you go short on a slow wicket, and you've just got 3 fielders on the leg side, and 1 is a short leg, there's acres of space to someone like Powell, who likes to pull.
But he's going to go round the wicket now. With that, before he goes to 16, Paul. Here's Holder, comes in and bowls to Paul, and Paul is turning the ball away past the short leg for a single. Reefer comes across to pick it up, moving from that mid-on area. The batsman will get the single. It was on the leg stump and turned away for 1 to carry Paul with visions of making a big one. He's gone to 17. Carty hasn't scored as yet. And the Hurricanes inserted it 25 for 1, losing Hodge. To delivery that was down the leg side. It was rather soft dismissal, nibbled it, and it was pouched by Dorridge. His contribution was 7. It was then 20 for 1. I shall endeavour to run through the teams for you as we say hello to all of our listeners across the Caribbean. Of course, we're carrying this commentary not only in Barbados, our friends there at ABS Radio in Antigua and Platinum. Thanks to our good friend there, Mr. Lee, the chairman of Point FM, saying he wants to get cricket on the radio. Here's Holder, comes up now, he's in and bows to Carty. Carty's forward, pushes out towards cover, takes an exploratory step of his crease, decides not to go beyond the serious thought of a single, and it's Springer coming across to his right to make the stop. To end the over, at the end of the over, it's Hodge gone for 7, Paul 17, Carty hasn't scored yet. 25 for 1 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and I think Shamar Hall is probably coming to the end of his first spell now, Andrew. It's been fairly ineffective, and that's because of the lengths that he's bowled. And really, you know, Vaspert Drakes, who's the coach, really should be letting Shamar Holder know that his type of bowling really is much better when he's pitching the ball up, engaging the batsman on the front foot. Particularly on a slow pitch, than actually bowling short. In the case of Hardin is much more of a hit-the-wicket bowler. But he also could benefit from, particularly in the early stages, you know, pitching the ball up and try to swing it. He's got 3 slips in the gully in place. The reason they're there are for the nicks, not for the short ball.
Well, Hardin starts the 6 over, comes in and bowls to Paul, and Paul gets the wide ball outside the off stump. No need to play that. A no ball is called by the umpire as well. It was too wide, taken by the keeper. 26 for 1 now. And we welcome the arrival of our very good friend, Miss Susan Bell. She's in red. Of course, that's the colour of the BLP. And I'm not quite sure. Yeah, she's in red.
The lady in red.
Yeah. And there was Red Roche in Barbados. He's also got on a red mask as well. So I think we know who she supports. 26 for 1. Here is Hardin, a man, I think he's from the Orange Hill area. Turns now, I met his uncle only a couple of days ago, and he says he's quite keen to follow this young man, and he's certainly impressed when last he played, with number 7 on his back. 26 for 1, bowled into the left-handed Paul with a bit of a low crouch. He comes up now, he's in, and to this delivery, which is on the line of that leg stump, comes forward and just pushes down towards mid-on. Simmons, the young man, comes across to pick it up. There's no run. It's 26 for 1. So a toss that Barbados won, and they're quite predictably in the Overcast conditions, some rain in Barbados this morning. Overcast still. They decided to insert the opposition. They've gotten the early wicket. These two bowlers have had a long run so far. We've had Holder 6 overs, nobody's done for 16, and it's a situation where Hardin is a 6 over. 6 overs, 1 bid, 1 for 10. He comes up now, he's in and bowls to Paul into this delivery. Paul gets the ball outside the off stump, goes by to be taken by the keeper. Has his accent changed a bit as well, Roland? Oh, he went to England. Is he a different bowler to you? Have you picked up anything, Roland?
Andrew, I think it's early days yet. Let him get some overs under his belt, and then you can really make that assessment. I think.
Make what assessment?
I think what you're seeing right now is you're seeing a bowler who's trying to fight for a bit of rhythm. And when you haven't bowled in matches for a long time,
right,
you lose that rhythm. When you've got overs under your belt, you just come up and it happens automatically. You can see he's fighting it right now.
Yes, he's struggling. His run-up is not as smooth. He's in and bowls outside the off stump. The batsman allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Down on pace as well. Maybe he's a bit tired as well. He's an athlete, footballer. And it's up to 26 for 1. Talking about football, what's gone wrong with your side, Man United? I saw them against Burnley yesterday. Ronaldo came on with the sub. You think they should drop Ronaldo? Keith Holder tells me drop Ronaldo.
Well, Andrew, things have been going wrong for a number of years. I don't think it's 2022 that things have been going wrong. Yeah. I think from the time Liverpool came back to being a dominant force in English football, Man United has gone in the other direction.
Yeah. That's amazing. I saw them yesterday. That's my side. They struggled against Burnley. Or at the bottom. Here is Hardin. Comes up. He's in bowls. Full outside the off stump. That must be pretty close to wide. And he falls flat in his box stocks. I mean, it doesn't seem to be. Something is wrong with him, really. He doesn't have the rhythm. Of course, it's early days. Wide the off stump. 26 for 1. So you're saying with the rise of Liverpool, we're seeing Man United falling a bit.
Well, it clearly happened. That's happened in the last 3 years. You've seen that.
Yeah.
Liverpool has been on the up, and United have been going in the other direction. So
why is that, though?
Well, listen. Pressure is something. When you've got Man City on one side and Liverpool on the other, you're stuck in the middle.
Yes,
that is real pressure.
It is 26 for 1. The Hurricanes under no pressure like Man United. Here is Hardin round the wicket, comes up now, he's in and bowls the ball short, off the back foot and forced away, down towards that position of a cover. That's gone for 4. It's outside the off stump, and he's really struggling now with his run-up. It was down to backward point for 4. The score goes to 30 for a loss of 1.
Yeah, food and drink there for Kieran Powell. He loves wide deliveries, particularly going away from him. He's always going to go after it, and with the field setting, everyone up saving the single. He just flashed it away on the offside. So, Powell will hit that for 4 every day if you keep bowling it to him. And really, Hardin hasn't pitched up one delivery on the stumps to Powell just yet.
No.
Everything is short and wide. And my advice would be get it up there. You've got slips in place.
Yes, he's got 3 slips. There's a gully waiting as well. He comes in round the wicket again on his way to bowl to Powell. And to this delivery, Powell is getting one which is maybe just coming from the pad. They're going to look for a run. The return comes in as it's Brathwaite throwing it from that leg gully area. Hodge was, in fact, Carty was taking a couple of steps down the pitch looking for a run which is not on. And quite quickly, Paul now talks him in the pitch, says, go back home. Don't flirt with danger. So at the end of the over, Paul is on 21. Carty hasn't scored as yet. 30 for 1 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, and Leeward should be quite happy with the start that they've made so far. Just losing the 1 wicket, having been asked to bat in the overcast conditions here at Kensington Oval. So they'll be quite pleased, and it looks as if Holder is going to continue. Andrew, I think I would have pulled him onto the attack at this stage.
Yes, I agree with that.
And give him
a rest.
I'll give him some short spells. You don't want too long a spell at the start of the season.
Well, this is now, it was the 7th over, hasn't played for a long time, has had injuries. I'm a bit surprised that he's bowling. Yeah. Well, of course, Craig Brathwaite is the captain. He's the undisputed leader, I'm told as well. And he's like the leader of the country, undisputed. Here is Holder, comes up now to bowl to Carty. And this delivery, Carty is off the back foot and strokes the ball up towards cover. That sounded very sweet, and it went down to cover for Springer to come across his right to stop it. Partially, but the ball doesn't go too far from him. So Carty hasn't scored as yet. The West Indies, as we track them, 136 for 6. Fabian Allen's on 5. and trying to see what they can do here. But the problem too as well, the overs are going 35.2, so they've got two problems, the rate and of course the overs really going as well. Holder comes in, bowls to Carty. Carty gets a short ball and swings it. Will he be caught? The catch is not taken by the fielder coming off the boundary. Now, is that Simmons out there? Oh my golly, he should have caught that. It was short, he pulled it. Simmons coming off the long leg boundary. I think he missed it, really. What was he doing there? And the ball went straight to him. That's gone for 4. That should have been taken.
Yeah, that really was a chance. Short ball, Carty went for the pull. Didn't control it, and really Simmons should have taken that quite comfortably down on the long leg boundary. Maybe a bit of nerves, and the ball's gone through his hands, and to add insult to injury, it then went into the boundary for 4. But again, Shamar Holder, he would have loved to have picked up that wicket.
Yeah,
but
Carty's off the mark with a 4, 34 for 1. Should have been taken by Simmons comfortably. He missed it. Holder comes in again to bowl to Carty. Carty is going to pitch up, flicks it down towards that Simmons. Had there been a big crowd, there would have been ironic cheers for that. Sends the return low to the keeper. A single to him. So Simmons, down the board, it was short. He had a hook. And Simmons came forward. He seemed to be indecisive about it as well. Didn't move at all. And what should have been a comfortable catch turned out to be really embarrassment for the young man. 35 for 1. You got to take those catches. Carty goes to 5, brings Paul into strike. He's got 21 and hold around the wicket with 3 sips in the gully. Comes in to bowl to Paul, and Paul is forward to a ball in the off stump with the bat as broad as Nevis, where he was born. Ball goes out towards cover. There's no run. Ball is picked up by, that's Hardin out there. And eventually will come back to Shamar Holder. Holder 6 overs and 4 balls, no maidens, done for 21. Hardin 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Hodge the man to depart. He was caught down the leg side by Dowridge off Hardin for 7, was then 20 for 1. Holder comes in, bowls to Paul. Paul is playing a square drive. That's going to go for 4. Pitched up, outside land, the off stump, full. It goes across the rope. Now that's gone for 4. Well played. It's 39 for 1.
Yeah, that's the best shot that Holder has, that Paul has played. Really over pitch delivery, very, very full. And Paul, he also likes to drive. 2 shots. He's really 3 shots he's particularly good at against the faster bowlers, Paul. He likes to drive, he likes to cut, he likes to pull. And that delivery was full and wide and sweetly driven through the offside for 4. Probably one of the best shots he's played so far today.
Looks very, very good in that. 26 he's up to now. It's 39 for 1. So the Barbados team with Holder and Walker out. Brathwaite, Carter, Dowridge, Graves, Hardin, Holder, Mosley. Breakers, Holder comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit from Nevis now, just allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. And that's Paul to bring up the first hour. We'll endeavour to run through the details for you and of course tell you exactly what happened in the first hour. But let me continue. Mosley, Simmons, Springer, Warkan, Reefer. Now the Leeward side, Hamilton the captain, Cornwall the vice captain, Carty, Thomas, Hodge, Ward, Henry, Archibald, Jangu, Paul who's batting, and Louis. That makes up the side. And the Barbados team won the toss. They chose to bowl, and Hodge started with Paul. Hodge caught Dowridge, ball Hardin 32 balls he faced. It was then 1 for 20. Coming to the crease, Carty, who should have been caught really in the last over, is on 5. Paul has played 1 or 2 lovely shots. He's 26 from 40 balls, and it's now 39 for 1. 13 overs bowl. Let's look at the bowling figures for you. Holder 7 overs, no middens, none for 26, and Hardin 6 overs, 2 middens, 1 for 14. Here's Roland Butcher.
Yes, a satisfying morning so far for the Leewards. Sent into bat, and sun now breaking through, and their most experienced player, Powell, still at the crease. He's got himself a good start in Barbados. I think today so far the bowling really has not been of the highest quality so far, Andrew, and it's understandable because the lack of cricket that the guys have played. But what I would have liked to see so far this morning would have been Barbados looking to threaten the edge of the bat a little bit more. They've been a little bit too short, a little bit too back of the length, which has allowed players like Powell to actually get in and play their favorite shots, which are primarily pull shots and cut shots. So now that they've got a break, they're having a drink of water now. It's time to reflect and maybe decide on going back to what the plan should be. Let's try and pitch the ball up, have a good, strong offside feel, and hope to get the batsman out caught in the areas of slips and gully.
Okay, well, thanks to you. Of course, Barry Wilkinson is about to come a call-in. He's in the reserves like Ronaldo. You know, Ronaldo came on yesterday with about, 20 minutes to go. Are you surprised that Ronaldo's not starting? Roland, can you tell me? And after it's going to be Barry Wilkinson.
No, not at all. I mean, you listen, anybody at Man United can be on the bench. You know, Ronaldo's had a great career, but that doesn't mean that he cannot be substituted at any point in time or not started. So, you know, he's what, 37, 38 now, back end of his career. You know, has he got a long future with Man United or long future in top level football? I would doubt it. As we say, good morning for the very first time today to Barry Wilkinson, and Lyndon Yard will come a call in a minute. So Barry, good morning.
Good morning to Roland. Good morning to everyone listening. It continues to be very overcast here at Kensington Oval, but it's the kind of weather you don't mind playing cricket in because it's not too humid. It's a nice cool breeze, and there's that little bit of wind coming across the ground. So I think the players would feel somewhat comfortable, and if anything, you look at the batting of Kieran Powell, he has certainly done a good job so far. He's played some delightful shots. But this is the level that he usually enjoys. He does so well here, looks at ease, and then when you give him the opportunity to play at a high level, he somewhat struggles. So it's been easy going for him. He's on 25, 5 fours, none more delightful than a cover drive previous over a goal. But it's been really good cricket from the Leeward Islands, who have recovered after that early wicket. Casey Carty looks somewhat classy as well, and we are seeing, of course, just 1 for 14 from Keon Hardin. So as the water cart goes off, or these days not quite the water cart, the gentlemen who bring on the water, because there's no more cart anymore like what we used to have with young Paris, who used to bring out that very familiar water cart years and years ago. You don't see that anymore. Still Jamar Hamilton, Rakeem Cornwall, Devon Thomas, Terence Ward, Nino Henry, Colin Archibald, Amir Jangu, and Jeremiah Louis to come. But we're going to have a resumption now, and this is the first delivery from Graves. It's outside the line of the off stump, and it's just played quietly into the offside, and there is no run. So the Leeward Islands being asked to bat by Barbados, who won the toss, have just lost that 1 wicket, where Hodge was caught by Dorrich going down to his left, not diving as my good friend Andrew Mason might have said. He just moved 2 steps and took an easy catch. And it was good cricket because Hardin was somewhat struggling. He went for 7. But Graves is continuing now. He's just bowled that 1 delivery from the Joe Garner end. He comes in now with 3 slips in a gully. Passes the umpire and bowls, and this time Carty gets the delivery again on the line of the middle stump, defends it and plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. 3 slips in a gully. There's a backward point. There's a mid-off, a mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and there is a fine leg as the wind continues to blow across here at Kensington Oval. Conditions still look very good. In fact, we only had a week and a half ago, where there was some international cricket, 5 T20s, and you can still see where the carpet was for the sponsors still very much entrained to the ground. As again, Graves turns, passes the umpire and bowls. The delivery has pitched up. There is Carty going for a drive, and this is taken by the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, good ball in by Graves, and that's what you've got to do in these conditions, Barry Wilkinson. Pitch the ball up, invite the drive, and that was a good delivery by Graves. Nice area, and Carty was on the front foot. He's got 3 slips in the gully waiting for the edge, and fortunately for him, he didn't get a nick on it, but more deliveries in that area, and keep the batsman very honest. So the West Indies are fighting in India. They're 150 for 6 now. Here comes Graves and comes in there and bowls to Carty. Carty gets a short ball wide of the off stump, was tempted to cut at it. In fact, he shadows a cut shot, but in the end he let it go by to be taken by Dorrich. There's no run. The West Indies need 87 more runs from 12 overs and 5 balls, and they've got at the crease Akil Hussain, who looked really good with the bat here in a couple of innings in the T20s. He's on 26, and Fabian Allen is on 13. The game is not over. If those two can stay there, it could be a very enterprising finish.
It's still a very tall order though, Barry.
Here comes Graves now, in again, and bowls to Carty. Carty gets a full delivery, plays it in the offside, square the offside, can't score. Raymond Reef is there, moves a couple of steps is left, and there is still no run. You were saying, Roland?
Yeah, I mean, 80 odd runs in 12 overs. It's going to be difficult. Obviously, you're going to have fielders in catching positions. Batsmen got to take chances. And really, when you look after this pair, I think you see Joseph, you see Roach.
You still have Odin Smith. Here comes Graves now at backyard Kensington, and bowls another wide delivery there to Carty, very wide. It would have been a wide in a one-day game, but it's taken there by the keeper. There's no run. So the over ends a maiden 39 for 1. The Leeward Island Hurricanes here at Kensington Oval being asked about by Barbados.
Yeah, good start by Justin Graves. I think that will do his confidence a lot of good, just to get that over out of the way. A maiden over as well. So, you know, he could be expected to have a good little spell here from the Joel Garner end. Looks as if the breeze is coming across the field from the scoreboard side, so that should help him, particularly when the ball's going into the right-handed batsman. So, you know, he's got an important job to play.
So we've had Shea Hope there in India, 27, Brandon King, 18, Darren Bravo, 1, Shamar Brooks, top scorer with 44, Nicholas Puran, 9, Jason Holder, 2. Akil Hussain has now gone to 31, so he's just struck a boundary, and Fabian Allen is on 13. It's now 156 for 6. West Indies need 82 now more runs from 12 overs and 2 balls. Roland Butcher has written them off, but I think it could be a very exciting finish. Lyndon Yard is back. Hello to you, Lyndon.
Yes, hello to you, Barry, and welcome back to the Kensington Oval. Good to be back with you, Barry.
Yes, thank you, Keith, for the scoring facilities. Excellent stuff here.
And a bowling change at the Malcolm Marshall end, as young Simmons will have his first bowl, Barry.
Yeah, so it's going to be young Simmons. He's going to be coming around the wicket. He comes in on bowls to the left-handed Powell. A wide delivery down the leg side. That was diving and well stopped there from Dulwich, because that would have gone down to the boundary for 4. Well, it would have been biased because it wasn't signal wide, but it was very wide down the leg side. But I guess he's just catching his nerves and trying to get it as right as possible in this game.
Yes, an erratic start for the young man. Maybe a bit of nerves and just trying for pace immediately. And he really tested Dulwich, who shows he's back with that tape.
So Simmons goes back to his work now, runs in, passes umpire Brathwaite and bowls to Powell, and Powell gets another delivery down the leg side. This time he puts bat on ball, taking the short leg position, and there is no run.
And just for listeners to know that the young man is left arm, so takes me back to the days of, apart from Raymond Reefer, the other prominent left-hander that we would have had or would have seen at this level in recent times would have been Pedro Collins.
Also Ian Bradshaw.
Bradshaw, yeah.
Perhaps he's more of a Bradshaw pace than a Collins pace.
I like his effort so far.
Yeah, just 2 balls. He comes in now with his third. Comes in and bowls to Powell. Powell gets a delivery again down the leg side. Turned into the mid-wicket area, chance for a run out. Shamar Holder gets onto it quickly but does not release, and allowing for a single. The first run we've had in about 9 balls, and the Leewards now go on to 40 for 1.
Yes, and I think that Holder was caught sleeping there because the batsman just played that ball with soft hands and looked up and realized that the non-striker was coming down, and Holder was just he wasn't attacking the ball.
Yeah, Holder wasn't expecting the single.
Yeah.
So good cricket there from Powell and Carty, KP and KC.
Like this young man, Carty, have a lot of time for him.
Well, you know, he scored 100 against Barbados in the Super 50, I think it was last year.
Yeah.
Really dented Barbados' hopes and upset them. So he's a player that has some class and ability. He has been playing for a while, though. Even though he's still young, he's been playing for quite a while. Here he comes in now, Simmons and bowls to Carty, and Carty is getting a good delivery in the line of the off stump, and the ball is played down to mid-off, and there is no run. How much do you know about Ramon Simmons?
I haven't followed him a lot. I think you have to get more information from Keith where he's concerned. But I like what I've seen of him so far. And, you know, it's about grabbing the opportunity. Remember, he wasn't in the original 11. He was actually one of the reserves, but then got through. And it wasn't in the 13, but he came in due to the fact that several of the Barbados players would have failed their COVID test. And it's called grabbing the opportunity when it presents itself.
Here he comes in now, Simmons from the YMPC club. Bowls this delivery to Carty, wide of the off stump, taken there by Dorrich. How has Dorrich looked to you? This is the first time we've seen him since he left that New Zealand tour. Would have been what, the end of 2020?
Yeah, he looks the part. He looks as though he's been on the field. You know, you wouldn't see it at the moment. He hasn't had a lot of work because a lot of the balls have been fairly widely off stump. He was really tested in his first ball of this over from Simmons, which was period way down the leg side. Other than that, he's been moving fairly fleet-footed on his feet and gathering the ball rather comfortably. So he looks pretty much in his element.
3 slips in a gully, a backward point. Wide-ish mid-off or almost extra cover. Mid-on, short fine leg. As he comes in again now, Simmons to bowl to Carty, and Carty gets the ball. He's cutting beautifully. This is going through the cover area for 4. That was a delightful shot. It was too short. It was extremely wide. He had all day to go on the back foot, and he punched it through the cover point area, and that's gone for 4. So Carty gets a boundary to end the innings. It's 44 for 1, the Hurricanes here at Kensington Oval.
Yes, a beautiful shot there. Punxing on a loose delivery, a little short and too wide, and he just grew. Well,
no pace either.
No pace whatsoever. I would like to say that he grew tall, but he's a short man. He's diminutive in structure, but he stood up tall and punched it with a straightish bat, and a beautiful shot to collect 4. And this is what good batsmen do. You capitalize on those bad deliveries. And we were having a discussion with Keith a little earlier, topic that we were supposed to take up. Barry, could take it up with you. The demise of West Indies struggle to find an opening batsman to partner Craig Brathwaite. And it's something that's really concerned us for quite some time. And I think that the time has come. We've seen what? Spinners Clinic. We've seen Wicketkeepers Clinic. But surprisingly, we haven't seen a clinic for openers, and we are kind of manufacturing openers.
You're right. So it's going to be Graves to continue now. Bowls to Powell, who gets a wide, short delivery down the leg side. Again, taken very well there by Dorrich. Elvis Howard, who of course always is tuned in, has reminded that Simmons has played at the under 15, under 17 and under 19 level, and for the West Indies under 19 at the 2020 World Cup.
World Cup, yeah.
And I'm now getting another message coming from Barry Ford, that very good coach. And well, he's not just a cricket coach, but Barry is everything. Track and field. He's a really good find there for the QC. I'll tell you a bit about that after this delivery. Short outside the land, the off stump, taking him on the keeper. Barry's also reminding me that Ramona's from the Eden Lodge Primary, and also a product of the Allen School. We would have mentioned this on the 19 days, and I'm sure that Barry would have had a hand in him as well.
So he's come through the ranks, really and truly.
Yeah, he's come through the ranks. I know that Dwayne Smith, of course, would have also had a very careful eye on him, and who better to look out for you than the agent himself. One of my favourite cricketers when he played for the Garrison. I remember watching him in a trial game at Spartan years and years ago, as this delivery is wide of the off stump again, taken there by the keeper. And when I watched him play, I remember calling Hayden Gill, and I said, Hayden, there's a youngster with the name of Dwayne Smith. He will play for the West Indies. And Hayden said, Barry, don't get excited. early days yet. Early days yet. And my word did not drop.
Well, it's called an eye for talent, spotting talent.
Yeah, he was the most exciting cricketer that I saw. Hello to you, Dwayne, if you're listening. Back at Kensington, the sun is just beginning to peep out, trying to get between those clouds. As Graves comes in now and bowls to Powell, and Powell gets a full delivery. This one had some pace and also some bounce, but just outside the line of the off stump, and Powell was on the front foot, watched it, measured his approach, and let it go by to be taken by the keeper.
I think I could name 3 young exciting players that caught my eye: Cast and Stout.
Yes.
In terms of the aggressive nature, Dimitri Richards, who's also now in the reserve here of this side, and then there's a young Antonio Morris.
I saw Antonio Morris for the first time, I think it was last year or 2020. And I called Keith, and Keith was giving me the full rundown on him, and he's someone I definitely want to watch. Kevin Wickham as well.
Yeah.
This delivery is short, down the leg side, very wayward. They're not making the batsman play here, and as a result, Powell is just being able to leave balls quite freely, down the leg side, outside the line of the off stump. Andrew Mason was the first person, he doesn't usually have an eye for talent, But he spotted Kevin Wickham, and when he told me about Kevin Wickham, and when I saw him, I was like, wow. And then I didn't see the 100 he made
against Emperor, bat at number 8.
Yeah, I did see that 100, but I was talking about the 100 recently
against I think Zimbabwe.
Yeah. But from all reports, it was indeed a very classic kind of century, and I do hope that we keep a close eye on him. So here comes Graves in again to bowl to Powell. Powell gets the delivery that's beaten him. That was a good delivery. The landing all stump. It was one that he made the batsman play, and Powell did grope at it. He missed it, luckily for him, and didn't get an edge, and it was taken there by Dulwich to end a pretty good over, as the Hurricanes are 44 for 1, being asked about here by Barbados.
Yes, a good over there, bowled by Graves, and somewhat of a little bit of a surprise package, Barry, because in the last, I say, 2 seasons, he's hardly been used as a bowler in all formats. And as a matter of fact, he played in the Canadian League of the T20, their version of the T20, where he's predominantly picked as a batsman. We did see him make his West Indies debut in the 50 over as a batsman again. So seeing him bowl here, and he has that ability. He is a budding all-rounder, pretty much in the same mold as a Shamar Springer. And I think in terms of stepping up to the next level, they've got to differentiate what is going to be their strongest point. Because I think, for me, they're too samey.
Yeah, I agree. There's a good observation, Lyndon.
And then if you add Akeem Jordan to the same mix, again, we have a third seamer at the same pace.
So it's going to be Simmons now, bowling over the wicket, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. That's a good delivery. Forced to defend, square to the offside. Graves does the fielding, and there's no run. You talk about openers earlier.
Yeah. Let's go back to the openers.
In terms of the T20s, even ODIs, or I should say 50 over cricket, I would like to see someone like Dwayne Smith around the cricket to try and work with these young openers in terms of their ability to score and in terms of their eye, in terms of hand-eye coordination. You can't have someone who played cricket with Sachin Tendulkar, who opened the batting with Sachin Tendulkar, as Simmons comes in again and bowls. This delivery is wide of the off stump, taken by the keeper. You cannot have someone who did that successfully in IPL for so many years, about 8 years or more, not being around our cricket if he's interested, if he wants to. Because I think that is where we're lacking in the T20 and the Super 50 version, where we're not seeing openers being able to score with their hand, have good hand-eye coordination. They're very technical. And in T20s and 50 over, you have to be a bit more relaxed and you have to be a bit more open. It's almost like being liberal versus being very traditional.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there, Barry.
Here comes Simmons now on bowls, and this delivery is full. And a beautiful turn into the onside. He won't get 4, but he should get a couple of runs here. There's no one out there in the open area, and they'll get 2 runs. And actually, they'll come back for the 3rd. This is good cricket here by the Leewards and good running as well. But he's got to watch that leg stump line. There's very, very
little protection
in the onside. There are actually only 2 fielders. There's a mid-on and a fine leg. And there was just a big open space there, and Carty was able to just turn the ball quietly down to the mid-wicket area, and he got 3. So 47 for 1 then, the Hurricanes, as Carty now goes into double figures. And he's looking quite solid. He's gone now to 11. And it's Powell back on strike on 26.
Yeah, he's looked solid as usual. And
12, thanks.
As a senior player, he wouldn't be worried about his score. And he's just going to drop anchor, and would allow the team to bat around him, basically.
Here comes Simmons in again and bowls to Powell, and Powell is on driving straight to the fielder there. In the chest roll man, Shamar Springer. And there's no run. I'll show you something about this game. This match has 2 players. Let me see if you can tell me. There are 2 players in this game who are the only players that have played from the Stanford cricket days. Do you know who the 2?
From the Stanford cricket days.
Stanford cricket days.
Oh.
I'm going to give you that as some homework. 2 players, only 2. As Simmons comes in and bowls to Powell. And Powell this time gets the delivery that's driven beautifully, square into the offside. He'll get 1. He'll come back, no doubt, for the 2nd. Hold this on to it, picks it up just about now, and there are 2 more runs to the total. 49 for 1. Let me see if Lyndon can find out who are those 2 players that were playing cricket since the Stanford cricket days.
And they played in the Stanford tournament as well?
They played in the Stanford tournament. In fact, they were founded in the Stanford cricket tournament.
Well, I'm going to believe that I'm going to have to journey to the Leeward Islands for sure. Because this Barbados side is basically too young.
No. Actually, there's one in the Barbados team.
One in the Barbados
team, and there's one in the Leeward Islands team. Think about it, Lyndon. So here he comes in again now. It's going to be Simmons. Runs it and bowls to Powell, as Powell is pulling. but there's protection on the boundary, on the backward square leg boundary in Hardin. So just one, it would have been 4. But perhaps they decided to protect that area because they were going to bowl some short balls. So the 50 comes up for the Hurricanes just about an hour and 20 minutes after play started. From 17 overs, 104 balls. 7 fours. And the over ends with Shamar Holder, 7 overs, no maidens, done for 25. Hardin, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Graves, 2 overs, 2 maidens, none for none. He's bowled a double maiden. And Simmons, his 2 overs have cost some 11 runs. It's 50 for 1 with Graves to continue bowling to Powell. You haven't found these 2 players yet?
Well, I'm trying to narrow it down, so I'm going to use Devon Thomas as my go-to man for the Leewards. I'm going to use Raymond Reef as my go-to man for Barbados. Am I close, Barry? Am I getting close? Am I getting warm?
Delivery outside the line of your step. The answer is the man who is batting, Kieran Powell, and another left-hander in Jonathan Carter.
Oh.
They played from the Stanford cricket days, and their talent and ability was recognized since then. And ironically, if not sadly, they did not really go on to fulfill the potential that was seen in them from those Stanford days.
Well, definitely, because when you think
Paul was only 16 when he made his debut playing in the Stanford tournament.
Right, and when you think of Stanford tournament, you're thinking of aggressive cricketers. He doesn't strike me as that type. So I guess he would have been very young then.
Here he comes in again down. Bowles, this one is driven beautifully down to the mid-on boundary. That's gone for 4. It deserved 4 from the time it left the bat. It was pitched up on the line of the leg stump, and Powell didn't go for any brute force. He just timed it, eased it, a test match shot, you would say, and it's gone into the boundary for 4. And luckily, I think the bowler tried to get his hand down. Luckily he did it. He might have injured himself because it went pretty quickly. So another boundary there to Powell. He goes now to, how much is he? He's about 20, 33, is it?
Powell, 33.
33. And it's now 54 for 1.
Yes, a very good shot there for young Powell. Well, let me say an older Powell compared to when he made his Stanford debut, because Stanford tournament was so long ago. When you think of Stanford, remember Suleiman Ben, Derek Bishop.
Yes. Here he comes in again and bowls. This delivery is on the line of the leg stump again. This time it's turned into the onside. There's no run there for him on this occasion. And the total remains on 54 for 1.
I was sure how far back I'm going by him. I remember Ahmed Proverbs. So far back, that's how far back the Stanford tournament was.
There was a match that Ahmed played. I think he got 1 ball.
When he was selected, then he was past his best.
That's correct. He was past his best.
He was past his best.
Tino Best would have played in that competition. I remember the big boys then would have been Darren Ganga, Ramnaresh Sarwan. They were the big boys.
I think Dale Richards was around.
Dale Richards.
Yeah.
He definitely. Stanford seems like eons ago. As Graves, there was a full wide delivery outside the line. They all stepped there, taken by the keeper, and there is no run.
And that's the reason why I would have elected to go off memory of a Devon Thomas who's been around for years, and a Ray Marifa, despite the fact that he's been around for a long time. Yeah. But you remember Kieran Powell and Jonathan Carter being around so long. Yes, they were around that long, but I think they more came to mind with me, probably in the 4-day version of the game rather than the shorter version.
The thing about Jonathan Carter is that he was more highly touted than, in fact, Darren Bravo's name was not even being mentioned when people were talking about Jonathan Carter.
Yeah.
But he allowed a lot of people to pass him, as this delivery from Graves is short, outside the, well, not really short, but it's outside the line of the yaw stump and left alone there by the batsman in Powell. Dies on the way to the keeper. Well stopped.
I will come back, Barry, to Jonathan Carter. What stands out with me right here at Kensington when the test play was up for grabs between himself and Jermaine Blackwood. And he got outscored here against Jamaica in that game. And then Jermaine Blackwood got the test nod from there. And then from there on, it was Jermaine go forward, and Jonathan just hasn't gone on from then.
I'll tell you about the West Indies in a minute. As Graves comes in and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the leg stump again, turned into the mid-wicket area for an easy single. Shamar Holder does the fielding. Graves almost had to field that ball himself. So 55 then for 1 at the end of the over. The West Indies have regressed to 172 for 8. 172 for 8. Hussain has just been dismissed for 34. And Fabian Allen didn't add to the 13 when I was telling you about what we expected from him. He went for 13. Odin Smith, however, has just came in and he's hit 2 consecutive sixes. He's on 13. Alzari Joseph is on 1. and the West Indies need 65 more from 56 balls. So 65 more from 56 balls, the West Indies, with Odin Smith and Alzari Joseph at the crease.
Well, Barry, I would hope that the West Indies, if they don't get those runs, that they can get close. I think it will be a good opportunity for both Joseph and Smith.
This delivery from Simmons is played into the onside. Shamar Springer is there at the mid-on area and there's no run.
Yeah,
it always seems that the West Indies are playing in India on the eve of every IPL auction. and one or two players always come to the fore.
Sure.
Just as the auction is days away.
Well, it's a perfect opportunity for them to announce themselves. And I think when you look at Joseph in particular, in his Test career recently, he hasn't been getting wickets, but he's been getting scores. So this is an opportunity now for him to further cement his play, to put his hand up. So does Odin Smith. You know, it's an opportunity. He's young on the scene. Huh?
Here comes Simmons again and bowls. This delivery is coming off the inside portion of the bat. He meant to cover drive it, but the ball came off the inside edge and went down to backward square. He gets a single nevertheless, 56-1.
I think his weight was on the back foot there, and hence that's the reason why the ball ended up coming off the inner portion of the bat down to the square leg region, and he picked up one. But getting back to the opportunities here, because I am not too concerned about West Indies getting beat. When you put a number 10 side against a number 2 side, a lot of averages you might win 1 out of 10. But I want to see improvement.
You want to see
I want to see the fellas grabbing the opportunities. I'm a little disappointed that Fabian Allen is consistently being asked about 9 and 10. I think he's a better player than that. If you're going to develop him, give him the opportunity.
Well, here comes Simmons now. Bowls to Carty, and Carty is driving beautifully. That was what you call a check drive almost. Casey Carty just coming on the front foot and pushing the ball backward a point. A sweet shot, class in that. And that's gone into the boundary for 4.
Value for your money, Barry. Value for your money.
Carl Hooper.
You pay any kind of money for that.
Oh my goodness me.
Any kind of money to see that shot. Wide outside the off, a little bit short and just transferring the weight. Beautiful cricket shot.
He's got some class about him, there's no doubt about that.
I like everything I see about him. Very, very classy.
How will Simmons respond? Still 3 sips in the gully and a backward point. Here he comes in on bowls to Carty, and Carty this time is getting delivered down the leg side. Well stopped by Dowrich. So did he stop that? Yes, he did. Well
brilliant.
Done. Well done, Shane Dowrich. He's looked good in his first match back in quite some time. And Simmons just guilty there of straying down the leg side.
Yeah. Just going back to India, that score there, Barry. I think when you look at the runs versus ball, it's very much on. And it's an opportunity for them to grab the occasion. You know?
Well, they have no, I mean, they have
the 60 odd for 50 odd balls is very much, you know, you still got to battle run a ball. Just above a run a ball, which is not very, very difficult. You don't have the wickets, but you have the opportunity. Barry, here we go again.
Here he comes in again on bowls. This one is cut, but well fielded this time. Very well fielded there by Raymond Reefer. In fact, diving to his right, which is not his strong side. He's a left-hander. But he was able to pull that down. Very well fielded there from Raymond Reefer, stopping what would have been another boundary.
Oh, most definitely. I thought that Casey might be disappointed that they didn't crash that into the boundary. He actually steered it rather than looking to put power or pounds behind it. But it continues to look well. And as I said, there are many places up for grabs. And the chairman of selectors, the Honourable Desmond Haynes, has made it clear that if you can play cricket, you can play all formats.
That goes against what the rule of law says. I'll tell you about that in a minute. This delivery from Simmons is wide of the off stump, very, very wide of the off stump, and taken by the keeper to end the over, where the Hurricanes are 60 for 1. 60 for 1 here at Kensington Oval. And we're going to have a change in the commentary. I was going to tell you about what the...
I'm sure that Keith will allow you to get in first, yeah.
The cricket criteria, for the West Indies cricket criteria, there's a new criteria that's in place, and the selectors need to really follow it if they went to all the trouble to get one done. It says that you're not to be picked for a format that you have not played to try and get in
qualify for.
So I am a bit mystified that Roach, for example, made the side not having done well in 50 over cricket, because you're supposed to only make a format if you have done well in that format. So if a man is doing well in Test cricket, the criteria says no. You've got to do well in 50 over or T20 if you want to play 50 over or T20. And that's the problem I had with the World Cup squad that was picked. You pick players based on gut feel. Ravi Rampal was not picked in terms of him playing for the West Indies T20 off of how well he had been bowling in the T20s. It's going to be Reefer, change of bowling here, and this one is full delivery that's driven out into the covers. It's going to go down to the boundary. I will get there. That was not.
It was escorted to the boundary.
It was escorted to the boundary there by Keon Hardin.
You would expect more commitment than
Even
that.
a dive, Keon.
Yeah. He just escorted it into the boundary. I think he was touch and go as to do I dive or don't I dive? He didn't put in that commitment, and that's the kind of commitment where you will see from a Sheldon Cottrell. You know that he would run it down to the boundary and he will commit himself to trying to save at least one, because that one could be very crucial. And I'm sure that the West Indies captain and Barbados captain Craig Battle will be disappointed at that effort by Hardin.
I think so. So 64 now for 1. Here comes Reefer in again to bowl, and this delivery is wide of the off stump. Dives on the way to the keeper, taken there very low down by Dowrich. So Reefer on quote-unquote debut for Barbados, because this is his very first match for Barbados, having played so many years for the Ghana. The Jaguars, Keith. Yeah. You know, the Ghana have so many different names. Amazon Warriors, the Jaguars.
Barry, I want to share something with you.
Yes. I'm excited to hear it.
I mentioned the commitment you will see from a Cottrell in terms of chasing that ball down to the boundary, and it was highlighted to me the difference is pay scale.
This delivery is driven again. Well, there's no big pay scale for Shamar Springer, but he dived to his right and stopped that.
And that is something you would expect from Andrew.
But what I was saying is that Hardin, if he wants to get up to that pay scale,
exactly, you got to show the commitment.
You got to show the commitment here. So if he wants Cottrell's pay scale, show the commitment here, and he'll get Cottrell's pay scale.
Yeah, but it's a very valuable point you made there, Barry. The guidelines are there to be followed, and I don't think you should operate outside the guidelines. I agree with you. So once you play the qualifying tournament and you perform well, then you'll be expected to give an opportunity. I have something I would add before you move as well.
Here comes Reefer in again. So we've got left arm seam at both ends. This delivery is on the line of the off stump and defended, pushed out to cover, and there is no run. The total remains on 64 for 1, the Hurricanes, who have looked quite solid after the early dismissal of Hodge.
Yeah, they're doing well. What I find, Barry, is that where the T20 is concerned, especially, batters struggle because they don't play 4-day cricket. And the long and short of it, in T20 cricket, you have to manufacture shots. You have to find means and ways of scoring. It doesn't allow you to spend time at the wicket, and that's why I think that the West Indies in particular, their batsmen fall short because they hardly play the 4-day tournament.
You're right. Here it comes again. This delivery was an aborted run.
So it gives me time to come in here and say that, you know, when you play this 4-day tournament, you have time to spend in the middle. You can bat a day and a half. You can set yourself up to bat 40 overs. You could be 39 at the end of day 1, 79. But at least you're playing the ball correct, in the correct areas. Playing the ball on the V, playing the ball on the drive, mid-off, mid-on. T20 doesn't allow you to do that. And when you consistently play and you fail, then you're constantly under pressure.
You're so correct, Lyndon. This delivery is a full delivery that's on-driven, straight to mid-on. No run there again. Just getting a reminder that the West Indies cricket journey and its Barbadian influence, a book to be released soon by Jeff Brooms, is making its way out. Good morning to you, Jeff. Thank you so much for this.
I'll be surprised if Andrew Mason doesn't have a copy as yet.
Well, no, he doesn't. Probably he's supposed to appear on Mason and Guest soon.
Oh.
Andrew says then he'll get the publicity needed. Here comes Reefer. Bowls to Powell, and Powell gets a full delivery, a Yorker delivery actually. He doesn't have the pace to really penetrate and breach the defence, but he's able to just dig it out and plays it back to the bowler to end the over, where the Hurricanes being asked to bat by Barbados are 64 for 1, with Carty looking very classy at the moment. Carty's actually gone on down to 16, and with him is Powell, who is on 39, more from Linden Yard, and then it's going to be Keith Holer to take you to lunch.
Yes, Barry, and the Leeward Hurricanes will be happy at this stage with a total of 64 for 1 of some 20 overs, and Barbados looking to make further inroads, having just gotten the wicket of Monson Hodge, who was caught by keeper Dowrich down the leg side. Not a particularly good delivery. They had the track set for him of a forward short leg and a leg gully, and he basically took a half volley outside the leg stump and helped it to the keeper. So it did pay dividends, as I said. Not a very good delivery, and his wicket went with a total of 27 for 1 at that stage. They have progressed nicely with Powell dropping anchor. He's on 39, Carty 16, and the classic Keith Holder is back.
Thanks, Lyndon. Yes. I'll go with what you've said. I'm not going to contest your choice of word. Simmons, 3 overs for 16 runs. I was making a point of here in discussion with Roland Butcher and Andrew Mason, the construction in relation to the Barbados side, and I'm certain as one who likes to analyze Linden, number of medium pace bowlers. Reefer having just come into the attack, 1 over for 4 runs. So Simmons continues in his first class match, and it's guided down to gully by Hodge. Correction by Carty, there is no run. Just seeking Linden to get updates from the other games. And here at Kensington Oval, 64 for 1. In their first innings, the Leeward Islands put in by Barbados. 2 slips and a gully. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. The short leg is somewhat square, and the fine leg with Simmons bowling from the Malcolm Marshall in left arm fast around the wicket, and it's pushed down towards the mid-on. There is no run. What do you make of his decision to go around the wicket, Linden?
Well, I think at the moment I like to see bowlers, Keith, first of all, pick up a line. You know, I think it has to pick up a line, and I don't think he has his line right as well as yet. He's given away. He's licked 2 boundaries just with short balls outside Linden Yorkson that were spanked by Casey for 4. But he's opted to go around the wicket. Has he been practicing it consistently? Does he have his line correct? These are the questions you would want to ask. And we would like to see him get his line naturally first from over the wicket before he decides to go around the wicket. But this is what he's done.
In again to Carty. In the turf outside of the off stump, a bit too wide to induce a stroke taken by Dowrich. 55 for 1, Jamaica. Losing Leroy Lugg. Leroy Lugg, Andrew, is very au fait with that name. He played in Barbados a couple seasons ago for Maple and had an interview in the park. Very likable guy. He was caught by Mohammed of Jaden Seals for 1 from 13 balls. John Campbell, 21 from 52 balls, and Jermaine Blackwood, 27 off 47 deliveries. And here at Kensington Oval, defended out into the offside square by Casey, fielded by Reefer as Simmons goes back to his mark. And then they have the likes of Nicholson, Gordon, Derval Green, Patrick Harty, Jamie Merchant, Marquino Minley, another bloke who played here in Barbados a couple seasons ago, fast bowler for Gladiola, and he also represented Barbados, this professional cricket league, helping the cause of players since it was introduced in 2014-2015. Simmons from around the wicket into Carty, outside of the off stump. He lets it go to Dowrich. Paul Palmer, who was here at Cahill playing for the University of the West Indies, Romaine Morrison and Alwyn Williams. And a quick look at the Trinidad bowling. Shannon Gabriel in his 4th over, 1 maiden, 15 runs. Jaden Seals, the wicket taker, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs. Anderson Phillip, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs. And Brian Charles, 4 overs for 12 runs. It's the start of the regional first class season. And 64 for 1 here at Kensington Oval. 20 minutes before lunch, put short and pulled down through the square leg backward by Carty. They will come back now for the 2nd run. The Leeward Islands put in by Barbados, 66 for 1. This is the 21st over, having just been completed. And Carty, with those couple of runs, moves on to 18. Kieran Powell has 39, and Monson Hodge was caught down the leg side by Dowrich off Hardin for 7. With a quick look at the bowling, Shamar Holder, 7 overs, 25 runs. Keon Hardin, 6 overs, 2 maidens, the wicket taker for 14 runs. Justin Graves, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs. Ramon Simmons, 4 overs for 18 runs. Raymond Reefer, 1 over for 4 runs. Here's Linden Yard.
Yes, so far, Keith, whatever worked out where Carty's concerned, and I think if there's one weak area, he was dropped down at the fine leg boundary by Simmons off the ball and Shamar Holder, and he just got another short delivery as Reefer continues, Keith.
With 2 slips, a gully and a short cover, and there's an appeal, stifle a bit for leg before wicket. The bowler was not interested. It goes out on the offside and picked up by Warwican. There is no run. 66 for 1. Yes, Lyndon?
Yes, as I was saying, in the second short ball he got, he stood up and he just seemed not committed to the shot. And the ball just loved where his square leg would have been, because had he been committed, that ball really should have gone for 4, and he was able to amble back for 2. So I think he is in 2 minds about playing this pull shot, and he's not gone through with it. He's been put down once before, and I think that's an area he has to work on and Barbados can capitalize on.
Reefer's in again, and Powell is forward, guides it down towards gully, fielded by Warwican. There is no run. 66 for 1. This is the 22nd over of the match. The Leeward Islands haven't been put in, and once Hodge was dismissed with the score on 20 in the 10th over, this pair settling in. There was a close shave for Carty, with Simmons at fine leg, a bit of a misjudgment. Here is Reefer again, left arm medium pace, outside of the off stump. He's bowling over the wicket from the Joel Garner end. No stroke from Kieran Powell. Dorich takes. A word on the keeping of Dorich back in the first class arena since December 2020, Mr. Yard.
He doesn't look like though he's lost anything, Keith. His feet are moving aptly according to where he wants to go, left or right. His glove work has been very, very solid. And all in all, I'm pleased to see him back on the square, because that's where he's going to announce himself, and he will look to pick up from where he left off. But he looks good so far.
Well, he's about to go down now, and Reefer's in and driven. Lovely shot, pushed down the ground on the onside. Wonderful stroke for boundary, going downhill, and a half volley to Powell. He isn't going to miss out with a sort of delivery like that. And it also brings up the 50 partnership as the Leeward Islands move on to 70 for 1 in the 22nd over. Powell into the 40s on 43. And the 50 partnership inclusive of 9 fours, 62 minutes. Carty.
Well, he got 18 of those 50 runs. Powell got 31, and there was 1 extra in that 50-run partnership.
Thank you very much, Lyndon, for completing. Outside of the off stump, it goes through a bit low to Dorich, who takes it and then throws it in the air. Reefer walks back to his mark. Adriel Woody Richard has provided some solid information on players in this match with landmarks around the corner, including the likes of the bowling operation, Raymond Reefer. Thanks very much, Woody. And again, we offer you condolences on the passing of your wonderful wife a few weeks ago, driven down to mid-off, and there is no run. I'm certain that Lyndon, as an old colleague, would want to join as well.
Yes, most definitely did do that personally. And, you know, it's always a tough time when one loses a loved one, especially, let's say, a mother or a mother to your kids, or even a mother to you, you know. You yourself would have lost your wife some time back, Keith. So it's never an easy time for any individual to lose someone so close to them. So my condolences once again to my good brother, Adriel Woody Richards.
Yes, and I believe some years back, now that we are harping on it, you two would have lost...
My old man.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, yes, it's all part of life. And
right,
people take it different ways, you know, but you have to be very sympathetic with them during their time of bereavement.
Yes, you're right about that. So I was searching.
Simmons is going to continue while you search, Keith.
And he's bowling short from around the wicket, and Carty pushes it into the covers. There is no run. Yeah, I was searching for one of the stats in relation to what Woody has put out. I recall going through a note in relation to Raymond Reefer and making the point that he started for combined campuses and colleges, and then He says include 23 matches for combined camps and colleges, Marooners and Guyana Jaguars. Thanks, Woody. Short, and it's punch. Spectators catch into the covers by Carty, and there is no run. 70 for 1 in their first innings.
Yes, and the Leewards will be very happy with this approach to the lunch interval, which is not far away. And Carty as solid as a rock. And if you think he's solid, then Powell looks very well entrenched, and you would want to think that he would want to press on. Keith, we have to pick it up in our next session, which will come after lunch, where we was about to look at the demise of the struggle of the West Indies to find good openers.
So Simmons continues, pitches short, and Carty goes across his stumps, defends it out on the onside. Mosey comes in from that short mid-wicket position to do the fielding, and there is no run. 70 for 1 in the 23rd over, with Powell on 43, Carty 18. It's heading towards lunch at the end of the over.
Yeah, Roland is going to come and call, and Roland's going to join you actually at the end
yes,
of the over.
again an all-Philippine pair.
so we will pick it up in the afternoon session.
What was that comment, Lyndon? Short from Simmons and a pull down to the deep square. The fielder is Springer. So that's a single. You were talking about hairstyles this morning. Describe the hairstyle of Shamar Springer.
Well, he seemed to have his hair plaited up in one and wearing in a I can't quite pronounce it, but if you say dreadlocks, it's not dreadlocks, but it's plaited up in one, and I think ladies wear a roll. You put a roll around it and just let it go.
Okay, what about long natties?
Well, long natties are normally dropped down.
Okay, here's his type.
Yes.
71 for 1. A bit of overcast, and Simmons, left arm now over the wicket, pounds it into the turf. Innocuous delivery over the head of the batsman Powell. The signal of a short one over the shoulder of the batsman coming from umpire Gregory Braffett. And before Andrew slips in, just let me make a little flick onto Safari. 192 for 8 in the 45th over. And Odin Smith, who is Andrew's favorite cricketer because he can hit a long ball and he can bowl an X amount of miles per hour, is on 24 from 19 balls with 2 sixes and 1 4. Azari Joseph, who fancies himself as a fast bowling all-rounder, has 6 from 14 balls, and they're chasing 238 for victory. Weary delivery down the leg side. Good take by Dulwich. Lyndon was just commenting on his keeping since he has returned to the first class arena, and that's the end of the over. So Lyndon,
once
a quick
again,
word from you, and then the double change until the lunch break with Andrew Mason and Roland Butcher.
Yeah, once again, young Dulwich proving his worth as a keeper since he's come back, and young Simmons testing him. Ill-directed down the leg side, and he was full stretch, gloved it. And a brilliant take by the young man, but I would sum it up as that's a natural take. Because as a keeper of his quality, you're expected to take those. As a matter of fact, I would say that had he been playing the game, say for the last year and a half that he was out of the cricket, he would have easily moved around and would have taken that ball on his feet rather than diving for it. As Andrew Mason comes back on the brink of lunch,
yes,
Roland will be joining him.
Roland,
Andrew?
Where's Roland Butcher? Can't find my brother, according to Red Plastic Bag, that wonderful Calypsonian. In fact, the Honourable Dr. Stetson Wiltshire. 71 for 1 as we head towards lunch on day one of the battle between the Pride and the Hurricanes. Here's Reefer comes in and bowls to Carty. Carty gets the ball outside the off stump. The ball is taken down by the bootlaces. I'm glad that Roland Butcher's joined me because, Roland, I want to suggest to you that there's something very wrong about the selection of the Barbados side here. Now, Jonathan Carter, medium pacer. Justin Graves, medium pacer. Keon Hardin is bowling at medium pace. Shamar Holder just about the same. Ramon Simmons is just a little bit quicker. Shamar Springer medium pace and Raymond Reefer medium pace. Now when you look at the construct of this side, I'll get back to that after this minute as Reefer aborts his run. You got one spinner. Can you explain to me, my friend, why would you come up with a construct of a team like this? They're similar bowlers, they're samey, and playing one spinner. Talk to me, Roland Butcher, about that.
Well, Andrew, I think first and foremost, I will tell you that I didn't come up with anything. So,
yeah,
You know,
But I want you to comment on the selection of the side. It's a strange selection to me. Here is a delivery which is outside land, the off stump bowled by Rifa. The ball is taken by the keeper as the batsman allows it to go by. That's Carter, who's 19. He looks solid, playing some wonderful shots. Paul is on 40. So it's like the Honourable Desmond Haynes, really, because I can't understand why Haynes would pick an ODI side and not put Kyle Mears in it. It's unbelievable in my view. And, you know, people would want to criticise the Honourable Doctor.
Yeah.
Why is Brandon King in the side and not someone like a Rodman Powell? Can you explain that? I think Dr. Haynes got it wrong. I think so. I'm sure that Keith Holder agrees with me, although they can have a drink later. Here's the delivery, which is outside land the off stump, bowled by Reefer, played down towards that point here if there's no run. I don't understand it. I mean, can you explain why Kyle Mears is not in the ODI side? Talk to me, Roland.
You're asking me so many different questions that I'm not sure which one to answer, but I'll answer the first one in relation to the selection of the side here. It does appear to be top heavy with medium pace bowlers. A lot of them pretty much the same. You have named probably 6 medium paces.
Here's a ball which is beating the batsman outside land, the off-stump ball by Reefer. And it's Carty coming for the lady shot just before his BCA lunch. So the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. 71 for 1. But I'm going to go through it again, you know. Remember, Jonathan Carter can bowl a brisk medium pace when he's ready. Justin Graves is a medium pacer. Hardin has lost pace. So let's call him a medium pacer. Maybe slightly more than that. Shamar Holder hasn't had a great deal of pace. Simmons is, I think, a bit. I like him, actually. I think he's got ability. Shamar Springer and Raymond Reefer. And you've picked one spin in Warrican. Explain that to me. 71 for 1. Here is a delivery which is on the line of the middle stump as Reefer continues. Coming onto the front foot is Carty, seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, as they say, and plays it up towards that mid-off area. And just walks away down towards square leg, trying to sum up enough energy to continue the battle. 71 for 1. It's been a good morning for the Hurricanes against the Pride that won the toss and chose to bat. So do you agree with me, Roland Butcher, that you find the selection of the side strange? Do you agree with me, Roland?
I'm not agreeing with you on that. What I would say is I believe it is top heavy with medium pace
so
bowlers.
It's not strange then?
It is perhaps, for me, not suited for this particular game and the start of the season.
I think it's a poor selection, actually. Here's a ball which is turned away down towards the square leg area. Bowled by Reefer, turned down to that square leg area for 1, and they'll just get that single. As it was on that leg stump, and Carty turned it away for 1. To go up now to 20, it's 72 for the loss of 1. So when you go into a room and you look at the construct of a side, don't you take these things into consideration, Roland?
Andrew,
you must be students of the game.
Andrew,
come on, Mr. Butcher, talk to me.
You forget that you fired me.
I didn't really. No, not at all. Keith Holder led that charge, I can tell you.
Well, I think you've forgotten that. But listen, Andrew.
Yes. I won't have the brooms
different selection panels they have views, and they'll all have different views. What I would say is you would have liked a little bit more variety. Here you've got the left armour, so I would think someone like Shem Holder, who you picked in the original squad as an off spinner, would offer you that variety to the left armour. But it does appear to be top heavy with medium pace bowlers.
Well, it's going to be Jamal Warkin to bowl just before the break. It's been a good morning for the Hurricanes. I'm sure Vernon Springer's listening there, and Platinum there, Point FM there, and of course ABS carrying the broadcast. He spoke to me early and he said, I'm getting the commentaries loud and clear. Here's the batsman, wrapped to the pad, big appeal like before, and Warkin first delivery brings the wicket. The ball was plumb on the middle stump. There was a batsman. Well, he was in no man's land. He was neither forward nor back. Carty is gone for 20. It's now 74 for the loss of 2. Well done, Warkin.
Yeah, Warrican strikes with his first delivery, and the left arm spinner. Obviously, it wouldn't have been a delivery turn-in, but Carty looked pretty good for his 20. He's got to go. been batted for some 74 minutes, but Warwican finally got his wicket, and with that wicket, it's made it a better session for Barbados. It looked very much going into the luncheon interval, Andrew, as if it was going to be the Leeward's morning, having been inserted. But that wicket now has made it fairly even in terms of the morning session. So far, Powell has looked good. He's, as you said, this is his level. He tends to be very dominant at this level. He's looked good. Barbados, on the other hand, if I critique the bowling, I think a little bit on the short side. I don't think they bowled enough balls to ask questions of the batsman, particularly so early in the game and early in the season. Should have really threatened the batsman's edge a little bit more, a little bit too short, which allowed Leewards to get the sort of start that they've got. But they'd be quite pleased with picking up that wicket just before the interval.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that. And 72 for 2 at the break. Yes, I agree, just about even Stevens. Let's look at, first of all, the batting, of Paul. We thought of him as a batsman. Paul, we thought of him as batting?
Yeah, well, listen, Paul obviously is a, experienced player. He's played a lot of Test cricket. He's got Test hundreds, so he knows, and he would have had to score runs before in first-class cricket to get the opportunity to play Test cricket. The only problem with Powell has been that when he's played for West Indies, he's got 1 or 2 good scores and then failure. But at this level, like Devon Smith for many, many years, he will always make runs because he's going to get a lot more bad deliveries at this level than he will at Test cricket. He's a good enough player to put away those bad balls, so he will make runs.
Yeah.
The question's going to be is if Powell continues to make runs, do you still believe? When I say do you, I don't mean you. I just mean in general. Do you believe that he still has what it takes to make it at the higher level? So that will always be the question that I believe at this stage that perhaps they have moved on from Powell. He had his opportunities in the last year. I thought when he came in as this concussion player, he got a good half century and looked good. Then he got a few opportunities after that, didn't take them, and now he finds himself, out of the team. The question is going to be, will they go back to him in the future, even if he gets a shed load of runs, or is it the time to just say thank you very much? You've had your opportunities. You will continue to score runs in first-class cricket, but we moved on.
Indeed. So let's recap what happened. You'll recall that Barbados won the toss. They chose to field, and at lunch on the first day of the battle between the Pride and the Hurricanes, 72 for 2 in 24 overs and 1 ball, with the first man to go, Hodge, caught down the leg side by Dowage of Hardin for 7. Powell, who opened with him, is on 43 not out with some 8 fours and has faced 74 balls, and striking just before the break, it was Warwican first ball, Carty, plumb leg before for 20, 41 balls, 3 fours, and they were really looking pretty good, at a pretty decent partnership with the first wicket falling at 20. So at the break, Paul is unbowled, he's got 43, and I shall look at the bowling figures for you in terms of the Barbados setup. Let's go to, first of all, Hardin, 7 overs, no batters done for 25. Make that 6 overs, 2 batters, 1 for 14, that's Hardin. Holder, 7 overs, no batters, none for 25. Graves, 3 overs, 2 batters, none for 5, with a diet of medium pace bowling from Barbados. Simmons on debut, 5 overs, no batters, 1 for 9. He can work with him, he's got some pace. And Reefer, 3 overs, no batters, none for 9. And the figures of work on 1 ball, and he produced a delivery that got rid of Carty. So at the break, 72 for the loss of 2, 24 overs and 1 ball gone. We're going to take a break and come back to you in about 35 minutes. Please join us then.
74 balls, 8 fours. The wickets falling at 20 and 72. And the bowling, Shemar Holder 7 overs, none for 25. Keon Hardin 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Justin Graves 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs. Ramon Simmons, the left-arm pacer, on debut at the age of 20, 5 overs for 19 runs. Raymond Reefer playing for Barbados Pride for the first time at this level after representing Guyana Jaguars, and before that combined campuses and colleges. 3 overs for 9 runs, and Warwickon 1 ball, and that wicket without a run conceded. At the moment, Wayne Holder, the public address announcer, is having his say. The reserve umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr., is out in the middle with an umbrella and his cap on, and he's now being joined by a few members of the ground staff. The rain has stopped, overcast conditions. Joining me after the break is Lyndon Yard.
Yes, good afternoon to Keith. Good afternoon to listeners in and around the Caribbean, and indeed the World Wide Web who are following this commentary. And umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. is back out in the middle for the second time. I would say maybe 10 minutes or so ago, he did went out and have a look with the ground staff. But in arriving out in the middle, then the sprinklings came back again. There weren't sprinkles that you would say that you could have seen from afar. I thought that they came from directly overhead, and they made their way off. Having said that, they're now very much back out in the middle, and they're looking towards the extreme east where the wise men come from. And we can see there's some faint drizzles over in that area. Towards the southern side, it looks fairly good from here. The dark clouds that we had hovering around has gone high and have become a lot less fluffier and much whiter, which is a good sign. And looking out in the middle, the umpire Reefer has opened his umbrella, thus indicating that that sprinkle from the east is very much blowing this way. And as I must say, it is a very, very faint drizzle. As I look where the ground staff is concerned, they have removed and are now retrofitting the covers with the stakes that are used to ensure that they stay planted into the ground and that the wind doesn't get beneath them, because if the wind gets beneath, that could create havoc in terms of the covers being blown away. So Keith, we will have a further delay as the faint drizzles continue to greet us here. Very, very faint. But obviously, you know, you can play in rain, Keith, but you can't start in rain.
Yes, it's a rule which has always caused some debate, and there were 6 members of the ground staff, one of whom has his bucket with his little stuff, and those 6-inch blocks being placed to ensure that the covers are safe and under the guidance of Leslie Reefer Jr. Meantime, Lyndon is almost a similar position in terms of the lunchtime score, and I'm talking about the weather now in Trinidad at the Brian Lara Stadium in Tarouba. Similar in relation to the scores at the break. Here at Kensington Oval, the Leeward Islands 72 for 2 against Barbados at lunch, and at the break, Jamaica were 74 for 2. Play has just resumed and they've added 1 run. John Campbell was caught by Imran Kanoff Charles for 25, 61 balls, 3 fours, and an early loss, that of Leroy Lug, who played cricket here in Barbados for Maple and had the honor of scoring a century at the elite division. And he was caught by Mohamed Off Seals for 113 deliveries. Jermaine Blackwood, unbeaten on 39 from 67 balls with 3 boundaries. And he's been joined by Paul Palmer, the left-hander, another player locals should know when he played for Surgical Life UWI. So they've gone on to 75 for 2 in the 25th over. And the wickets fell at 10 and 74. And the bowling figures: Shannon Gabriels, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. Jaden Seals, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Anderson Phillips 6 overs and 2 balls, 2 maidens, none for 16, and Brian Charles 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. And in case fans didn't hear the result of the second ODI between India and West Indies at Ahmedabad, India winning by 44 runs to take a winning 2-0 lead in that 3-match series. India making 237 for 9, and West Indies were bowled out for 193 in 46 overs. And before Lyndon comes in for India, Rohit Sharma 5, Rishabh Pant 18, Virat Kohli also 18, Rahul 49, Yadav 64 from 83 balls with 5 fours, Sundar 24, Huda 29, Thakur 8, Siraj 3, Shahal 11 not out, and Krishna not out. 8 extras, 237 for 9. Roach 8 overs without a maiden, 1 for 42. Joseph 10 overs, 2 for 36. Smith 7 overs, 2 for 29. Jason Holden 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 37. Hossein 6 overs, 1 for 39, and Allen 10 overs, 1 for 50. And in the West Indies, response of 193, all up from 46 overs. Hope 27, King 18, Bravo 1. Brooks top score with 44 from 64 balls with 2 fours and 2 sixes. Puran, the standing captain in the absence of Pollard, who had a niggle, 9. Holder 2, Hossein 34, Alani 13, Smith 24 from 20 balls with 2 fours and a 6. Joseph 7 not out, Roach didn't score. Siraj 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Thakur 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. Krishna 9 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 12. Shahal 10 overs, 1 for 45. Sundar 10 overs, 5 overs, 1 for 28, and Huda 4 overs, 1 for 24. The player of the match was Prashid Krishna, the 25-year-old who was born in Karnataka, right-arm fast bowler, bats right-handed, and he was playing his 6th ODI, and he got 4 for 12. Here is Lyndon Yard.
Yes, Keith, and quite a comfortable victory, you would say, for the India side, and a little disappointed that West Indies weren't able to get a lot closer or even get over the line to keep the series alive. But having said that, they now have to look forward to the 3rd ODI, and they would want to come back, and even if you can come away with a 2-1 defeat, it would salvage something for you. And as I said, for me, it's about seeing improvement, seeing the fellas, first of all, bat the 50 overs, because this was an opportunity where seemed to be the norm these days. When West Indies win the toss, they opt to chase, which is saying to me you have no confidence in your bowling whatsoever. It's just a matter of you believe that your bowling, as has been the case, has failed to bowl out the opposition in most instances, but you back yourself to chase down what runs they give away. And where 50 overs is concerned, we've come up short, but for me, as I said, cricket remains a batting game where batsmen must score runs. So you have 50 overs, the first priority has to be occupation of the crease. You have to bat those 50 overs out. It's a matter of, you're in India, you're going to meet spin more than you're going to get pace, and we don't have good players of spin. However, you still have to fight. It's about survival. Bat those 50 overs and then you can get a reasonable score. I don't think the spin is going to bog you down. Let's say they give you 30 overs of spin. I don't expect that. You can't score off the next 20 overs of pace or medium pace. So I would expect that West Indies will want to reassess their situation and come out, show more guts and commitment in the last ODI and give the Indians a run. And as I said, we want to see individual performances, and we want to see the performances consistently, Keith.
Yes. Well, the covers remain on the square here at Kensington Oval. Lyndon, I dare say if you look in the distance, it's raining.
Yes, I have
clouds are building.
I have a better view than you from where your location are, Keith. It is extremely grey to the east, and it is rounding towards the south. The south, 10 minutes ago, there was a light white cloud. There's now hovering an extended dark cloud. So it seems to be coming east to south. And I suspect that there is a possibility that we will be without play for quite some time because the rain just seems to be heading this way. It's going to take a little while before it gets here. But over in the east, Keith, it is pounding rain. I can see it from here. And before, I could have identified the houses and the trees. Now, it's very difficult to see the trees or the houses. And it's making this way, put it this way, it's making its way infield towards Kensington.
Well, instead of blabbering and blabbering and blabbering,
yeah, I think we're going to.
We will, as we welcome Andrew Seeley, as his usual, Natalie attired to the commentary box. He has brought the rain, Lyndon.
And not
Didn't see him in the pre-lunch session. Yes, so that's the latest from Kensington. We'll keep you posted once there is a break. And no play after lunch on the opening day of the first round 4-day CWI match between Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who reached 72 for 2 from 24 overs and 1 ball after they were sent in, losing Munchin Hodge for 7 and Casey Carty 20. And at the break, Kieran Powell, the experienced opener, was on 43. The wicket takers, Keon Hardin and Jomel Warrican, and the latest at the Brian Lara Stadium in Taruba, 80 for 2 after 26 overs. That's Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago, with John Campbell 25, Leroy Lugg 1, the batsman out. Jermaine Blackwood is on 42, Paul Palmer 1. On behalf of Lyndon and the other members of the commentary team, we leave you from Kensington Oval and we'll keep you posted as rain has taken over here today. Keith Holder.
7, 6, 5, 4. And welcome back to Play After Lunch here at Kensington Oval. We had a rain interruption that lasted quite a bit. While the sun is not back out in all of its glory, it's indeed much better than it was 45 minutes ago when I thought that play could have even been called off. The rain looked torrential, but it is indeed much better now. Still some clouds, but the sun is out, and we've seen a great effort here from the ground staff, who have indeed done a fantastic job to get the ground back up in pristine conditions to have a resumption. You remember that Barbados won the toss earlier. They put the Leeward Islands in, and they fought successfully to 72 for 2. 72 for 2 with Casey Carty. He was, of course, the last man gone. Right now it's Powell, who is unbeaten on 43. He has batted extremely well. Good bowling from Warrican. He's got 1 wicket. He actually got it after the first ball that he delivered. And then we also saw earlier Keon Hardin, who picked up the first wicket when Hodge was gone for 5. So it's going to be Warrican to continue now, and he bowls his first delivery that's just on the line of the leg stump there to Terence Ward, I believe it is. And it's 72 for 2 as I say hello to Lyndon Yard. Lyndon, what kind of conditions do you expect after this break where we've had rain and also the spinners are on? As Warrican bowls, this delivery is wide down the leg side and swept down to fine leg. That's going to be the first runs after the lunch break. It was wide down the leg side and swept quite nicely for 4. So the Leewards are off and running after the luncheon period. 76 for 2. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Barry, once again, and good afternoon to listeners. I think that the Leewards will want to consolidate their position, and Warrican just ball delivery outside the leg of the leg, something swept away down to the vacant fine leg position for 4. So good start to them, and they will want to pace themselves and bat to at least see without losing this pair.
This delivery is outside the land of the off stump, getting some turn, a little bounce taken there by the keeper. I'll give you the feel in just a moment. So we've got Devon Thomas on 4, and with him is Kieran Powell, who's on 43. He's batted quite well. Here comes the left arm spin of Warrican and bowls to Thomas, who's on the front foot, getting a good delivery in the land of the off stump, defends it and plays it back to the bowler. There's a slip, a silly mid-off, a backward point, extra cover in the mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket that is indeed very close, and a short backward square. There's also a short fine leg, a short leg correction, as this delivery is on the land of the off stump and played out to the extra cover area, and there is no run to end the over, where the Leeward Islands, who will be next to bat by Barbados, are 76 for 2 with Kieran Powell on 43 and Devon Thomas on 4. Here are comments from Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and the Leeward's most experienced player at the crease, and Devon Thomas, who's been around for eons, and with him is Kieran Powell, who's also the most experienced of the Leeward Islands players in terms of Test experience in this side. And he will want to continue from where he left off at the where he was 43 from some 74 deliveries, having struck some 8-4s. And the reliable Devon Thomas, who's had sporadic performances in and out of the side. 1 year he has a bumper year, next year he's a little bit on the low side, but he's consistently been a fit player. That has always worked in his favour, as Keon Hardin is going to pick it up from the Joe Garner end. And just to give you the time adjustments, tea will now be taken at 3:30. And we're scheduled to finish at 5:53 in the afternoon. Barry, the move to go back to Keon Hardin.
I think they're going to have to turn on the lights, because, you know, it gets very dark by 5:15. It's very dark.
I was surprised at that 5:53.
So I don't know how we'll get down to 5:53 without the help of lights. But we'll see. Well, Keon Hardin, the pacer who took the first wicket, he's going to resume with 2 slips, almost 3 slips, but 2 slips and a wideish gully. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on. Backward square leg on the boundary and a fine leg. Here comes Keon Hardin. His first ball after lunch. Bowls the delivery that's outside the land of the off stump, left alone there by Powell, and there is no run. Your thoughts on Powell in terms of how he's batted in this innings, Lyndon Yard?
Well, we've seen him looking like typical Powell. The only difference I would say is that usually find in most of his innings at the international level, he tends to get himself out, especially when he seems set for a good score. Once he plays within his limitations and just rework the ball off his body, play on merit, he's good enough a player. He looks the part, but he's been such an enigma that something that really annoys you that he doesn't just carry on, but he's looked solid in this inning so far.
Here comes Hardin in again and bowls to Powell, who gets a short ball that he's pulling in the air. This is a chance for a catch here. Will it be taken? Yes, it is. A wicket after lunch for Barbados. Kieran Powell looking to pull a short ball. It didn't, of course, go where he wanted it. He intended that to go way into the onside, but it went up in the air out to a whitish mid-on position. Shamar Holder was there running back and took a very good catch, a very good catch as well, judge catch as well. And Barbados pick up their third wicket. The Leewards now go to 76 for 3. Powell is gone for 43, and Devon Thomas is there on 4.
Well, Barbados will be happy, and I wouldn't want to say, Barry, that is the commentator's curse, because I just said it no more than 13 seconds before, that he just seems to look so comfortable when he's at the higher level or at this level. It just seems, nothing really seems to bother him. And for no apparent reasons, he just gets himself out. It wasn't a particularly good delivery. It was a poor shot selection. Your first ball after the interval, these are the same short balls that he's been looked very comfortable against before lunch. The wicket obviously would have had a little bit of freshen up with the moisture that would have been created with the coverage being on the square for that length of time. And he just succeeded in looking to pull the ball through mid-wicket. Maybe it was more the angle that he did that onto him, and he ended up spooning a simple catch, good running catch there by the athletic Shamar Holder to dismiss him. And as I said, advantage to Barbados no, as Amir Django replaces Powell, who will be very disappointed to be out in that manner for a well-played 43. But again, Barry, he just threw it away.
Yeah, I think he'll be very disappointed by that. It looked like a lapse in concentration. And the thing about it is that he was concentrated, like you said, so well. So I guess the break, the rain, obviously threw him off. But that's to Barbados' credit. And all of a sudden, Keon Hardin, who might have looked not so penetrative, he's got 2 wickets.
Yeah.
So he's actually done a good job. Hardin has actually got 2 for 14 from 7, which is not bad.
Not bad in the circumstances. It doesn't really reflect how he's...
It doesn't reflect how he's looked. He's looked kind of wayward.
Some of the numbers can be misleading.
So the new batsman is Amir Django. As Devon Thomas, though, is the batsman who was facing, because they would have crossed. A delivery that's outside the line of the off-stump, taken there by the keeper, and there is no run. So we've had Monson Hodge caught by the keeper Dulwich off of Hardin for 7. Kieran Powell caught by Shamar Holder at mid-on off of Hardin for 43, and Casey Carty just before lunch was LBW off of Jamal Warrican's first ball for 20, Thomas 4, and Django yet to score. Jeremiah Hamilton to come, Rakeem Cornwall, Terrence Wade, Nino Henry, Colin Archibald, and Jeremiah Louis. Here comes Hardin now, and bowls to Thomas, who's pulling beautifully. That's gone all the way, going once, going twice, sold for 6. It's 6 runs there to Devon Thomas, and that's a shot that you only see perhaps last week when there were T20s down here.
A beautiful shot there by young Thomas. Well, don't let me use the term young, diminutive Thomas, but he's by nature an attacking batsman. And if you're going to sink the ball into the wicket, then that's what you're going to get. And Barry, I was about to ask a question to you before that delivery was bowled, because here's a strange tactic. There's a forward short leg, there's a fielder at square leg, and a fielder down the long leg boundary.
Yeah, so they obviously plan to bowl short to him. Let's see if they're going to continue that. Here he comes in now, bowls to Thomas, and Thomas got a delivery that's just on the line in the middle stump with a bit more pace, because he was playing in a very uncomfortable fashion. The fielder there at forward short leg just coming into play, and there's no run.
That is fairly deep. The forward short leg is fairly deep as well.
Yeah, he's very deep, and he's also, I think he needs to come a bit more square.
Now they're going to go drop his square leg back. Whether he goes right back on the boundary or he goes 3/4 way, we left it seen. And I thought that it looked out of sort to have his square leg alongside the umpire.
They actually now have a long leg, and they actually have a backward square leg now on the boundary. Let's see how he's going to continue his line and his length. As he comes in again now, as he steams in now, passes the umpire and bowls to Thomas. Thomas is getting the delivery just on the line in the middle stump, hits it in a very uncomfortable place in the midsection. As a matter of fact, he's down on the ground and he seems to be in some pain.
Well,
how many balls are left?
Not the kind of blow you would want to get, Barry.
No.
I think predominantly Hardin today has been all about the in-swing. We haven't seen the ball curl away from him yet, and that one seemed to have just nipped him, Barry. It's a very dangerous area, especially if it cannons into the box.
Yeah, and I think it did.
Create a certain amount of discomfort.
I think it did, but the over has ended, so he'll have a moment to just catch himself. 82 for 3 at the end of the over then, with Thomas on 10, and Django will get a chance to face his first ball. The physio is coming onto the field now for the Leeward Islands, and that will just perhaps help him adjust himself. Umpire Gregory Braffett is the standing umpire there, just telling the physio now that, either he told him he couldn't come on, or Thomas said he's fine. But the physio's come on, turn on, and gone back.
I really think that Thomas has told him he's fine.
Okay.
Because it's a very ticklish area, but he seems to have recovered. Maybe he was just winded, just as got his wind cut. You know, it's like if you get a sharp belly searcher unexpectedly.
Yes, I wouldn't know about that one.
You're not a wrestling fan, Barry?
Not at all.
or if you had gotten the lash with a softball.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
It just cuts you in momentarily in the wrong area.
Well, the over has ended, and it's going to be Jamal Warrican. If he hits you, it shouldn't hurt that much. He's a spinner. Here comes Warrican now. Left arm spin to bowl to Jangu, who's on drive in. Straight to the fielder there at the whitish mid-on, a very short mid-on position. Almost a straightish mid-wicket, because there's actually a mid-on that's 3/4 way. This is a very weird field. I'll tell you about it in a minute. As Warrican comes in again and bowls to Jangu, and Jangu's on the front foot, defends, and the ball goes down to the fielder there in that same position in the onside, and there's still no run. There's just a slip in the backward point. There's an extra cover in the mid-off. As the spin of Warrican in again and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. The batsman Jangu is defending and playing the ball into the onside. Of course, Jangu from the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, playing for the Leewards, getting an opportunity to play. Here he comes in again, Warrican, and bowls to Jangu, and Jangu is on the back foot, steers the ball out to a short third man position. Shamar Springer comes across from a backward point, does the fielding, and there is still no run as the sun tries to peep out here at Kensington Oval. Had lots of rain just about 12 o'clock till about 1:45, but that has subsided, and the ground staff did a fine job. As Warrican in again and bowls to Jangu, and Jangu is driving straight to mid-off. There should be no run, and just one ball left in the over. Barbados have tidied up a lot. We saw good batting from Carty and also from Powell, but they have been removed and allowed now for a breakthrough. Barbados would want to try and do that. Again on the line, the off stump, defending into the offside, and there's no run to end the over. It's a maiden. Leeward Islands finish it on 82 for 3 with Thomas on 10, Jangu yet to score.
Yes, and a tight over there by Warrican as Barbados continues to apply the pressure, and we want to get through the middle order of the Leeward Island Hurricanes. A question for you, Barry, as you mentioned earlier, the finish time is 5:53. Does the rule allow for the uses of the lights?
I'm sure it does. I don't think the lights are in the rules in terms of not being allowed. All grounds which have lights can be utilized at any time. I don't think there's any rule against the lights.
Okay.
And I'm sure that if they want to continue.
So then we can go to 5:53 later.
But the thing about the lights is that I'm not sure how that would impact with the red ball. So that's something that the umpires would have to make a determination on. As Hardin bowls now, this delivery again is making him very uncomfortable. Hardin now beginning to show the pace that he's been given the reputation of having. And the batsman was looking to play the ball into the onside. It just bobbed into the air. But the fielder there at the 4 short leg, to me, is still very deep. He's actually social distancing.
He's also square.
He's doubly social distancing. He's about 12 feet. And it's just too deep. He needs to be in a little bit more if he's going to have a chance to take a catch. Here comes Hardin, the pacer from the Joe Garner end, as he steams in now, passes the umpire and bowls a short ball again. He's pulling. This is in the air. This is going to go all the way again for 6. Does it? Yes, it has. It's another 6 there from Devon Thomas. He's taken on the short ball of Hardin. That one was also pulled into the Greenwich and Haynes stand, but that was gone further back, as a matter of fact. The first 6 went into about the 3rd row. This 6 has gone about 5 or 6 rows back. This is enterprising batting from Devon Thomas. 2 6s, and he's gone to 16. It's 88 now for 3.
Well, this is typical Devon Thomas. In that if you happen to don't see his innings and you know he scores 83, it is very likely he will have maybe let's say 5 6s and 5 4s or 5 6s and 8 4s, because he is naturally an aggressive player, and as long as Hardin's willing to go in the mud, he's not the type of player who's going to take him on, which is what Hardin wants to do. But from what I've seen thus far, the short balls that he's utilized is too predictable. It's hitting too far back, And as I said, this young man is not looking to duck, so he'll take it on, and let's hope that it works in Hardin's favour. At the moment, advantage to Devon Thomas.
Pedro Agar just wrote me and said that there's been not a drop of rain in Oistins. As we're back at Kensington, where there has been a lot of rain. And this one is outside the line of the off stump, and well taken there by Dorrich with 2 slips. I almost said a third man, but that's Kenmore Bynum who's that third man, who's taking pictures for the nation.
Third man in an orange shirt.
Yeah, third man in an orange shirt. Hello to you, Kenmore, if you're out there snapping away. Give us a wave if you can hear us. As the gully also comes around. Cover, mid-off. Mid-on. Hardin, in again now, and passes the umpire, steams in now, and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas gets a wide delivery outside the line, the all-stump taken there by the keeper, and there is no run. 88 for 3, Thomas on 16, Django yet to score. We have some 62 overs to go before the end of play. That's quite a bit, but I'm not sure if we'll get all those overs in.
A little surprised, Barry, that we didn't see Warrican bowling more before the lunch break.
Well, we had 5 bowlers before the break, which I thought surprised me.
Samey.
They all did the same thing. So yes, not seeing Warrican was actually a bit of a surprise. Let's see if that's going to make a difference now, how the Leeward Islands retreat. Here comes Hardin, who was aborting his run. He was clearly not ready. He was just not ready to deliver. And the umpire there, my former schoolmate Blade, saying dead ball. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite. You've got 2 former foundation umpires. Gregory Brathwaite and Jonathan Blades. From different eras, of course. Here comes Hardin as he runs in now and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas gets another delivery wide of the off stump. Lets it go by to be taken by the keeper, and there is no run.
Barry, do you think that these 2 umpires got a lot of this cooling from Bruce Cousins?
Oh, of course. Well, I can't speak to Gregory. But probably Gregory was there.
Bruce was around a long time.
Yeah, he was there a long time. Gregory, I reckon, is probably in his early 50s. I speak to correction. Yes, Gregory would have to be in his early 50s, based on my age and based on Jonathan's age. Jonathan is about 47. He was 2 or 3 years older than me at foundation school, and Gregory was not there when I was there, so Gregory must be in his 50s. Here comes Hardin now, and bowls, and this delivery is wide of the off stump again, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. So the over has ended 88 for 3, besides the 6 that was struck by Thomas. It was a pretty good over for Barbados, and Thomas moves on to 16. Django is yet to score as the Barbados team winning the toss and putting the Leewarders into bat. It's been an even Stevens game. The 2 wickets, I think, that were lost for the Leewards, they won't be happy, because Carty was beginning to look very steady and threatening, and so too was Powell, who looked very steady. Yes. But they were dismissed at very peculiar times.
Yes. On the brink of the break.
On the brink of the break.
One before, one directly after.
That's right. Well said. It's going to be Warrican now to continue. Here he comes in again now and bowls to Django, and Django is driving. Doesn't get it on the middle of the bat. Goes up to the mid-on area, and there's no run. As the, of course, crowd is allowed in the 3W stand. There are some spectators downstairs. Not a bad little crowd for our first day of a regional championship in the middle of the week. As this delivery is driven straight to cover. Still no run. Django looks a little impatient. He wants to get off the mark. It's a very uncomfortable feeling there when you can't score. We look forward to the test match here, perhaps a month from now, or just over a month from now. As this delivery again is flighted, driven straight to mid-off, and there's still no run.
I have a smart question for you, Barry. For the spinner, the forward short legs is in the conventional position, whereas for the pace, as you said, he's social distancing at least 2-6 feet.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Django, and Django is again on the front foot defense and plays into the onside, and there's no run. What's the question again?
The forward short leg for the spinner is in the conventional position, whereas for the pacer, as you said, he's social distancing twice.
Yeah, and I think that, I wouldn't say it should be the opposite, because I think for both he needs to be in much closer. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is again on the line of the middle step, again defended, and again fielded just there into the onside, and there's still no run. So Warrican has only conceded some 4 runs from his 3 overs, and he's been very tight. He's looked good. He's got the ball in the right areas. He's also got the ball to spin and to bounce. Here comes the left arm spinner in again, Warwick and bowls, and again this is down the leg side and turned into the onside, straight to the field there at short mid-wicket. The over comes to end, there's no run. It's another maiden there from Jamal Warwick. It's the Leeward Islands 88 for 3 with more comments from Leeward, and then it's going to be Andrew Mason.
Yes, and we'll have a double change because Roland Butcher will come and call in as well. And Barbados continue to apply pressure in that Warwick is keeping it tight from the Malcolm Marshall end or the southern end of the ground. And young Keon Hardin, who started with a wicket immediately after the break, the wicket of none other than Keon Powell. A crucial wicket, caught by Holder running back on at the mid-on position, trying to pull a short ball through mid-wicket and succeeding in giving a catch, running catch taken just behind the bowler's runner, out for 43 as Hardin continues. Andrew Mason, welcome back.
And he's in to bowl to Thomas, and Thomas is delivering the line to the leg stump, looking to whip the ball away. When past the fielder at forward short leg, the umpire, let's look at him now, a signal of leg by. So I thought for a moment there might have been an inside edge onto the pad, but all pad down to square leg for leg by. So how do you read it now, Linden Yard? 89 for 3. Barbados being able to pick a pepper, as they say in Bajan parlance, just before the break and right after the break as well.
Well, you'll see that they picked 2 in the space of 6 deliveries. One before the break and one immediately after the break. So the break served its purpose. Doubly for Barbados. Doubly sweet for Barbados.
So they picked 2 peppers there.
2 peppers.
All right, hope they're not nigger peppers. Here is Hardin as he comes in to bowl to left-handed Django into this delivery. He's a forward ball on the off stump. That Trinidadian playing for the Hurricanes pushes with a broad bat down towards that cover area. Suppose they can say it's broad as carnival because they're going to have carnival in some form. Do you think we're going to have crop over? Yeah, I know that Chetman Short and all these guys are hoping that we have some crop over. 89 for 3. What do you think?
Well,
it's going to be a big call?
Based on your party's celebration after the election.
Yes. So you're saying...
I'm sure the musical fraternity is looking forward.
I would think so. I think the crop over started then. You're naughty man. Here is Hardin. He starts his run. Comes in again to bowl to Django. He's up to the wicket and to this delivery. He's onto the front foot, solid as a Trinidadian rock. Pushes down towards the mid-off area. There's no run for him. 89 for 3. Thomas 16. He's taken the short ball on. Django hasn't scored as yet. Roland Butcher's got a very special guest in the studio who will come a call in. Barry Wilkinson is having a late lunch. I see some lamb. I see also some, is that tuna? It's a lovely fish. And some vegetables. So Barry's watching his weight in the show, really. 89 for 3 as the action continues. Here is Hardin with a short tail out. Comes in the man from Orange Hill and St. James into this delivery. Oh, he's caught, is he? Yes, he is. Caught that slip. Lovely delivery by Hardin. A ball that was on the line of the off stump. The bunks really was too much for Django. A juggling catch by the captain, and Barbados are in control of the region's Mecca. Listen to this. 89 for 4.
Oh, brilliant delivery, Andrew. Probably the ball of the day. That one hit. It bounced. It left the left-hander, which is a natural instrument that he's been bowling all day to the right-hander. And Django was in no man's land. He didn't even get time to square up, but a good delivery, peach of a delivery, and a regulation catch for Craig Braffett, despite the fact that he juggled it. But I think the most important part is that he had his body behind the delivery.
Yes.
And he kept his cup up at chest height. Really had a second chance.
I like that one. He kept his cup up. Okay. And his cup was runners over. Wonderful. So it represents a significant change in my view, because one would suggest that the break at 72 for 2, just about even Stevens, maybe Bob is slightly ahead, but they're in control now. When you look at the scoreboard, Linden, you're 89 for 4.
Yes, 89 for 4. You would think that Barbados would want to press the advantage now because they definitely have their feet on the gas. The Leewards are beginning to back up. And there's still Raheem Cornwall to come.
Well, they've got their captain coming to the crease now, Jamar Hamilton, who must be encouraged by the thought that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph.
Well, I'm sure that his side would appreciate a big score from him.
I would think so as well.
Consistently, if I use a 10-year period that he's been around, Andrew, he's not produced.
No, he's not. He's had his opportunities, Jamar Hamilton. I think he's from Anguilla, if my memory serves me right. Yes, a little man. He seems to have put on a bit of weight as well, Jamar. Maybe that's the Christmas fat. 89 for 4.
And I'm thinking, if you've done your homework and he walks out at this number, Andrew, you must believe that we're going to run through the middle.
Well, I would think so, yes, Jamar. 89 for 4. There's some who feel that the West Indies team is playing a batsman short. I know Roland Butcher feels that they're playing too many all-rounders. Here's Hardin. He comes in to bowl to the Leeward's captain, and the ball, which is down the leg side, just comes inside the line. Good bounce. Pitch seems to have quickened up a bit in my view as well. We had a lot of sunshine just before the break, but it looks a bit quicker now. 89 for 4, Barbados in control against the Hurricanes at the region's Mecca. Lyndon.
Yes, I'm very impressed now with Hardin in this spell compared to his first spell. It's all his first spell, he didn't really put that effort in. He did start at the Joel Gardner end, the end for which he's continued from, and he now seems to be really getting his rhythm going.
Yes.
Extracting some pace. The batsman looks a little
He looks good. He looks good now. He starts his run again. A very fit man he is, on his way to bowl to Hamilton. Goes past the umpire now, final leap. Bowls Hamilton. Hamilton is forward and drives up to mid-off. Tumbling save by the field up at mid-off is that fella fast bowler Hold, who comes across to his left to stop it. That was hit with a lot of power. The end of a fine over from Hardin, over in which he got the wicket of Django with the ball of the match so far. The Leewards are in the doghouse there, the 89 for 4, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And the operation at Kensington, spin and pace from the end of Joel Gardner end, or the northern end of the ground, and Jamal Warwick, not Jomal.
Oh, it's Jomal, Jomel. Is that Jomal? Some people call him Ja. The J-A, it's J-O.
He would continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. And, I think it's going to be interesting to see how Thomas reacts to him. He's been very aggressive against the pace once he's asked to take it on. So we're interested to see how he plays Warwick.
Well, he's got a very aggressive field here. There's a slip, there's a silly point forward short leg. Here's Warwick and comes in and bowls to Thomas, and Thomas is on the back foot. No problems at all. Pushes in front of him. Silly point has some work to do. So there's a slip, there's a forward short leg silly point, there's a man at cover, a shortish to cover, a deepish bit off for that lofted drive. Warkan from the southern end comes in to bowl, and this delivery is outside the landing legs up. The batsman is looking to sweep it. Might have just come from the pad of Dowridge, but quickly across is Carter, who's a veteran to the side. Picks it up, no run scored, 89 for 4. I shall endeavour to run through the details for you. Thomas is on 16, waits on Warwick, who searches for another wicket. Comes in to bowl to Thomas, and Thomas is onto the front foot and pushes up towards that mid-off area. Man from Antigua. Hello to all of our friends at ABS Radio, and also our friends there at Point FM Platinum bringing the commentaries. We welcome you. Here's a Warwick, and he's in and bowls off the back foot. Ball turned away for a single. The return comes in, and they'll get a run. I just thought that Holder was a bit slow, really, down at square leg. There was a bit of hesitation. Didn't really go off with the pace of Overdele. And in the end, the return came in, and the batsman was able to get the run after stuttering a bit, but gets home. So he gets a single. It was a bit short. It was on the leg stump. Worked away down towards square leg for 1. So a bit of rain is in the air coming from where I was born in Bayfield, coming through the St. George Valley, and we'll get pretty soon, I would imagine, get to us at Kensington. It's been that kind of a day. As you see the West Indies flag and the Barbados flag fluttering rather merrily in the wind and the far side of the ground. And a couple of coconut trees out there as well. Here's a ball which is on the line of the off stump. A ball by Warwick, and coming onto the front foot is Hamilton, recognizing his side's plight and pushes out towards cover to end the over. He hasn't scored as yet. Thomas is on 17. 90 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and another good over for the Barbados Pride, who would want to prize out some more of these Leeward Hurricane batting. And Hamilton, the captain, entrusted with the job this year, would like to rebuild the innings with young Devon Thomas, who is plying his trade for, has been with this franchise for quite some time. So I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to leave a question.
Oh, you're leaving me. I'm going to cry a river.
I'm going to leave you a question, Andrew. What is the tree of the Caribbean? Is it a coconut tree or a breadfruit tree?
Oh, I think I like that one. I'll research that. The tree of the Caribbean. Well, here we go. Well, this is the pride and joy of Orange Hill. This is Hardin. Comes up now in bowls. The ball which is pitched up, and a drive through cover. Runs for Thomas. They will head up towards the ball. We'll get one. We'll get a second comfortably. Pitched up. Driven away wide off that cover area. With Holder coming across to pick it up. About 10 meters inside the boundary. Sends a strong return that drives the keeper away from the stumps. In fact, he doesn't have to take it because it was so wild that in the end had to be tidied up by Mosey. Would want to have a good season. So 2 to Thomas. He goes to 90, 94 for 2. You get the feeling that he wants to fight fire with fire. The man from Antigua. Hello to all of our friends in Antigua. Of course, I knew it when it was the land of the birds, then it was the Spencers, now it's the land of the Browns. 92 for 4. Here's Hardin as he starts his run. Short tail out, begins to move in from the northern end. Comes in to bowl to Thomas, and to this delivery, he's getting one down the leg side, looking to whip the ball away. One gets the feeling he might have missed out there, and the ball goes full down the leg side to be taken by Dowers, who's been very tidy. Score is up to 92 for 4. Hello to Roland Bush, the Manchester United man.
Yes, Andrew, and for all my sins, yes. And yeah, Thomas is looking in pretty good touch, actually.
Yeah.
He's looking to put away the bad ball. He's busy at the crease at the moment, so obviously Barbados will be hoping to get rid of him pretty soon, because as we know, at this level, he's also quite a destructive batsman.
When he comes in again, Howard, I'll give his figures in a minute as he moves in to bowl to Thomas. And to this delivery, Thomas is coming onto the front foot, ball pitch in the off, some good length, good line. And it goes down to cover for Reefer to come forward to collect it. And there is no run. 92 for 4. Just get the feeling that Hardin is baiting him here. He's got the man in the backward square bound. There's also long leg, and I rather suspect that a bouncer will come along. How many balls bowled in the over so far, Susan Bell? We've had 3, so you think we'll get the bouncer now? I think it's going to come, because there's a clear ploy to get him out, maybe hooking, mishooking, but we'll have to wait and see. 92 for 4. Hardin, who's bowled beautifully, looks up and sees that the batsman isn't quite ready. He is now, and here we go. Hardin, lengthening those strides, goes past the umpire now, final leap bowls, and which is whipped away. Where's that gone? In the air. It's going to go over the boundary. That's gone for 6. What a shot. Down backward square. What a lovely shot. Flicked away. Beautiful hands there. It goes down to backward square. That's gone for 6.
Yeah, superb piece of timing there by Thomas. With the angle from Hardin, who tends to drift the ball into the leg side and on his pads. And
yeah.
the timing was exquisite. There's a man out on the deep square leg boundary, and he was nowhere near that one.
No.
And Thomas, as we said, looking very busy at the crease, Andrew Mason, and that could be a real threat.
Yep. He's gone to 25 already in no time, and is a dangerous man, you know. In fact, I'll talk about him just after this delivery. Here's Hardin. How would he respond to this as he comes in to bowl to Thomas, and to this delivery, Thomas allows it to go outside the off stump. That was one pitch a little bit wide in trying to invite the batsman to go for that drive. He says no, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. You know, when I first saw Thomas, Roland, which I thought by now he might have been a permanent member of the West Indies side. It's not really gone on, but when you see him bat, he looks as if he can bat a bit, you know? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, he certainly does. He looks as if, he could be a top-line batsman.
Yep.
You've got to perhaps drill down and find out why he hasn't, because he has all the makings of it. He tends to defend well, and he's...
Yeah. Looks a good player, good shots. He's gone to 25. Hardin comes up now. He's in and bowls to him. And he's driving through cover. Runs for the Hurricanes. Holders after. Should pull it back just inside the boundary. He dives. And they'll get 3 comfortably. He's also a very attractive player to watch. To drive past a bit off. Holder, who of course is an athlete, pulled it back just in front of the boundary. And they got 3, but interesting battle developing here. The 100 has come with the board for the Hurricanes. Haven't been inserted. Their captain, as they hasn't scored as yet. Thomas has looked exciting. 101 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, good cricket. Lovely shot there by Thomas. Flowing extra cover drive. Good chase by the fast bowler, Shamar Holder. Slid into the boundaries. Pushed it back. Batsman picked up 3 runs in an excellent return all the way back from that extra cover boundary, full to Durridge on the far end. So good cricket all round.
Indeed. He's a lovely player to watch. 101, 149 minutes, 101 for 4. Warrican, who got a wicket just before the break, in fact, in his first ball, will look for more as he comes in on his way to bowl to Thomas, and to this delivery, Thomas is forward and drives down to a long off area, well, but more deep mid off really. I think they're looking for that lofted drive, so a single is an offer and accepted as Raymond Reefer comes forward to collect it. They get a single, lovely flowing drive down towards mid off. So with that single, he now goes to 29, 102 for the loss of 4. Warrican again operating from the southern end of the ground, of the Joe Garn of the Malcolm Marshall in and bowls, and coming forward to a ball which is in the line of that middle stump is the captain, Hamilton, pushes up towards cover. And there is the field at Silly Point coming across to make the stop. Here's Warkan again, comes in and bows, and Hamilton is onto the front foot and drives square in the offside. Runs, they'll get two, I would imagine here. One, will they come back for the second? They will. The return comes in. Going after it is Graves, and throwing on the turn. They're back for the second. In fact, the umpire, is he calling a no ball there, is he? Yeah, well, no ball is called by the umpire there. Well, well, well. Spin a ball and a no ball. 105 now for loss of 4.
Yeah, and attempted drive by Hamilton. Didn't quite got it off the middle of the bat because it went square to the left of the field at that point, which is Justin Graves, but he was able to get 2.
Well, he's off the mark now, and here's Warkan. Comes in and bowls to Hamilton. It's short. That's no good, really. Batsman just going back. A lot of time to just push the ball into the offside. There's a cameraman at the far side of the ground. Is that Ken Morbino? Was very busy in our chat. Wonderful chat we've got there, and he's always has something to say. 105 for 4. Here's Warkan as he comes up now. He's in and bowls, and the batsman is forward. Ball inside edge, might have been onto the pad, and taken up at the forward short leg position. An aggressive field by the captain. 3 men round the bat like vultures looking to pounce on prey. There's a field at forward short leg. There's a City Point and a slip.
And Andrew, are you happy with that?
Warkan again. I'm very happy with that. He comes up now. The field plays in. I like to see aggressive cricket, you know. I think that's what's gone on the West Indies cricket, really. That lack of aggression. Good to see Smith and Joseph bowling together. I'd like to see O'Shane Thomas from Jamaica get fit and ready like Freddie and bowl with some pace. Here's a delivery pitch to play square in the offside. Lovely shot, 4 runs. The ball outside the off stump, a bit wide, and Hamilton went after it. And the ball goes on a little slope here at the ground. That's gone down square in the offside for 4 to carry the Hurricanes up to 109 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that last delivery there by Warwick, given a little bit of air, too full, too wide. Hamilton's not going to miss out on that. And the square drive this time. Justin Graves at point having no chance to chase that one down. The ball running down the hill and gets him a boundary. So a good over there for the Leewards. And this partnership really is the key partnership for the Leewards. Both of these batsmen over time we've seen have got the ability to score runs at this level. So it's going to be important for Barbados to maintain their concentration and really try to break this partnership. They've done a pretty good job to this so far, but they still must break this very important partnership.
Got a note from Ezra Stewart. I'll respond to it in a minute. Of course, the noted journalist. 109 for 4. Here's Hardin as he starts his run, comes up now on his way. He goes past the umpire now. He's in and bowls. The ball which is... The batsman, I think, is maybe looking to leave it. And in the end, the ball finds the bat. And sometimes that could be played on. And it comes from the bat and goes down to slip, and there's no run. This morning I commented on the Barbados team, and I talked about medium paces, and Ezra Stewart is saying to me that Keon Hardin and Shamar Holder, they're not medium paces. That's right. And I prefaced it by saying that this morning they bowled at medium pace, but they're pretty quick. There's no doubt about that, Ezra Stewart. So when you do your comment, you must listen carefully before you make such a comment. 109 for loss of 4. Here is Hardin. He starts his run again, goes past the umpire and bowls. The ball which is outside the off stump, and the batsman is almost looking as if he wants to fan the ball away. It's an ugly shot. It's a dangerous shot. Pregnant with danger there, and the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. That looked like a ghetto shot.
Yeah, the ball was just a little bit too close to him. The length was right to play the shot. Obviously, he would have liked it to be 6 inches wider, because with that field, it would have been quite a safe shot. There's nobody at third man. There's nobody at cover point. There's an extra cover. But on that occasion, Thomas just getting a little bit too close to the ball, not having the opportunity to extend his arm. So all credit there to Hardin.
Well, I see Shamar Spring has taken his shin pads off, so he may very well be bowling. You never know. Here is Hardin. Comes up now. He's into this delivery, which is on the line of that middle stump. Well bowled. Good tight delivery. And Thomas comes across. He's got 29, pushes the forward short leg. There's no run. Hamilton's on 6. Thomas is 29. 109 for loss of 4. And Barbados doing pretty well. They got a wicket. Last one at 89. I shall run through the details for you. So, Ezra, that answers your question. I did, in fact, preface it by saying that, yes, these two are pretty sharp. But this morning, a bit off colour. And I think Hardin has looked pretty good. He's a lot more pace, so I think the pitch is quickened a bit as he comes in to bowl to Thomas into this delivery off the back foot and plays the ball away. Square 4 runs. A poor delivery. It's short side the off stump, and he really helped that down to backward point. That's going for 4. And Thomas continues to fight far with far. 113 for 4.
Yeah, he tried to play that shot earlier. This occasion, the ball was a little bit wider, which gave him the opportunity to play the shot, and with great effect. And Thomas again continuing to show how positive he's going to be. If that's the way he's going to play this season, then I think he's going to provide quite a bit of entertainment.
Yeah.
Because today so far, he really has looked in good touch. He hasn't looked like a guy who's now starting the season. He looks certainly like a player who's been playing game after game after game, and that must be good for him, good for the Leeward Islands. And obviously, Andrew, he realised that there's only a couple of matches for people to impress, to have a chance of being part of the West Indies setup, and it looks as if he is determined to try.
Well, he's hit 3 sixes, 2 fours. He's 33 from just 31 balls, so he's really going at the pace of Usain Bolt here. 113 for 4. Hardin comes in again to bowl to Thomas. In bowls to Thomas. Thomas is clipping the ball away for single down towards mid-wicket. Mid-on comes across to the right. Shamar Springer, the man from Carlton, picks it up. Sends a return to Dorridge, who's a YMPC man. They get a single. Score goes to 114 for loss of 4. And with that single, Thomas now goes up to 34, brings his captain to strike. He's got 6. And these two looking to lead the recovery here after Barbados were in complete control at 89 for 4. They're still in control. These two will want to bat until the cows come home. Here's Hardin, comes up now, he's in, and bowls a ball which is on the line of the middle stump, and the batsman is coming right on the front for no difficulty at all. Hamilton pushes down to mid-on to end the over. At the end of it, Thomas is 34, Hamilton is 6, 114 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and the pitch looking to be playing a lot better. The balls coming on, seem to be coming on a little bit more, Andrew, which is allowing the batsman to play the shots. And the shots that we've seen Thomas play so far suggest that the pitch is flattened out nicely. He's been able to pick the ball up off his legs quite easily. He's driven through the offside on the up. And obviously when the ball has been short, he's been able to either pull or cut. So certainly the pitch has improved. It looks like we've got a change in bowling here, Andrew. Is that going to be Springer for the first time? Is it Springer?
Yep.
That hairstyle.
Yep, Shamar Springer's going to bowl now. So, how many bowls have we had so far for the day? Holder, Hardin 2, Graves 3, Simmons 4, Reefer 5, Warwick and 6. So is this bowler number 7? Am I right? 114 for the loss of 4. Here's Springer with his first ball. Comes up now, he's in and bowls short. The batsman pulls it. But this should really been going through the square leg area, but it ends up down at mid-on. Is that a lack of pace there? What happened there? As the batsman, Thomas, was looking to pull it, and quite strangely ends up down at mid-on. 114 for 4. How good is Shamar Springer? Can you tell me, Roland Butcher? You know these cricketers very well. Talk to me. Here's Springer as he comes up now from the southern end. He's in, and bowls short. The batsman is looking to pull it again. Instead of going through the square leg area, the ball hits the toe of the bat and goes down to gully. What's happening there?
Yeah, a little bit too early on it, lack of pace, and shot completed really before the ball actually reached the batsman. You asked me about Shamar Springer. Really hasn't had many opportunities at this level, so still very much an unknown quantity. Obviously showed a lot of promise as part of the West Indies on the 19 side. A lot had been expected of him since then, so he's got an opportunity now to show what he's capable of.
Well, he's going to continue. He's got a very interesting feel. There's a backward square for that top edge, about 10-15 meters inside the boundary. He's got 2 sips in the gully. A very strong offside field. Turns down, starts his run. 114 for 4. He comes in to bowl to Thomas, and Thomas is allowing the ball to go outside. He often be taken by the keeper. Keith Holder with his mass on. Saw Barry Wilkinson doing commentaries in mass. Interesting. Do you do commentaries in mass on your mass on? No. It's not difficult to do.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. So much COVID is around. I saw a couple of days ago they had as many as 714. Well, these cases coming from, Roland? You should know. You're a man in the medical profession, Roland.
Well, Andrew, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know because I'm not out there with them.
Oh yeah, here's Springer, who's COVID-free, comes and bowls outside the off stump, and Dowrich comes across. He's looked good behind the stumps, takes it. 114 for 4. Quickly then. At the top, it was Hodge. He was caught Dowrich ball Hardin 7. Carty leg before Warken 20. Powell caught Holder ball Hardin 43. And Django got the ball of the match so far. Caught it slip by Brathwaite off the ball of Hardin for dot. 1 for 22 for 72. 3 for 76. 4 for 89. 114 for 4. I'll give you the ball in figures in a minute. As the action continues, Springer's got 2 balls left in the over. He's up to the wicket now. He's in and bowls, and the batsman covers up. Ball pitched and the off stump. Thomas jumps across his stumps. He's on 34, pushes to cover. There's no run. A Holder 7 overs, no batters done for 25. Hardin 11 overs, 3 batters, 3 for 42. Graves 3 overs, 2 batters done for 5. Simmons, the debutant, 5 overs, no batters done for 19. Reefer 3 overs, no batters done for 9. Warwick and 5 overs, 2 batters, 1 for 13, and Springer's first over, not a run scored as yet. We've brought you completely up to date. Barbados won the toss and chose the field. Here is Springer, comes up now, he's in and bowls, and this ball is turned away fine for a single by Thomas, who looks a very good cricketer, just works the ball neatly into the onside, down to the long leg for Shamar Holder to come across to collect it. So he keeps the strike with that single, and the sun just beginning to burst through the thick clouds. And it looks as if we may very well have a wonderful afternoon. I shall endeavour to continue to bring you up to date with what's happening. 115 for 4. Thomas is on 35. Hamilton is on 6. They come together. They've added 26 precious runs, trying to steady the rocking ship. More thoughts from Roland Butcher, and then we're going to be joined by our good friend Keith Holder.
Yes, Andrew, the sun is out in all of its glory now, and we're seeing some stroke play to go with it as well. And just looking at Thomas this year, he looks a much tighter player than what we've seen in the past. It's probably still a bit early to assess him fully, but what I've seen so far, he looks much tighter in his play. We've always known over time that his stroke play, he could play shots. But in terms of when he's defending, he's looked very, very organised and tight. And perhaps for him, this is a good time to be batting, and I say good afternoon to Keith Holder.
Well, thank you very much, Roland. And Holder comes back into the attack. Shamar Holder replacing Hardins, whose figures are 11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 42. It therefore means that since the lunch interval, he has sent down 5 overs, 1 maiden, and took 2 for 28. Holder, before the break, 7 overs, none for 25. Graves, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs. Simmons on debut, 7 overs, 5 overs correction, none for 19. Here is Holder with 2 slips in the gully outside of the off stump. No stroke from Thomas. Reefer 3 overs for 9 runs. Warwick 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. And Springer 1 over for 1 run. 115 for 4. Thomas has 35. Hamilton is on 6. And the Leeward Islands losing Hodge for 7. Carty 20, Powell 43, and Django no score. We'll bring you up to date in the game between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica at the Brian Lara Stadium. Here at Kensington Oval, Shamar Holder pitches up, and it comes off the toe of the bat and squirts out towards the short forward square. The batsman being Thomas, and Dowrich quickly from behind the stumps is onto it. There is no run. So a period here, Roland, where the batsmen are looking to rebuild as they have a little chat in mid-pitch.
Yeah, most definitely, and I think they'll be reminding each other that, you know, that this really is the important partnership. Both of these players have got the ability to score big, so they'll be just telling to each another, just, you know, to be very cautious. And
this is a drive down to mid-off, and there is no run. 115 for 4. And the figures presented by our scorer, Devon Thomas, show that Thomas's 35 has come from 42 deliveries with 2 4s and 3 6s. Roland.
Yeah, he's looked good, Thomas. There's no question about it. As I said, he's coming at a time where obviously the team in a bit of trouble, but the pitch drying out. But he's looked the part so far, and really he carries the hopes of the Leewards here in this first innings right now.
So hold the ball in from the Joel Garner end, right arm fast over wicket, short and pulled with disdain down to the mid-wicket boundary. The signal now coming from umpire Jonathan Blaze, so he continues to score freely, Devon Thomas. And as the score goes on to 119 for 4, he has 39 with 3 boundaries along with 3 sixes. This is the 36th over of the innings.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. I mean, he picked the length up very quickly. It was short of a length, and he was into position and smacked it to the square leg boundaries. Looking good touch.
But not. This one is pushed out square on the offside, and there is no run. 119 for 4.
Yeah, good response that last ball by Shamar Holder, going for the Yorker and striking Thomas on the pad, clearly going down the leg side, but the intention was there to keep the ball up into the block hole. But yes, Keith, you know, I've seen a difference in Thomas's play so far. It hasn't been a particularly long innings, but you don't have to really see somebody for a day to recognize whether there has been a change in their player. And what I've seen so far suggests to me that he is perhaps now coming to terms with himself as a batsman, because he really has looked the quality player so far today.
So Springer, the medium pacer, to start his second over with 2 slips. And the gully, and it's guided between where a third slip would have been down into the third man boundary. And the score goes up now to 123 for 4. Hamilton into double figures on 10.
Right.
123 for 4.
Yeah, Keith, I don't like this feel. I mean, Shamar Springer's in his second over. He shouldn't have a deep square leg in position, you know. That man should either be up by the square leg umpire in front saving the single, or, as you said, reinforce that slip cordon. You know, it's a little bit too easy right now.
Springer again, outside of the off stump, no stroke from Hamilton. It goes through to Dulwich and bring you up to date. A collapse now by Jamaica. They are on 113 for 7 in their second innings. Correction, in their first innings against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the Brian Lara Stadium in Tarouba. John Campbell 25, Leroy Lugg 1, Jermaine Blackwood 44, Paul Palmer 20. Here is Springer at Kensington Oval, outside of the off stump, no stroke from Hamilton. Dulwich takes. Alvin Williams 5. Romain Morrison was run out without scoring. Derville Green also fell for a duck. Likewise, Jamie Merchant. In that collapse, Marquino Minley is on for 115 for 7 in the 46th over. So that's a slump from 74 for 1 to 115 for 7. Here is Springer, the right arm medium pacer, in from the Malcolm Marshall end, and a drive through the covers, racing out towards the boundary, and will get there quite easily in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. So 2 boundaries in this over for Hamilton. He goes on to 14. Thomas has 39, and the Leeward Islands now 127 for 4 in their first innings, a partnership of 38. And back to that game in Trinidad. Jaden Seals 2 for 17, the West Indies test fast bowler from 10 overs, 4 maidens, but the record has been the off spinner Brian Charles in his 18th over, 4 maidens, 4 for 38, and along with the run out, Jamaica tottering on 118 for 7. Springer is outside of the off stump, no stroke from Hamilton, 127 for 4. If you go back to the days when you played Roland back in the late 70s for Barbados, the standard of shell shield cricket, once a competition started, you expected to have high quality cricket. I don't know if you can make the sort of comparison with your era and what perhaps you see nowadays, not to take away from the standard of play, so to speak, but you always got the feeling that it was so much better in terms of the competitive edge as Hamilton pushes the last delivery from Springer out to short extra cover. There is no run. After 37 overs, the Leeward Islands having been sent in by Barbados 127 for 4 at Kensington.
Yes, Andrew, and a couple of boundaries.
What did you call me?
Sorry, I'm Keith.
Okay.
How can I imagine that you were like Andrew? There's only one Andrew Mason. And a couple of boundaries there in that over too. Hamilton, the second one, a much more convincing shot drive here. But going back to 70s, the difference then, Keith, really is that you had the top West Indian players being available for first-class matches. So you would have had the likes of Andy Roberts playing, you would have had Michael Hardin, you know, all of those guys would have been playing first-class cricket. So obviously it would be more competitive than now, where, you know, the guys are away on international duty most of the time.
Shamar Holder, the second over of a new spell on the front for this. Thomas pushes it into the covers and there's no run. Susan Bell, I have a question for you coming from none other than Jamal Burt-Smith, who is one of our analysts. He wants to know how many boundaries have been struck in the last 40 minutes. And he says, I feel like I'm watching a highlight reel. So Susan will help our cause. Good afternoon to you, Jamal. Hope everything is going fine. That's your mate, Roland, Jamal Burt.
Yeah. I mean, Burt is, we'll come back to that in a minute.
127 for 4. You add another couple and a boundary. So the signal now coming from umpire Jonathan Blades, 131 for 4. The boundaries are really coming. And Susan will get that information for us. Thomas is on 43 from 46 balls. And yes, Roland.
Yeah, full toss. That one really made it easy for Thomas, the form that he's in. He's not going to miss out on that delivery. Nice, juicy full toss. And he just really stroked it past the left hand of the mid-on fielder. So he picks up another boundary. And bowler's trying to really struggling at this moment to control Thomas. As you said, he's just faced 40-odd balls for his score, and he really is looking very menacing for Barbados.
Here's Holder with 2 slips, a gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and a fine leg. He's outside of the off stump. And no stroke from Devon Thomas. Very experienced, has played for West Indies, and looking to rebuild the innings after the Leeward Islands were sent in. Monchen Hodge was caught down the leg side by Dorish off Hardin for 7. That was 20-for-1 in the 10th over. Casey Carty, and what turned out to be the last delivery before lunch, leg before wicket on the back foot to the left arm spinner Jomel Warrican for 20, 72 for 2. And a drive down to mid-off by Thomas off Holder. There is no run. That was in the 25th over. There was a delayed restart after lunch because of rain, and play resumed at 1:30. Tea has been rescheduled for 3:30, and the close of play is set for 5:53. The weather now looks fairly good. The third scalp just after the break, Kieran Powell caught at mid-on, pulling off Hardin. The catch was taken by Holder. He went for 43 from 76 balls with 8 fours. Holder induces a drive, just passes the outside edge of Thomas into the gloves of Dorish, 131 for 4.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Want to see more of those from Shamar Holder, really. At times he's been just a little bit too short or a little bit too full. That was the perfect delivery. Just offering Thomas the drive and just short of a good length, as he's on the front foot and slightly away movement as well, and really could have got himself a wicket there, but that's much better bowling by Holder.
So here's Holder again, bowling from the Joel Garner end, right arm over the wicket, pitch short, and Thomas into his wicket quite early, swings it down towards the fine leg, and they will take a single as Springer ran around to do the fielding. So with that single, it's now 132 for 4, and Thomas moves on to 44. So we've had the answer for you, Jamal Smith and listeners: 7 fours and 3 sixes, and that's a fairly high boundary count rolling in the circumstances over the last 45 minutes or so?
Yeah, and the majority of those are to Thomas. You know, he's taken every opportunity, particularly with a short ball. He looks as if he's going to take them on. And for the best part of his innings so far, he struck it quite beautifully, actually.
2 slips and a gully. Here is Springer, the right-arm medium pacer, outside of the off stump, 2 wide for a stroke to come from Thomas, and he lets it go to Dulwich, 132 for 4. So Holder, Hardin, Graves, Simmons, Reefer, Springer. 6 of the 7 bowlers used so far, either pace or medium pace. I think I'll have to do lots of research to find out when last Barbados would have fielded such a combination of pacers and medium pacers. And you're playing against the Leeward Islands, you would tend to believe, as it's a drive into the covers by Thomas. There is no run fielded by Mosley out of extra cover. You would tend to believe that for the sake of balance, and especially playing against opponents like the Leeward Islands, you would want to have 2 specialist spinners. I've been saying to Lyndon Yard that the captain, Craig Braffett, likes to trundle his off breaks, but he hasn't bowled a single ball yet. So he becomes, quote unquote, the other spinner in the side to join Warwican. No stroke again from Thomas. What do you reckon Roland Springer has to do here? Because Thomas is looking to score. He's trying to entice him into playing an injudicious stroke outside of the off stump. But at the same time, with his fairly brisk scoring, he has been able to keep his eyes on the ball and show some form of restraint.
Well, the main thing, Keith, is what role you asking Springer to play. That is the first and most important thing.
Springer again to Thomas, pitched up, and he drives it. Lovely shot between extra cover and mid-off to the boundary. Out by the Hewitt and Innes stand. That was a half volley, and it was sweetly driven on the front foot by Thomas, who races to 48 from 54 balls. He's been at the crease for exactly 1 hour. 5 4s and 3 6s, and the Leeward Islands now 136 for 4, a partnership of 47 with Jamar Hamilton, the skipper, on 14.
Yeah, that's a shot of real authority, full-length delivery, and beautifully put away.
The next delivery is pushed down to mid-on, and there's no run as the sun tries to come back out in all of its glory here at Kensington Oval. 136 for 4. This is the 39th over. The Leeward Islands were put in, and Springer is in his 3rd over with 1 ball left, none for 13, 2 slips and a gully waiting. And this is a drive down to mid-off by Thomas. There is no run. A tumbling save made over at mid-off. It looks like Warwican, and there is no run. The over has been completed. Leslie Reefer Jr., the reserve umpire, quickly walks onto the field, and it signals the refreshment break for exactly 1 hour's play after lunch. The Leeward Islands haven't been put in by Barbados. 136 for 4, 39 overs have been bowled. And Springer, 3 overs, none for 13. Holden, none for 34 from 9 overs. Devon Thomas has 48. Jamar Hamilton is on 14. Here is Roland Butcher, and then your next commentator will be Andrew Mason.
Yeah, and a good session, that good hour here for the Leewards. And Keith, perhaps you can tell me how many runs were scored in that hour. I would say certainly that the Leewards have won that hour with their positive cricket, and Barbados having picked up that wicket just before lunch and then a couple more after, I think would feel quite disappointed with the way things have panned out in the hour. How many runs, Keith, in the hour?
Well, 64 runs would have been scored at lunch. There were 72 for 2 from 24 overs on 1 ball, and if we just said 24 overs, 15 overs less 5 balls would have been bowled since the break, if I have it correctly. 14 overs and 5 balls to be more precise, and they have added a matter of 64 runs, with the dominance clearly on the line by Devon Thomas on 48. And Andrew Mason will replace me. Before Andrew comes in, let me see if I can quickly get an update from the other game in which we've been giving you the scores. It's now 132 for 8 from 49 overs. So that dominance continues by Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica, 132 for 8. Marquino Minley is on 14 not out. Jamie Merchant didn't score. Nicholas Gordon is unbeaten on 0. So again, the batsmen out: John Campbell 25, Leroy Lugg 1, Jermaine Blackwood 44, Paul Palmer 24, Alvin Williams 5, Romain Morrison ran out for a duck. He didn't face a ball. Allah, the late Eastern Matt Morris at Kensington Oval way back when, ran out in a test match without facing a ball. What a way to be dismissed. Derval Green, duck, so too Jamie Merchant. Minley not out 15, Nicholson not out, no score. It's 133 for 8 with Brian Charles 4 for 45, 2 for 17 to Jaden Seals. Imran Khan, the veteran leg spinner, has 1 for 6 from 3 overs. More from Roland. I think I saw Lyndon Yard hovering around as well to replace Roland. But from my end, Andrew
yes, and this
will continue the ball-by-ball commentaries.
Yes, Keith. In this second hour, obviously Barbados will be hoping to pull things back. On the other hand, Thomas will be looking to push on. He really has looked in superb touch today, and I must say I've been very impressed with this stroke player and more his control at the crease today. He's looked a much more settled player. We've known over the years that he has got ability as a batsman, but what we're seeing today is somebody who is now looking to push that ability even further. And if he does, that can be a good thing for West Indies at a time when we are really calling out for batsmen to put their hands up and be counted. And hopefully he'll be able to continue in this vein and provide West Indies with another batting option, as I hand you back to Andrew Mason and Lyndon Yard, who...
Not necessarily in that order.
Yes, well...
Well, it's been a good spirited response by the Leewards here. They're 136 for 4, and Holder starts his run, comes up on his way to bowl to Hamilton, who's 14 into this delivery. He turns the ball away into the onside, down to long leg for a single. Lovely turn of the wrist and impact for 1. Springer comes off the boundary, rifles the return to the keeper. So single to Hamilton, he's on 14. Thomas, who has been the toast really of this game so far, he's batted with tremendous freedom. He's on 48, and it's 137 for 4, which represents a bit of recovery. They've added 48 precious runs for wicket number 5, and Holder striving for a wicket for Barbados as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Thomas, and to this delivery Thomas gets a short ball and swings it. Where's that gone? That's gone away for 4 runs from a wicket. That's a poor delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner on the back foot, short, and pulled away. What a way to bring up the 50 as well. This has been a tremendous performance by Thomas, responding to the challenge here with his side in trouble at 89 for loss of 4. He's responded. He's exactly 52 now from 57 balls, as many as 3 sixes, and in terms of 4-6. What a good performance by Thomas. A partnership that has realized 52 runs. Good work by Devon Thomas.
Yes, excellent knock by Thomas Andrew, as we are in the middle of... Get back to that.
Well, here is Holder. How do he respond as he comes in to bowl to Thomas, and to this delivery, pitched up. He pushes firmly down towards mid-on. There's no run. The ball, it's the bottom of the bat. There's a sound from the bat that you don't like to hear. From the bottom of the bat. You could hear it in the microphones provided by our good friend Michael Sobers, nicknamed Dodger, with his mask on. He does everything in the mask nowadays, he tells me. 141 for loss of 4. He even sleeps in the mask. Can you sleep in a mask? Oh my golly. Don't think he does that really. My old lady would say you're tent, meaning that you lie. Here is a delivery which is short and pulled away by Thomas. No difficulty at all. Banged in short, and just pivoting, playing the ball down towards that long leg area. Coming off, more backward square. The fielder coming off the boundary is Reefer, and the score goes up to 142 for 4, which represents a recovery here. The rate is 3.58. Partnership is 53. Thomas is 53 from how many balls now? How many balls? He's faced 59 balls, striking 3 6s and 6 4s. He's really been batting well. Hamilton has responded to the challenge as a captain. He's on 15. 142 for 4. Barbados in search of another wicket. As Hardin overcast conditions comes in and bowls. The ball pitched up and the batsman flicks the ball away. Where's that gone? Down towards that backward square area for a single. Reefer comes across, sends a left-handed return to the keeper. They get a single. So this has been a good spirited reply, as we said. On the legs, whipped away for 1 to carry Hamilton to 16. Thomas comes in, the strike is in 53. And the Leewards, after being 89 for 4, they won 43 for loss of 4. Lyndon, you're on your phone. Who are you texting? Are you texting the 2 senators that will be appointed by the opposition?
No, Andrew, I was a little surprised that you used the word freedom with the knock of Devon Thomas as we converge on Black History Month. I thought you would use the word enterprise.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. You're getting sharp. That's why you're on the team. Keith Holder said, pick Lyndon Yard. Here is Holder. Comes in bow short. The batsman on the back foot, doubled up. Well, it's the top of the pad and dribbles down towards another medium pace in the side. Who looks as if he's going to bowl now. That's Graves to end the over. So the recovery is very much on the way with a lot of enterprise in the batting from Thomas 53, Hamilton 16, 143 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and I think that enterprise in his Andrew has really taken the sting out of the Barbados attack. He's caught them on the back foot. I think that they need to come back with the plan. They need to revise the plan, revisit the plan, and kind of have to control him. He's batting, as you said, with freedom, but in more of an enterprise.
Yep, you're right.
You know, so they need to control him. You need to pull that length back. He's been very disdainful on the short ball.
Short
so you're
ball,
cut that out altogether.
Yep.
I want to see him use his feet against the spin. I think that Warrican is a little too flat.
Yeah, he's a bit
give the
flat.
ball enough time to turn or do anything.
I agree with that.
You want to entice him to use his feet. If he's going to be aggressive, let's show some foot movement for the aggression.
Right, indeed, I agree with that.
Fast bowlers are too predictable in the short delivery.
Yeah.
He's either cutting or pulling, you know. So you got to try to stem his flow of runs.
I agree.
Also,
I agree.
Hamilton is being given a free rein to score as well.
Yeah, indeed. And it's going to be another medium pacer coming in. Ezra Short, I read your note. I think Barry Wilkinson responded for me. And 143 for 4. But looks as if we could have another medium pace. This is going to be a great deal of talk around the country, really, about the construct of the Barbados side. I've had my say on it. Here's a medium pace in Graves. As he comes up now, he's in and bowls the ball outside land. The off stump, the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. As I hear lots of noise in the background there. I think Michael's Miss Dodger has got to turn it down, Dodger. Yes. I think the Mighty Grinder sings, turn up the speaker. Does he sing that song? Does he? Yes, they got to turn it down. So 143 for loss of 4. It was very loud, but it's okay now, Dodger.
Andrew's been quite some time saying Graves has bowled the ball in any form of cricket. Are you surprised that he's picked here as a bowler?
Well, I'm surprised at the construct of the side, really. I'll look at it in a minute. As he comes up now, he's in and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton gets one outside the off stump. The ball dies on its way to the keeper. Yes, and Ezra, and even if you say that Hardin and Shamar Holder, they're quick bowlers, there's no doubt about that. You still have Carter who can bowl medium pace. He's done it for Barbados. I think he's a good little wicket taker. You've got Shamar Spring on your side. You've got Raymond Reefer on your side as well. And young Simmons, I think, is much quicker than medium pace. I actually like him. First time I've seen him. Looks as if he hits the deck pretty hard, and I think he's one for the future. Here's a medium pacer Graves as he comes up, and to this delivery, which is outside the off stump. Hamilton on 16 comes across, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper, then walks away down towards square leg to continue to concentrate and recognize that they've done a good job. They've added 54, but a lot of work to be done here.
And if you add to the construct of the side, you have Akeem Jordan. And let's not forget my favorite player was Sean Primus, who's on his way in Australia.
Primus.
So if you would have added him to the mix along with Jordan, who's out with the COVID. You've got a lot of samey bowlers.
Yeah, it's an interesting selection. I've had my say on it. Here's Graves comes up now. He's in and bowls, pitched up in a drive. 4 runs down towards square cover. It was in the air, but it was safe. It was wide, his eyes open wide, Mr. Hamilton, and said, I'll smack that. And it goes away for 4. And this enterprising performance continues. The lead was 147 for 4.
I'll say this, Andrew. The rains has given away. There's no rain in boundaries.
Well, it'd be interesting if our good friend Miss Bell can tell us how many boundaries have been struck, particularly after
in this
the break.
partnership in particular.
Yeah.
This partnership
Can you do that first, Miss Bell? I'm sure she will.
Again, it's just about pulling back
Yep,
the
yep,
length
yep.
of the delivery.
Yep,
That
yep.
was a half volley.
And now there's a back. How many fours?
There you go, Andrew. 10 fours, 3 6.
10 fours and 3 sixes. Thanks, Miss Bell. We'll increase your pay after that wonderful bit of information. Here is Graves comes in bowls on the line of the leg stump. Played away up towards that mid-on area by Hamilton, was 20. And Thomas 53, 147 for loss of 4, no run. There's now a backward point almost on the boundary. How do you describe that field in the yard? You made a note there. What note are you making on your pad?
58 runs in boundaries, Andrew.
58 runs in boundaries.
Since the interval.
Yeah, indeed. So, Carlisle Best is a new selector.
I'm sure he...
I'm wondering. I'm sure that Carlisle would have had I don't know why, but I mean, what a constructor side. Here is a delivery from Graves, which is outside the off stump. The batsman, I think, was leaving that. It followed him, found the outside edge, went into the gully to be picked up by another medium pace in Samara Springer. As we would say in Barbados and across the Caribbean, the bowling looks samey. So, at the end of the over, we've completed how many overs now, Mr. Bell? How many overs? 41 overs gone. Thomas 53, Hamilton 20. From a position of 89 for 4, the lead was a 147 for 4, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And at this stage, I would say the advantage to the Leewards, Andrew, because they've been able to transfer the pressure right back onto the Barbados side. Because remember, they got a wicket on the stroke of lunch and the wicket immediately after lunch.
Yeah.
And they looked very much in the game until the arrival of Devon Thomas, who, as we know, by nature is very aggressive. And they utilized a forward short leg, square leg 3/4 way back, and a deep fine leg. And it made no difference because the short balls that were hit that were introduced were hit disdainfully into the Greenwich stands. And wide of the big scoreboard here at the Kensington Oval. So it's been a good transfer, a good peak period productive period for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And now they've forced the bowling change. And here comes your man, Andrew.
Well, I describe it as a news flash. I'm sure Keith Holden, the Barbados Today, that many people look at, Barbados Today, and tomorrow, and next week. There's Jonathan Carter who's going to bowl. And Ezra Short, who's listening to the commentaries, Jonathan Carter. How many bowls have we had for the day? Is that bowler number 8 now, Mr. Bell? Oh, my golly. Before tea, on the first day, Barbados have used 8 bowlers. The first ball is outside the off stump. CBC, the local station, was away, so I'll say it again. It's a news flash. Carlisle Best and Company chairman of the selectors, Carter comes into the attack. Barbados using is Hendy Brooms, yes. The 8th bowler in Carter. Oh my golly. And he comes up now and he stops.
Does that mean then, Andrew, you could have opted for the off-spin and
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a badly selected side. I'm sure that Keith Holder wouldn't say it on the air, but it's a badly selected side. There's no doubt about that. What's wrong with that? 147 for loss of 4. In he comes on his way, goes past the umpire, now he's in, and bowls, and the batsman covers up. And that's Thomas pushes into the gully. Do you agree it's a badly selected side? Or that's too strong?
I don't think it's too strong. I figured that you could have either utilized the additional spinner or give me an out-and-out batsman. Because if you're down to 8 bowlers already, and you haven't gone to tea yet, you want to toss.
Hold on, and Craig Brathwaite hasn't bowled and he loves to bowl, even when he shouldn't. Here's the delivery. This is outside the off stump and steered away down to gully with an open blade. That's Thomas's 53. Continue your discourse, my friend.
As you said, Craig hasn't bowled as yet, but I would have gone for the extra batsman, which will relieve one of these medium paces, because you have at least 5 medium paces bowling the same thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or go for the additional off spin.
Here's Carl as he comes up now. He's in to bowl to Thomas, and this delivery, he's onto the front foot. Good tight delivery. Pushed down towards mid-on. There's no run. Jonathan Carter, who is up. It's a useful bowler, wicket taker. That can come in and pinch a wicket for you. I
think that is what he's going for, to pinch a wicket.
Yeah, pinch a wicket, yes. It's been a very good session for them. I mean, overall 147 for 4, you would think that Barbados would still have maybe even a slight advantage, but these two have done a good job. Here's Carter, comes and bowls, pitched a beat outside the off stump, beautifully bowled by Carter, and there was the batsman, Thomas, beaten comprehensively, and the only thing wrong from Carter's viewpoint that ball didn't nip the outside edge.
I think it was too good for Thomas.
Oh, it was too good for Thomas.
Yeah, it was out of test batsman.
Oh, it would. I'm sure it would.
A pitch of a delivery. But that's where you want to be bowling, Andrew.
Yep.
You don't want to give him the drive. You don't want him to go onto the bat for to dispatch the ball disdainfully.
I agree with that.
So you need some consistency now.
2 sips on the gully waiting. He comes in to bowl to Thomas Carter, and he's driving in the air over cover. 4 runs. Will it go to the boundary or will it be picked up? The race is on. The bowler will see the fielder pick it up just in front of the boundary. Look for another run. The return comes in, and he gets home. That Simmons going after it out to wide long off. They're back for the third. They got 3 or they got 2?
2.
No, just 2. They might have had 3 there. That's poor cricket. They should have had 3 clearly.
It really should have been 3.
And that's what you don't like about West Indies cricket, really. You know, it's something you see even at the highest level. 3 runs on offer. And, there was a situation where they just got 2. But they won, was 149 for 4, drive over cover for 2. And it's going to be, looks like Springer's that? No, it's Graves to continue. Now, I want to ask you this question. Now, if you were going to bring Holt into the side, who would you have dropped? That's a fair question, I think. Let's hear it. Take your time. Do you want a piece of paper?
It's a fair question, Andrew.
All right. So do you want some time to think about it?
Yeah. Give me 2 balls in this over, Andrew. Get that answer.
Ezra Stewart, my cousin, is sending me some notes. Good old Ezra Stewart. Yes, we're family. Yes, we're family. There's a song that says that we are family. Don't you know that? 149 for 4. Here is Graves. Comes up now. He's in and bowls. Ball which is turned away easily by Hamilton down towards that short fine leg position. 150 has come up on the board now for the Leewards. They've done a good job. And they've gone to 150 for loss of 4 thanks to the captain who's steadied the rocking ship. And the very enterprising Thomas, they've come together. They've had a 61, and it's 150 for 4. And Barbados looking for wickets. They haven't had too many since the last man, Django, got the ball of the match so far. Lovely delivery, good bounce, good pace. And 197 minutes. How many 4s? 21 4s and 3 6s. That's a lot of boundaries. Here's Graves, strides in, he's up and bowls, a ball which is on the line of the middle stump. And Thomas with the bat as broad as Nevis Street in St. John's, Antigua, pushes to cover, there's no run. Hello to all of our friends there in Antigua. My good friend Joe Barry, whatever became of Joe Barry? Wonderful commentator, worked with him a long time ago.
I've got my answer, Andrew. If you go for the extra pace,
what would you do?
Then you go with Simmons and you leave Springer out.
Okay, so you would have left Springer out and brought in Holder.
Yeah, I would play the young man for the extra pace and use these spin.
Yeah, I agree with that. And he comes on his way. This is Graves. He's on the balls outside the off stump. And there's Thomas, who's 55, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
The other alternative would have been Reefer. But he brings value and very much experience to the side.
Okay.
Despite the fact that he's never had that pace. He's always been there or thereabouts.
Right.
He can get a wicket when you need a wicket. And he can also... He's done exceptionally well for Guyana with the bat.
Yes.
Hence the reason he would be one of the 4 runners out of the same.
But it's not only here for Barbados, but it's a West Indian thing too. They tend to play these medium paces. You know, sometimes they don't specialize. Here's a ball, the off stump ball by Graves. And Thomas, who's seen the ball very big indeed, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
They've been around for a long time. You can go to Bernard Jr. from Jamaica.
Yeah.
Then you had Chris Barnwell from Guyana.
Yeah, Guyana, the man from Queenstown in Georgetown, yes. Wanted to play for Guyana again this year.
So we need to find these express pacers who can create some concern.
I agree with that.
So even if you use them in short bursts, 4 or 5 overs of express pace, chances are you may go for lashes in some, but then you get something.
I agree with that. Here's Graves as he continues again on his way to Thomas, and to this delivery, Thomas is allowing the ball to go outside the off-stump pitch to him, inviting that big drive. He says, no, I won't be tempted. Drawn into discretion. And the man from Antigua comes across, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper with visions of making 100. And I see Miss Corwin is coming to the box, talking to Barry Wilkinson, a wonderful lady who provides that wonderful lunch for the BCA. Stafford says the BCA, 150 for 4. My good old friend, Mr. Stafford, who's got several jobs and many boards, I understand. member of the executive of the BLP as well. Here's a delivery which is outside the off stump, and Graves, who comes from an area which supports the Barbados Labour Party, the St. James North. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. To end the over, Thomas 55, Hamilton 20, 150 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington.
That's a strange statement, Andrew, because I think an area that supports the Barbados Labour Party, the entire country supports
Oh,
the
yes.
Barbados Labour Party,
Yeah, that's true too, yes. Even St. John. Oh, my golly. Can you imagine that? Hello. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. Wonderful lunch today. We had some lamb, well seasoned, and you gave me some. Was that squash or pumpkin? I couldn't decipher. And wonderful stuff there. We had our carrots, lovely stuff, and a bit of just a little bit of rice, really. 2 spoons. Just about 2 or 3 of them, and it was quite good. Here is Carter, continues the attack. He needs more than lamb and fish. He needs wickets, and the ball is pushed away down to cover. Hamilton walks away down to square leg like a man who's saying, look, I've got to battle away in adversity. And inspired by the thought that if you feed your faith, doubt will starve to death. He comes back and do what he can do, best bat. Hello to our friends at Anguilla. Listen to the broadcast. 150 for loss of 4. And Carter searching for that wicket as he comes in with 2 sips in the gully on his way to bowl to Hamilton outside the off stump. Hamilton on the back foot, pushes to cover. There was no run. He's kept on 21. Thomas 55. And David Green, the man who's been given the big job to do the streaming, comes in to make sure that everything is fine. David, you must buy a drink for the guys this afternoon. I'm sure you will. I'm going to have some public juice. Barry Wilkinson would have some orange juice, not much sugar, as this delivery is on the line to the middle stump, bowled by Carter, an in-swinger. And Hamilton again pushing down to that mid-on there, and it just goes away down to square, like just trying to concentrate enough. He knows that he wants a big one here, so that Vernon Springer, that Point FM, and of course our friends at ABS, urging this young man on. 150 for 4. Here's Carter looking for that break as he comes into bowl to Hamilton, and Hamilton is getting outside the off stump. Might have just kept the bat inside the line. Carter's a very clever bowler, an underrated bowler as well. I always thought that he should have maybe played, in my view, a couple more one-day matches for the West Indies. The ball before was an in-swinger. He's got the ability to move the ball both ways. That was an out-swinger. And Hamilton but just kept his bat inside the line. He's a tricky man, you know, Carter. Gets the ball to do a bit as he starts his run. He's got a backward point about 10 meters inside the boundaries. He comes in to bowl to Hamilton, and Hamilton is coming onto the front foot, pushes to cover, ball in the off stump. And elbows will conk. Again, he walks away down to square leg. What do you think he's doing there? Is that part of his ritual? He's walking away down to square leg and pulling his pads. He's just trying to concentrate. He knows that he's up against the defending champions, and he would want to embarrass them in their own backyard. We shall see.
Seems to fall on a little bit of weight.
Oh, no, you've been very kind to him. He's got quite a bit of weight on. 150 for 4. Maybe that's still the Christmas fat. Here's the delivery. It's outside line. The off-stump ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. I noticed it when he came onto the field. You've got to watch your diet, really. And that one was outside the off-stump, taken by the keeper to end the over. Thomas 55, Hamilton 21, 150 for 4 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, I think we're in a period of play where the Barbados captain has got it right in terms of the medium pacers they're using in Justin Graves and Jonathan Carter. The two J's, because they basically bowl in line and length, and you notice that the score has suddenly dried up. And this is what you want. You want to create pressure. So apart from taking wickets to create pressure, you got to bowl dot balls.
Let me ask a question. Are you surprised that Craig Brathwaite hasn't bowled as yet? He likes bowling, doesn't he? We see it at Wanderers, we see it for Barbados.
Well, having not picked Shem Holder, I don't think there's no reason for Craig to bowl at this stage.
Okay, fair enough.
Gone through 8 bowlers.
Okay, then we make it 9.
Because I think it's one thing to look for a wicket, but if you bring on Craig, you're looking to buy a wicket.
Yeah.
And I think at the moment,
So that would make it bowler number 8.
Bowler number 8 on my thing.
Oh, bowler number 9, yes.
Right.
So it means that the only ones that wouldn't bowl would be Dowridge and Mosley. Oh, my golly.
So I don't think there's no
That's
reason.
going to make Keith Holder's story in the Barbados today.
I don't think there's a reason for Craig is yet.
No. 150 for a loss of 4. I think Barry Wilkinson was up next. He's very busily there doing something. As we watch, Graves comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Thomas, who's looking good on 55, comes across the line, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
This session, Andrew, is all about patience. Do you have a quote for patience?
Patience is bitter, but its fruits are sweet.
I didn't hear that patient last night, Andrew, when the caller had you on the run.
Oh yes, he did. Yes,
accused you.
And quite strangely, he dropped out.
He dropped out.
Oh my golly! I think he didn't want the answer. He dropped out. 150 for 4. Yes, he had me on the run. Yes. Here is Graves as he starts his run, comes in again on his way to bowl to Thomas, and Thomas allows it to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. So the battle lines have been drawn here. You can see that attack outside the off stump, trying to lure the batsman into discretion. Thomas says, no, I won't be drawn into that. I'll battle away. And when you come in my half, as the old-time batsman will say, I'll just drive you to cover. 2 sips of gully, there's a cover. There's a man at short point. There's a man at the point boundary. There's a mid-off, mid-on. There's a man at the long leg boundary. Overcast conditions in Bridgetown. And here is Graves. He starts his run again. Comes into Thomas. Into this delivery, Thomas is getting him outside a little bit closer, but he allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. This is much more of a contest now. The bowling is a lot better. And a little bit of movement away. Graves can get that ball to nip away from the right-hander. Taken by Dowridge. Well done.
Yes, a good spell for either side. And Barbados back on the line and length, and the Leeward Hurricanes prepare to soak it up. But this is what good test cricket is about at first. This really was the first.
You want to see it, yeah. Oh, yes, yes.
Rather than the free scoring ability that we saw.
And there's a clip so-called, is it soak of pressure? Sure there is one. It may not be the name of it, but there's soak of pressure. Here is a delivery short of a length and pulled away through my wicket off the front foot by Thomas for 1. We'll get a second. We should get 3 comfortably here. Reef is after it, pulls the ball back. Now, up by the scoreboard on the far side. Let's watch the return. It's a return that is to the base of the stumps. The batsman will come back for the 3rd. So the battle lines again, drawn again. And it was a bit short. And I think Graves is unhappy as he bangs his hand onto his hip there, saying, look, I infringed by bowling short, pulled away for 3. And when you're a good batsman, we just wait for that bad ball and put it away. The great batsman will always tell you that. Hamilton is on 21. With those 3, Thomas goes to 58 for 153 for 4. Here's Graves, comes up now this time to bowl to Hamilton, and Hamilton is driving through cover. Wonderful shot, runs for the Hurricanes. 1, will get a second surely, and goes out to that, and goes through the fielder. The debutant for 4 runs down towards the cover area. Looks very nervous in the field. It goes through him. That's Simmons. That's 4 runs to carry the score to 157 for loss of 4. That was naughty, wasn't it?
Yeah, a very bit of poor fielding there exhibited by the young man for the second time. He's committed that cardinal sin. Spilled the catch down at the fine leg boundary when he threw him for 4. And now he runs around what should have easily been cut off and restricted to 2.
Well,
and
I was trying to work out what he was doing, trying to stop it, but a 4 to
you want more
Hamilton is 25. Yeah, the partnership has gone to 68. The rate is 3.5, and this is over number 45 being bowled. Here's Graves as he comes in again to bowl to Hamilton, into this delivery, pitched up and driven square in the offside. 4 more. Down towards the wide 3rd man there, pitched up. This time Simmons have a chance, and the runs continue to float the region's Mecca. This has been a wonderful fight back by these 2. Thomas is 58, Hamilton 29. They've added 72 in a jiffy. And from a position of 89 for 4, they find themselves at 161 for 4, which is the latest score. Another word from you. I think we can have a change of commentator. Barry A. Wilkinson comes a call in, and Barry's not known to get wickets.
A simple case of soaking up the pressure, and the pressure being eased there by Graves. Those last 2 deliveries. I'm not going to fault him for the penultimate delivery of that over, because it's just a bit of poor fielding by young Ramon Simmons. And the last delivery, he floated up foolish and widest outside in the off stump, and the batsman, captain, played it beautifully down to the boundary for 4. As we welcome back Barry Wilkinson.
First delivery outside the line of the off stump, left alone. They're taken by the keeper. It feels like if I was on eons ago, but these 2 have been so successful. I haven't taken a wicket since I left. Perhaps I could bring some luck for Barbados. 161 for 4.
One of the things that I've picked up here, Barry, this afternoon is that in this 4-day game, we've seen a lack of variety. The bowlers haven't seen a slow ball tried by any of the fast bowlers for the day.
Here comes Carter in again and bowls to deliver that short on his pull. This is in the air. Chance for a catch here at mid-on. The ball has gone high and into the hands of the fielder.
Simmons.
That's Simmons, the debutant. He'll be happy with that because he hasn't fielded well. And just as I've come back, I've picked it up, taken a wicket. I told you it was going to happen. I told you it was going to happen. 161 for 5. The man gone is Devon Thomas, caught by Simmons off of Carter for 58. And the Leewards, after that fantastic partnership, are now 161 for 5.
Yes, and congratulations to Jonathan Card. He comes on, seems to have a magic arm, and he breaks the partnership, the 8th ball used by Barbados, and the delivery, which I'm sure that Devon Thomas would be very, very disappointed. He will want to tell himself that he actually missed out on a big innings here. He looked the part, he had the bowlers by the scruff of the neck, and just going to the well once too often, end up skying a delivery to the mid-on position, and Ramon Simmons redeems himself, having spilled the catch earlier and just misfielding some 2 deliveries prior, and takes a simple catch, run around to his right, and he will feel good. That I'm sure is going to lift himself up. And Rakeem Cornwall with 93, with a big number 93 on his back, makes his way to the crease. And Barbados right back in it now, and it just shows you just see the wicket.
Well, the thing about that wicket is it was very similar to how Kieran Powell was dismissed. It was left-handed, right-handed.
Right-handed. That's the only
It
reverse.
was the very same dismissal. Attempted pull that was miscued and caught at mid-on.
And you got to credit Jonathan with that wicket too, Barry, because since he's come on, he's bowled at one particular line. He had a ball that jagging right past the outside edge of the same Thomas bat. And I said, he knows his job. He knows the requirement of his captain, which is basically just to hit the ball on one line, on one length, you know, and allow the batsman. If you want to score, you're going to create your own scoring opportunities. And in this instance, I think he was undone by the skid, because Jonathan, in my opinion, is equally as quick as the medium pacer selected here. Yeah. On this given day, he's equally as quick of them, or maybe even a little quicker than most of them.
Well, so he's got the breakthrough. The new batsman is Rakeem Cornwall, and they've decided to attack him a little bit more. In fact, there are 3 slips. I would call it 3. There's just, I think it's
a little bit of a gap between the second
slips,
and third.
There was one slip, second slip. There's no third slip, Andrew, but that's a 4th slip. So I would consider it to be 3 slips, but there's no third slip. The third slip that's in is more of a 4th slip position rather than at a gully. There's a backward point, there's a cover in the mid-off, a mid-on, straight mid wicket, and a backward square leg on the boundary there for Rakeem Cornwall. There's also some bad news, because there's also what I think could be some rain. The ground staff, they are ready if it does indeed fall, but I think it might be just drizzling a little bit. Here comes Carter to bowl his first ball to Cornwall, and Cornwall gets a delivery that's wet in the off stump, left alone, and taken there by keeper Shane Dowrick.
And he comes out with a Labuschagne left alone. Barry, is this the customary for Cornwall? First time I've seen him using that left alone.
Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen that, but
yeah,
he doesn't have the Labuschagne runs behind his name. That's the only problem.
Well, he has 93 on his back. That's a big number.
If you can get that.
Those are the kind of runs that Labuschagne deals in.
Yeah, here comes Carter. Now in again to bowl to Cornwall, who's driving. In the end, he's out caught at mid-on again. Carter's got a double wicket. Jonathan Carter's picked up another. And after the Leeward Islands were...
And Simmons has also picked up another.
Yeah, Simmons has also picked up another catch. The Leewards were cruising, and now all of a sudden, 2 wickets in 3 balls, and the Leewards are 161 now for 6. A duck there to big Rakeem Cornwall.
Well, how's the best way to describe it?
It was a very lazy shot.
Lazy.
Very, very
no
lazy
transfer
shot.
of weight whatsoever, all the weight on the right foot, and he just simply took a ball on or about the off stump of half volleys length. That had he gotten in a left stride, Barry, he could have hit that ball straight down the wicket, either to the mid-on or the mid-off region. But he just stayed there with the weight on the right foot, no balance whatsoever, and presented a simple catch to young Ramon Simmons. And when things begin to go for you, they can go in the right direction or the wrong direction. And for him, he's now picked up 2 for 2. And Cornwall very, very annoyed with himself. And he flicks the glove off the middle of the bat straight, almost into the pavilion. But he makes his way back for a golden duck. And
well, not quite. He faced the ball.
He faced the ball. He faced the ball. Sorry. And he's faced survival one delivery, and he's back in the pavilion. And Barbados will want to sweep through the latter part of this innings now. And Captain Jamar Hamilton it is all up to him, because he will want to rebuild the lower half, which is tottering at the moment, Barry. Well, you've come back in good form.
It seems like I've brought some energy to the Barbados camp, because I took the 4 wickets, and now after a big long break when Andrew Mason and Keith Holder loitered on the People's Radio, I've taken 2.
I like that. They loitered. No production.
So Carter, he'll be very happy with his performance. He's got 2 2 for 2. My goodness. He's got 2 for 2. And we also saw 3 for 42 to Keon Hardin, so they've been the big men. And then Jamal Warwick and 1 for 13, the wicket takers today. So the new batsman is Terrence Ward in. And this is Carter bowling to Ward, who's flicking down to fine leg. Runs here for him. This could go down to the boundary, but there's a fielder there. So he wouldn't get 4, but he'll get a couple. And that's 2 runs there to break that score of 161, which had been...
Mosley.
Yeah, Shane Mosley coming across doing the fielding. That score at 161, they lost 2 wickets. They've now moved on to 163 for 6.
And I think this is one of the problems in West Indies cricket, where you get teams that are going well, and by the time you switch off the radio and make a turn or make a trip to the fridge and come back,
yeah,
it's topsy-turvy.
It happens all the time. Happens all the time.
I'm wondering what was the score in the other game, Keith?
Keith is working on those scores. Here comes Carter now, and it bowls to Ward, and Ward gets a delivery outside line. The off-step beaten with a good delivery taken there by the keeper to end the over, where the Leewards being asked to bat are now 163 for 6 under some very cloudy and overcast conditions here at Kensington Oval. Well, speaking of the teams, you know, wanting them to do well, when I was driving down here, I was getting some updates from Philip Lumpy Nichols, who kept sending updates about the performance of Shamar Brooks. He wasn't happy with how Shamar Brooks was batting at all. Hello to you, Lumpy. I know you might be here already. I'm not sure if you're coming down, but he was indeed at home watching and sending updates every ball almost.
Well, I'll give you an update in the game in Trinidad. We can tell that Jamaica were bowling for 141, Barry.
Wow.
You can believe that? 141. And Trinidad 6 without loss on day 1 of the championship before tea.
Well, let's see if the Leewards will survive the day. That will all depend on if there's going to be the full day's play, because I suspect we might get some more rain, but we'll wait and see. So it's going to be Justin Graves now from the Malcolm Marshall end. He comes in now and bowls toward the Ward. Is out, caught that slip? No, dropped just in front of Keon Hardin. But he was indecisive. He was going to leave the ball alone, and when he did, it got the edge, and it went one bounce there to Hardin at slip, who took a diving stop. Can't say diving catch because it wasn't full to him, but it was a very good effort there from Keon Hardin at first slip. That could have been 163 for 7.
Yes, and a good catch. Last time you saw him, he's now positioned at the mid-off position, so he switched himself out of the slip. He was at mid-on earlier.
Keon Hardin's at first slip.
Right.
Grafford is at mid-off.
At mid-off.
Not quite sure the reason for that. Perhaps he wants to talk to the bowler.
Well, he was down there quite some time now.
Here comes Justin Graves as he passes the umpire and bowls, and this delivery is outside the line. The off-step left alone there and taken by the keeper. I'd say hello to Justin Graves' dad, who I know must be listening, doing a tremendous job at the electoral boundaries. Hello to you. They're in Warrens. He does a fantastic job there.
A good time to cue in Sherlin Hart, who's listening to the commentary. Your good friend Andrew. Sherlin Hart says hello and hi.
A hard-working man, Sherlin Hart.
Not as yet.
One of the big fans of Sherwin Campbell.
Oh, yes.
He was Sherwin Campbell's biggest ever fan.
And Phil Wallace.
And Phil Wallace.
Oh, Lord.
He likes openers. Here he comes in again now and bowls to Ward, and Ward is getting the delivery on the line of the off stump. Plays it caught into the offside. Still can't score. 163 for 6.
When we look at Justin Graves running in, Barry, I see a lot of Kevin Stout in his run-up.
Yeah.
Just look at his run-up.
Hello to Kevin Stout if he's listening.
Was in the thick of things as well, so maybe another medium-pace seamer.
Yeah, I think Kevin Stout is one of the most unfortunate cricketers never to have played.
Look at his run-up.
At the highest
level.
level.
Look at his elbow, his left elbow.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton is going for a drive, misses, taken by the keeper, but good delivery there from Justin Graves again, forcing Hamilton into an ill-advised shot. But this has been good cricket in the last 15-20 minutes from Barbados. They've seemed to have woken up because they were sleeping earlier, and they've obviously now picked up some wickets and they've got their tails up.
Is it the change of weather, the weather pattern to the dark clouds that are now hovering over the city?
Yeah, could be. Or a change of commentator. Either way, something has gone right for Barbados in the last 15 minutes. The runs have definitely stopped, and Hamilton, I think, is sensing that he wants to try and keep the momentum.
Yeah, he's still looking to go into overdrive.
One of the big Jamar Hamilton fans is Vernon Springer. Hello to you, Vernon. As this delivery again is outside the line of the off-step, taken there by the keeper. I remember last year, well, 2 years ago, it was actually in 2019, when West Indies played India. And you had, I think it was it Shane Dowrich? Someone dropped the catch. The keeper dropped the catch. And when Vernon was on as the comments man, they asked him to comment. And the first thing he said is, well, that's what you get for not playing your best keeper, Jamar Hamilton. Jamar Hamilton had nothing to do with the conversation, and that was Vernon's first word. Amazing.
That shows how highly he thinks of him.
Here comes Graves and bowls to Hamilton, and Hamilton's going for a big drive outside the off stump, but misses again, taken by the keeper to end the over. Another maiden there set down by Barbados. The Leewards 163 for 6. Hamilton has 29 and Ward has 2.
Yes, a good over there by Justin Graves, asking the question of Hamilton, who flashed on 2 or 3 occasions, as well as driving. And remember, the first delivery actually fell just short of Keane Hardin, feeling at the first slip position. It was a good stop in the end, and a good probing over. And I think this is where the pressure continues to build, because we just got 2 wickets prior in the over ball by Jonathan Carter, who's going to continue from the Joe Garner end. And then Justin Graves following up with a beautiful over, just probing outside in the off stump. Not on the off stump, outside in the off stump. And Hamilton, he maybe just needs to reassess himself and his approach now, having lost those 2 wickets.
So it's going to be the
Carter.
continuation of Carter and bowls, and now this delivery brings the batsman forward. He's beaten, taken there by the keeper. Speaking of Philip Nichols, he's just sent me a very interesting article which says that the former Attorney General is filing a constitutional motion on the makeup of the Senate. I'm sure that was his colleague at school. Adriel Braffett, of course, is the former AG. That might have been Philip Nichols' colleague at school. He's filing a constitutional motion. It's very interesting. As this delivery is short, wrapping the batsman on the pad, they're peeling, looking to turn the ball into the onside, and there's no run. But that's good bowling here from Jonathan Carter. He's made things happen. No doubt about that.
He's asking all the questions from the Joe Garner end. He's hitting that one line. He isn't. I think there's just one delivery, remember, that he pitched it that was hit over cover, that went down to the boundary, and the batsman took 2 when they should have gotten 3. But apart from that, he's just found this one length and line, and he's used it consistently.
Here he comes in again and bowls the delivery that's edged just onto the wow, just in front of the second slip. This is pressure here on the Leewards. All of a sudden, they look very tentative. They have not been able to score freely like they were. And Barbados have just piled on the pressure. All of a sudden, they look a totally different team. The Leewards also look very, very shaky.
And a brilliant stop there by Warwick onto his natural side, feeling at the second slip position.
Now, what will happen now? As they go crouching, as Carter turns from the Malcolm Marshall end with a good crowd, the Joe Garner end correction, and this delivery is driven down to mid-off, still no run. Straight there to Shamar Holder. Keith Holder's got a guest coming up. One of his colleagues from school passed away, and he's paying a little tribute to him in just a minute.
Carter reminds me a lot of Winston Benjamin. In his run-up, can be very deceptive. Doesn't have a big run-up, but hits the wicket pretty hard.
Here he comes in again and bowls. And that's well pitched up, but turned down to fang leg. This is going to go down to the boundary. Gets there now. That's 4. The first boundary we've had in about 4 overs, and it takes a total now to 167 for 6. Just outside the line of the leg stump. Well nibbled there by Terence Ward, and he was able to get it fine. There's a fielder, of course, at the long leg boundary, but he couldn't get across, and it's gone right there in front of the Hewitt in his stand here at Kensington Oval.
Yes, a freebie there by Carter, but I'm not going to hold that against him, because I think he was looking for the Yorker, but just had it lined badly, and the batsman just come inside the line and using the pace. And as I said, he has this approach that reminds me a lot of Winston Benjamin, where he's very skiddy, skids off the wicket.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Ward, and Ward gets the delivery outside the line. The off stump is defending, playing it to cover. There's no run. As the rain, of course, has just started to drizzle just a little bit. Not enough to bring the players off of the field, but the ground staff, as usual, are there at the ready. This was the first time that I saw the ground staff, well, I should say this season, was the first time I saw the ground staff uniformed in the way that they were for the T20s against England. And now today, I'd love to see the ground staff in that nice grey uniform, and I want to commend whoever is behind that, because it's important for them to get their due and to also look so well uniformed. As this delivery again is edged, no, just on the line of the off stump. Good catch there taken by Dowrich, but the appeal went up. Umpire said not out to end the over, and at the end of it, it's the Leeward Islands 167 for 6. 167 for 6 with Hamilton 29. Ward has 6 as the rain is indeed drizzling. They were thinking of coming off a moment ago, but the senior umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, said no, it's not serious enough, or it's not falling hard enough to come off, and they decide to stay on.
Well, that's a jaffa of a delivery from Carter to end the over, and he has a knack of producing these deliveries. And beautiful delivery. It was too good a delivery to touch the bat of Ward, and it spiraled past the outside edge and taken by the keeper, Dowich, who took it on the up. It was lifting when it got to Dowich. And a beautiful delivery there by Carter. And maybe you will want to wonder why he hadn't bowled a little earlier, but I guess he's, in my opinion, not picked as a bowler, but because of circumstances, he's been thrust through the ball, and he's done an excellent job for the Barbados side.
So Graves now comes in and bowls to Hamilton, and Hamilton on this occasion gets a wide delivery outside the line, the off stump taken there by the keeper, and there is no run. So 167 then for 6. Jamaica in their match against Trinidad and Tobago bowled up for 141 on day 1. Well, that's not good at all.
Not an ideal way to start the championship at all.
I suppose that no real runs were made by...
and if you divide 141 by you had at the top of the order John Campbell, he got 20 odd.
John Campbell got 20.
Blackwood. So they couldn't be gotten much.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton is getting the ball on the line, the all stump, covers up, plays it defensively up to the mid-off area.
Well, Barry, I'm going to slip out. Roland Butcher's ready. He's had a long nap, and he'll join you.
But Roland Butcher comes on at 20 past 3 when tea is in 10 minutes. Makes no sense. Roland, come on, Butch. We've got 10 minutes left. Here he comes in again now as the wind blows across the ground. The ball to Hamilton. Hamilton gets another delivery. Well in the off stump. Hello to Roland Butcher, the first black England player who has done a great job with the documentary. I don't know if you saw that documentary on Sky, but it was a documentary featuring about 6 or 7 black cricketers from England, and Butcher, you were the first. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. And Barbados now looks pretty much in the ascendancy since the lunch interval. It's gone back very overcast. I was behind the bowler's arm, and Graves getting the ball to Ship and Carter. Ship nicely away from the batsman.
Here he comes in and bowls to Hamilton, and Hamilton gets the delivery. He's bowling. Graves gets the wicket. Something was bound to happen because Hamilton was purely in a very unrest kind of state, and he was looking to cut a delivery, came off the inside edge onto the stumps, and the Barbados team continued to make some serious inroads. It was 102 for 4, and it's now 167 for 7.
Yes, and really the Leeward Islands, as we've known over the years, Barry, pretty much doing what they've always done is get themselves in very good positions and then somehow lose that position. Really, things were going along very nicely when Hamilton and Thomas were at the crease, and then Thomas really played the judicious shot against the ball, which wasn't quite short enough from Carter. I was behind the bowler's arm again and really took a chance and lobbed one up to long on. And since then, really, wickets have fallen at intervals. We saw Cornwall really gifting his wicket, and now Hamilton, the other mainstay of the batting, ball just short outside the off stump, too close to him, but again playing with a slightly cross bat instead of getting into line and punching to extra cover, attempting to play the ball square, bottom edge into his stumps. And another wicket as Barbados continue, and at this point in time looks as if they're going to dismiss the Leewards for under 200.
Yeah, they could very well do so. Colin Archibald is the new batsman. He has a top score in first-class cricket, I think, of 20, so he's not known for his batting ability at all. Craig Brathwaite has been criticised, he's been heavily criticised for his captaincy. If there's one thing I would give him credit for, is that he's kept an attacking field throughout. Even if the bowling hasn't supported it, he's kept an attacking field throughout, and perhaps is now beginning to pay a bit of dividend. 8 bowlers used, though, that's a lot. It's going to be Graves now to bowl the first ball to Archibald, and Archibald is driving out to the mid-off area. Raymond Reef is there, and there is no run.
Yes, and unless there's some prior knowledge about Archibald as a batsman, because I've noticed they've got 2 men out. They've got a deep square leg and a fine leg to Archibald, and he's only just come to the crease first 1 ball, so Maybe there's some prior knowledge that either he loves to play the hook or he's a poor executioner of the hook shot. So we'll have to wait and see.
Well, Andrew Mason claims he likes to hit the ball. Let's wait and see as Graves comes in on both to the left-handed Archibald, who's on driving again. This time it goes straight to the captain, Craig Braffett, at mid-on. There's no run for him. The over ends. It's 167 for 7. I'm going to hand you over to Keith Holder, who not only take you to tea, but he has a special tribute lined up for one of his fallen mates. Two of his fallen mates. I think they might have been for Harrison College. Yeah, a Lod School mate and a Harrison College School mate who played against him at Foundation.
Yes, it's successful over there for Justin Graves, picking up the wicket of Jamar Hamilton. And as we approach the tea interval, I think Barbados will be very pleased with the way things have gone so far. Won the toss, sent the Leewards in, and at this stage, 167 for 7. They'll feel that they're in a very good position, Keith Holder.
Yes, Roland, as we head to tea, a drive down to mid-off. There's no run, 167 for 7. Thank you very much, Barry. That's why I've invited Wayne Holder here, because he was an old mate of Tyrone Smith. And I've had some tributes being sent by some of his mates in Bermuda, where he lived for quite some time, and also a Hatton Calendar, who used to captain Harrison College. So, Wayne, thanks very much for your presence. We'll talk in a couple of minutes. Yes, yes, Roland.
Yes, and that delivery obviously pitched up. And Keith, what I've seen so far, Jonathan Carter, we know he's not the quickest of the bowlers, but he's the most consistent in terms of the line and length that he bowls.
The man with the golden arm, as Andrew Mason says in the background, he's a cricketer. He may feel a bit peeved that he's not being given the job as vice captain. I understand you had a part to play in that, in confirming the management of this Barbados team. Roland, how did you vote?
I'm no longer a selector.
But you're a board member.
But you know, the board don't get involved with picking of captains and to be size anyway. The whole. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Okay, here he goes again with 2 slips in the gully, Carter, and it's a defensive stroke by Ward, push out to extra cover, and there's no run. Here's Roland Butcher, the former chairman of Barbados Pride Selectors, albeit for a brief period.
Yeah, and I see you're stretching the brief, Keith. You're beginning to sound like Andrew Mason. But,
well, I'm just trying to be factual.
But no, these decisions are made by the franchise board.
Yes, Carter bowls outside of the off stump, no stroke from Ward, taken by Dulwich, 167 for 7.
Of which I'm not a member, so that I don't get involved with those issues. That's for the franchise board to deal with. And but Carter is a consistent performer. Whether he's vice captain or not, when you give him the ball, he's going to come on and do a job for you.
Here he goes again, and Ward is beaten, just pushing at that one. And he likes to express himself, Jonathan Carter, not only on the field, but if you hear him around the dressing room. He's been around for quite some time. You know, he led one of the sides in the warm-up games, but as the convener of selectors, Henderson Brooms, pointed out, Dulwich is very much in their plans. He's just not the keeper, test player, but they believe that he has that sort of influence, understands the game quite well. And in these circumstances, one can understand why he has been appointed the vice captain, Roland.
Yeah, I mean, it's a look to the future.
Here's Graves. Good to see him back bowling again. Pushes it screw on the offside. The left-handed Archibald, and there's no run, 167 for 7. But with all jokes aside and a little, ribbon here and there, as a Barbados Pride selector, especially if you're the lead selector, what challenges would you have found, Roland, if there were?
When I was a selector?
Yes.
I didn't find any challenges at all.
That's very good. Here is, I met challenges from the point of view of flexibility, push down to the short mid-wicket, Moses the field, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, as a selector, obviously, I was very clear in my mind as to what you needed to do. You needed to put the best possible team for Barbados on the park, but not just that. You need to also develop 11 replacement players, so that if any, for every position, so that at any time there's an injury or loss of form, that position is easily replaced.
Overcast conditions at Kensington. Graves bowls, pitch short and defended out into the covers by Archibald. There is no run. Roland Butcher continues to tell us about his role as a Barbados selector.
Yeah, so you always had to be mindful of the here and now. You have an eye for the future as well. But then you had to ensure that you had 22 good players ready to represent. It wasn't just picking an 11. You've got to have a strong bench. If you don't have a good bench, you won't be a good side.
Here's Graves again to Archibald, and for this delivery, he's forward and drives it, just pushing it up to mid-off. Again, there is no run. Archibald is yet to score. He's faced 6 deliveries. With him is Ward on 6, and I make it touch and go. How many balls are left there, Susan? 2 balls before the rescheduled tea interval at 3:30. First announced officially by our special guest during the tea break, Wayne Holder. And short, a pull down the leg side by Archibald, misses and taken by Dowrich. So to go through the scorecard and what is likely to be the last ball before the break, touch and go. Munchin Hodge was caught by Dowrich to keep off Hardin for 7. Casey Carter leg before wicket ball Warwick 20. At lunch, 72 for 2 from 24 overs and 1 ball. Kieran Powell was on 43. Rain delayed the resumption until 1:30. And just after the break, Powell was caught at mid-on by Holder, pulling off Hardin for 43. That was 76 for 3. Here is Graves into bowl to Archibald, and he flicks at it. Graves is bellowing to umpire Gregory Braffett to give him out leg before wicket, but all Mr. Braffett does is to raise the left leg and then the right leg to signal a leg by in that tall, stately style, and then to flick the bills off at the Malcolm Marshall end at the south, signaling that it's tea on the first day of this opening round CWI first class game between the title holders Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes here at Kensington Oval. Having been sent in, the Leeward Islands are 168 for 7 with Ward on 6. Archibald 0 had reached the dismissal of Kieran Powell, 76 for 3. Then Django was caught by Braffett at first slip off Hardin without scoring, 89 for 4, 161 for 5. Then Devon Thomas, who had featured in a recovery stand with the captain Jamar Hamilton, pulling. He was caught at mid-on by the debutant Simmons off the medium pace of Carter for 58, and he was in for 92 minutes, 77 balls, 6 fours and 3 sixes, making it 161 for 5. A couple balls later, Cornwall drove Carter into the hands of Simmons again at mid-on. He didn't score, 161 for 6. And then Hamilton, who was tiring, he's a big fella. Andrew Mason maintains he's a very unfit fella at the same time, has been around for some time. And he was bowled by Graves for 29 from 44 balls with 6 fours. That was 167 for 7. They've gone to tea at 168 for 7 again with Ward on 6 and Archibald no scoring. The full bowling figures read: Shamar Holder 10 overs, none for 41. Keon Harding 11 overs, 3 middens, 3 for 42. Justin Graves 9 overs, 5 middens, 1 for 21. Ramon Simmons 5 overs, none for 19. Raymond Reefer 3 overs, none for 9. Jomel Workin 5 overs, 2 middens, 1 for 13. Shamar Springer 3 overs, none for 13. And Jonathan Carter 5 overs, 2 middens, 2 for 8. Brief summation from Roland Butcher, and then we'll be talking to Wayne Holder with tributes to 2 outstanding schoolboy cricketers here in Barbados of the 1970s who passed away just a couple of days ago in the space of hours. And we're referring to Tyrone Smith, who represented the Lodge, and Hatton Callender, who captained the Harrison College intermediate side. Here's Roland.
Yeah, and a fight back by Barbados, the second hour of that session. The first hour went to the Leewards, where they scored some 64 runs in that period, but Barbados striking back in that hour. During the time of dominance in the first hour for the Leewards, the sun was shining brightly, Keith, but since it's gone back to being overcast, suddenly the bowlers have been in the ascendancy again. A couple of bad shots as well but the good last hour for Barbados. They'll be quite pleased going into tea with the Leewards at 160, 69. I can't see from here.
68.
Yeah, 168 for 7. They'd be quite pleased with that. But at the same time, I mean, these are the sort of scores that you see in our first-class cricket. It is nothing unusual to see teams get good starts and then capitulate as they go along. Must say conditions are good for bowling at this moment in time. So should Barbados bowl the Leewards out soon after tea, they themselves will have to contend with a little dodgy session before close of play. These overcast conditions where there is some movement both through the air and off the pitch. So things quite well balanced right now. Barbados would feel that they're definitely in the ascendancy, but should they have to bat for an extended period tonight, it could also be quite a difficult session as well.
Thank you very much, Roland, for that summary of the position of the game. And now let's officially welcome Wayne. Wayne, yes, can you just come across, Wayne, and have your headset worked out? And Andrew Seeley will also be joining us as an old schoolmate of Hardin. We appreciate the radio stations and the stream remaining for us, because for individuals who came up in the era at secondary school here in Barbados in the 1970s, we certainly are going to remember. So good afternoon to you, Wayne. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Hi, Keith. Good afternoon to you and to all the listeners to the broadcast.
Yes.
And good afternoon to you, Keith, and to Wayne. Haven't seen Wayne for a little while. Saw you last weekend, Keith, but Wayne was on the other side last week when we were at Kensington.
Yes, he's still on the other side, and I beg him to really spare 10 or 15 minutes from his substantive duties here as the public address announcer to pay tribute to his former outstanding law school teammate in Tyrone Smith and you, Andrew, as far as the passing of Hardin calendar is concerned. So, Wayne.
Yes, Keith, I'm still trying to recover from the news, that shattering news of the passing of a dear friend, a brother. I mean, Tyrone was a classmate, he was a teammate outside of the cricket arena and the school arena. We were also friends, so it was quite devastating to receive the news. I had heard from our mutual friend Ian Moore, who is based in Bermuda, where Tyrone took up residence shortly after leaving Barbados, and that he had been hospitalized about a week before his actual passing, only to get that shattering news on Sunday that he had passed away on Saturday evening.
Yes, man, and talking about Ian Moore, he actually, in discussion with me this morning and again this afternoon, sent me a couple of messages. One I find to be significant, which I will share with you, Andrew, and the listeners. He says another story he was told of was Tyrone Smith batting with the right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers against Banks while playing for the police first division side. Of course, as you know, when he left the lodge, he represented police before going over to the Bermuda Police Force. And it says that Tyrone and the Garf were at the crease, and the late Malcolm Marshall was bowling on the roadside end, and Marshall bowled a bouncer at Tyrone Smith, who swayed out of the way. Malcolm ran down the wicket and said to Tyrone Smith, "Wash it, Smithy, I am traveling today." Sir Garfield Sobers walked down the wicket and told Tyrone Smith, quote unquote, "Give me a single and let me see what this youngster is saying." And Tyrone Smith then pushed the next ball into the offside, and they ran a single. Marshall ran in and bowled a bouncer, and Sir Garfield Sobers pivoted and hooked him out by the Barclays club, walked down the wicket, tapped it, and said, here and there, Marshall stood in mid-pitch with his arms akimbo, shaking his head. That is one story.
Well, I recall Tyrone telling me about that incident, but he also remember him mentioning to me a huge crowd turned up at Banks for the match. And when he saw the turnout, obviously it was because Sir Gary was playing. And Tyrone, he told me, he told himself that day, all of these people come to watch Cigar Field Sobers. When they leave here, they must be talking about Tyrone Smith.
Another one in the annual Lodge present versus the past. Another story sent to me by Ian Moore, and it says that in a past versus present match, Richard Prof Edwards was playing naturally for the old boys, and Tyrone Smith strode out to the wicket, and Prof, who was still a terror in the first division for Wanderers, ran in from the intermediate field end, bowled a bouncer. Tyrone Smith hooked it down to the pavilion. Prof went back to his mark, ran in and bowled another bouncer, and this time Tyrone Smith hooked him down by the school hall, and Prof stood mid-pitch shaking his head. There was a visiting team from England, and the first ball that Tyrone received, he burst a rain cloud. The fielder, at either mid-on or mid-off, called for the catch, settled onto the ball and dropped it, and what could only be described as a sitter. And by the end of that innings, he had scored 168 boundary lace runs. The fielders made numerous trips in the cane fields at the Society Plantation.
Well, I was also fortunate to witness that as a teammate. I was inside at the time, but I got to. I didn't actually. As a matter of fact, the batting didn't get to me on that occasion with that touring team match. But the old boys match that you talk about with Prof Edwards, Prof really got riled up after, because Tyrone was a hooker. Tyrone is what you would refer to as a happy hooker, and Prof would have been riled up by a couple of back cuts that Tyrone would have played, with adorned with that flamboyant pedal that was so popular back in the 70s among schoolboys. And the Prof really got shaken. The bowled a bouncer, Tyrone hooked him. He bowled another bouncer, Tyrone hooked him. Then he bowled even quicker than anything that he had bowled before. Tyrone went for the hook, got the top edge. The ball sailed over the wicketkeeper's head and stuck in the link fence to the tennis court at the southern end of the ground. And they said, legend has it, that ball only came out, dislodged itself after the fence was taken down some years later.
Well, there's more about Tyrone Smith with tributes from Adsel Hudson, another guy who played for the Barbados on the 19 team and lives overseas now. Well, yes, both you and Andrew will know Adsel Hudson pretty well. And there's also Freeston Hurdle, who lives in Bermuda. He sent in a tribute as well. There are many, but yes, Wayne.
People should understand. Now, these guys, Tyrone Smith and the same Hardin calendar that we're going to speak about shortly, these were not household names, but in the era of the 70s, they were top-notch schoolboy cricketers. And let's remember, we're speaking about a time immediately after the schools, Harrison College, Lodge, Combermere, had just been
demoted from the first division.
Yes. I myself, as a youngster coming through the Lodge School, look forward to the day, when I would have been able to play at the first division level. Unfortunately, I came a couple of years too late for that to happen. But Tyrone and Hardin and those guys are really outstanding schoolboy cricketers. And every school, Keith, you would know, every school had its heroes, had its legends, had its outstanding players. And Tyrone would have been one of those outstanding players in that early 70s to mid-70s era at the law school.
Very well said, because Philip Lumpy Nichols, who Barry referred to earlier, he was a contemporary like Andrew Seeley at Harrison College with the late Hardin Calendar. When it was captain of Foundation, Hardin Calendar was bowling sharp leg breaks and batting in the middle order for Harrison College. And then just after he left school, he actually taught at Foundation for 1 year. And I know his wife pretty well, Beverly, because she was a contemporary at the Girls Foundation school then when it was over at the Boys Foundation. Andrew, let me turn to you and Hardin Calendar, because Philip has sent a little tribute as well, Philip Nichols, and they talk about his versatility, not only as far as cricket was concerned, but as an athlete, a hockey player, a football player. Andrew.
Yeah, he certainly was, Keith, a couple of years ahead of Philip and myself. I estimate he's probably 65, 66 when he died. Hardin, a great guy. When we were at school, you always say that you remember the guys who were the best sportsmen, not necessarily the most academic, not suggesting he wasn't, but you remember the guys who were the ones who were the sportsmen. And in that era, Hardin was a top guy. He was a 400-meter sprinter. He was a leg break bowler, as you mentioned. He played hockey for Harrison College. He played football for Harrison College. He was a versatile and all-round cricketer, all-round sportsman. I think after school, Hardin and I became better friends after school because he lived in Long Island and I had been to his house on a number of occasions. And he and his wife Beverly, as you mentioned, a former president, I believe, of the Foundation or Scholars Association.
Right. Yeah.
They embrace people. I mean, there was always a lime at Hardin's house. I've been to the house in Long Island on a number of occasions. I mean, there was always a lime. There was always lots to drink, lots to eat. I mean, a really great guy. I had not seen him, obviously COVID, and even before then because of his illness with the kidney situation.
Yes.
He's not traveled as much as he would have. But whenever he came back to Barbados, we would get together. Have a beverage, talk about old times.
Yes.
And he would remember, I mean, everybody that played with him. I mean, a lot of guys that would play with him. I think you might remember with Aline and company, those guys, John Griffith, the hockey teams, those are some of the guys.
In the Banks Hockey Festival and
Banks
even before
Hockey
then.
Festival and the Bourne. These are some of the big names, the guys who were older than I. And I know Philip will tell you a lot of stories. You know, I was not a great cricketer or a good cricketer.
But you were a regular 12 and 13
yes,
Andrew.
In fact, I got to play. I invariably got to play because either Stephen or Philip, being best friends with the two of them.
The late Stephen Allen, former president of the BCA.
I would invariably end up as being the 11th man chosen, not necessarily to bat or bowl, but definitely to play. So I was always around, and Hardin, they would play on the big field.
Yes.
As the big boys, as we call our College A. Whereas we would play on College B.
As a matter of fact,
on the 15 team. On the 15 team.
I'm glad you've cued me into this one because Philip Nichols sent me a WhatsApp message which says when Philip was captain of House A on the 13 on the small field.
Small field, College B.
Right. He said I was dragged into the senior team on the big field as there were short running around between the two as both were batting. My first ball was bowled by Hatton Callender, and I was so petrified and relieved after he survived. He said he bowled quickish leg breaks, and as a young boy, I was mortified. He was from that lost era of schoolboys cricket, which we in Hola just referred to, demoted from the first division in 1971, and as we all know, the combined schools didn't have their representation before 1978. So that was the period that Hatton Callender, Tyrone Smith, those guys would have been able to comfortably walk into a first division side. And when Andrew, before you come back, when you mentioned about his period, because it came his era coming from Haggett Hall, I was speaking to Conde Riley, and Conde was reminding me that he has a brother who was at school with him at Combermere. But last year, because he had promised Hatton that when he returns to Barbados again with his wife Beverly, he would give me a shout. But when Sir Garfield Sobers, the Right Excellent, celebrated yet another birthday, Hatton did a video, sent it to me, and he said one thing I will always remember, when I was at school as a second former at Harrison College, West Indies playing against England at Kensington Oval, and he actually spoke glowingly about the 4 consecutive fours that the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers put in the England fast bowler Jeff Jones.
Yeah. I mean, he's the kind of guy. I mean, some people in New York, I mean, because I found out actually from, I'm sure you know Keith Hall.
Yes.
Ben Hall. He called me and said, Andrew, I have bad news for you. I said, what happened? He said, our guy is gone. And he described how it happened. I mean, I won't describe it here on the radio, obviously. And he said, I know that he was your good buddy. I mean, because he told me at one of the many lines in Long Island, what a good line we can have. And in fact, I know that you would remember, and when you probably remember Earl Yearwood, left arm spin, playing for Harrison College. Mm-hmm. I believe Earl probably only left Barbados about a week or so ago because he was here for the cricket. And I'm sure that Earl is devastated because these guys used to get together on weekends in New York, almost every weekend, to lime because with the crew. So it's that kind of situation when you don't ever think that something like that is going to happen. You know that he's not 100%, but you don't think it's going to happen, you know, and he's going to be gone.
As a matter of fact, Wade Gibbons has now, the sports coordinator at the Barbados today, has now sent me a picture which I've been receiving for about 3 or 4 times today in relation now to Tyrone Smith. And the Freeston Hurdle earlier sent me one. Thanks very much, Wade, for the photo. Thanks, Freeston. Thanks, Adsil. And there's a picture here which says the record breakers, Barry Decoto left and Tyrone Smith of Police RC set prestigious Cup records in 1988, Tyrone lived up to his reputation of being one of Bermuda's most explosive batsmen by hammering 214 against nationals, and he beat the previous record score at that particular time established by Paul Rice in 1976. When I know you can speak to these, I just quickly want to read the tribute. See, umpires are heading back on the field, but you don't have to rush. Andrew has already given us consent that we came up in an era when cricket was great. So just like how...
But you know it's not great now.
No. At times when he gets a chance to speak about some of his fallen St. Catherine heroes, he is consented to give the two guys dressed in pink today in Wayne Holder and Andrew Seeley a chance of... Okay, guys, punch fist, yes, it's okay. That's fine. So yes, Freestone was saying here, Wayne, that he actually had done a tribute, and he said in this bit here that, let me find it quickly for you. Yes, he said when Tyrone came to Bermuda, he was the most explosive batter in Bermuda. Everyone knew him. He was also a close family friend. We both were from Worthing View and were very close friends with my oldest brother. I was very fortunate to play alongside him at police and also toured with him. He will be missed. Thanks very much, Freestone. And let me squeeze in this one here by Adsel Hudson before the first ball is bowled after the break. We'll give you the live ball. Ball commentaries will continue to speak with Andrew Seeley and Wayne Holder. Adsel Hudson, the former Barbados under 19 and Empire fast bowling all-rounder. And he says that Tyrone was a personal friend of his from the time Tyrone was at the law school, and he played with him in Bermuda, was compared with some of the finest batsmen that grace our shores, and he expresses condolences to all of his friends and family, and he's sure that he was familiar with one of your fans. Rest in peace. Thanks very much, Adsel. The first ball after the break, play resumes. We have as our analyst for the next few minutes as we pay tribute to the lives of Tyrone Smith, former law school and police batsman who lived in Bermuda for many years. Hardin Calendar, former outstanding athlete, leg spinning all around, the captain of the Harrison College Intermediate Division team. This is playing the final session with the time lost during the lunch break. After the lunch break, play is scheduled to go on to 5:53. The Leeward Islands are 168 for 7. And here is the second delivery, Carter, bringing the left-handed Archibald Ford. He pushes it on the onside, and there is no run. Wayne?
Well, yes, Keith, I wanted to note, too, that in the case of Tyrone Smith, how close, Tyrone actually came very close to making the national under-19 side. I think that would have been a team captained by Calvin Hawke back around 1974-75, with the likes of Desmond Haynes would have played in that team.
Carter still from around the wicket, sorry, Wayne, and it's pushed out. Screw on the offside by Archibald, there's no run. Yes, Wayne?
Your old schoolmate, Barry Waite.
Yes, indeed, yes. Barry Waite was a Trinidadian who came to Foundation in third, fourth form. A left-handed batsman, very good player. And as you said, he got the nod ahead of Tyrone Smith.
Tyrone would have been in 12th with the likes of Alvin Greenwich and the likes. So he was among really good company at the time towards the making that Barbados.
Carter is in, and Archibald defends on the front foot, head well over the ball, plays it out into the covers. There is no run. The Leeward Islands are 168 for 7 in their first innings win.
Well, yes, and it would have been, we at the Lord School in particular were quite distraught at the fact that Tyrone didn't actually make that squad that year. That would have been his last year at the youth trials.
Yes. 2 slips on the gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Archibald turns Carter out to square leg for a single, so finally he's off the mark. Thanks very much, Susan Bell. I know Susan will want to join it too, Andrew, because when you were at school, she was slightly younger than you over by Queen's College.
Yeah, slightly. Only slightly.
Only slightly.
I was actually with her brother.
So she's actually reached the grand age of 60 and counting.
Oh, yes, definitely. Her brother and I, Albert, were together at school.
Okay, so she can feel as part of this family then?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay. 169 for 7. This is the 52nd over. 2 slips in the gully, Carter, outside of the off stump. Ward lets it go. So the first over after tea has been completed. The Leeward Islands are 169 for 7. Andrew?
Yeah, Keith, while we're reminiscing about those two guys, Tyrone Smith and Hardin, what disappoints me, it's day one of the regional 4-day championship. And Jamaica have been bowled out for 141.
Yes.
I mean, what does that tell us about our cricket? On day one, they were 95 for 2 at lunch and bowled out for 141. Keith, we can reminisce about some very good times of our cricket, but I don't know what we can reminisce about what's happening now, to be perfectly honest.
I'm glad you've raised that, because you and Wayne in your own right being part and parcel of journalism for a number of years, and in particular, Andrew, when you worked for a number of years, not only as the Assistant Secretary to Steve Kamash, but then you became the Secretary of the then West Indies Cricket Board. So you've gone through a period where you've been closely attached, you've seen lots of cricket, and now you've made reference to Jamaica tumbling. For that person, his total of 141, of which the top score of 44 came from the West Indies Test batsman Jermaine Blackwood. Here at Kensington Oval, here is the second over after the tea interval. Short, pulled in the air, a chance, will he get there? Running, oh, and makes a desperate attempt. Looks like reef up at mid-on position. Simmons, the debutant, into the attack, and agonizingly close to being caught. A single. And then they were able to come back for the second run. So Archibald moves to 171 for 7. And Andrew and Wayne, the record was the off-spinner Brian Charles, who took 6 for 48 from 20 overs and 4 balls. Jaden Seals, the new West Indies Test fast bowler, 2 for 17 from 10 overs. And we'll update you as well. We have our special guests during the tea break and now in the final session, Wayne Holt and Andrew Seeley, as Simmons tucked up, wraps him on the pad, and he's been given leg before wicket. 20-year-old Ramon Simmons, a product of the Allen School and Wayne Holder's original village, Eden Lodge, claims his first-class wicket on debut. Wayne claps. It's 171 for 8. Archibald leg before wicket bowled to Ramon Simmons, who played for West Indies at the ICC on the 19 World Cup in South Africa 2 years ago. This is the moment for Wayne to come in.
Well, I speak on the behalf of a number of very proud people from the Ipswich Club in the Eden Lodge, St. Michael North to be exact. And we know this is, as I said, one of our products, and it is with some degree of pride that I would have applauded that wicket from Ramon. Well done to him, and that's the beginning of, let's hope, greater things to come.
Well, Wayne, both you and Andrew are rounded. So when you talk about Eden Lodge and you want to go into the village and Ipswich and Paddy Hall and all of those guys, you have another guy from Eden Lodge who played for the West Indies on the 19 team in the just ICC concluded on the 19 World Cup by the name of Shakir Paris. Your daughter, who's a big scorer, a big cricket woman like Susan Bell, far much younger than Susan, because she's your daughter. She was contacting me about his progress a couple of years ago with the stats just before the World Cup started. Shakir Paris, another proud guy from your district.
Another one of the and the thing about these guys would have come through from the Eden Lodge Primary School and who have a very close affiliation to the Ipswich Club. So it is a natural progression from Eden Lodge Primary School through the Ipswich Club, and now we have been sending them off to the various clubs across Barbados. There are a number of them too, you know. These two are the ones who have broken through, but there are a number of others, and we've got more coming.
So then can you kindly take a photo of Wayne's face at the moment, the way how he looks so excited? So lots of things are happening in the Eden Lodge area then, Wayne?
Well, yes, we have we do have a wonderful program. I myself are very much in the background, you know, but it's very much a Holder thing.
Okay.
We've got, I don't know if you know of Errol Scoopy Holder.
Yes. Well, once he's a Holder, I have to know about him.
Well, Errol Scoopy would have been one of the founding members of the Ipswich Club way back in the early 70s. That came into the second division competition, and still very much the godfather or the grandfather of the club. The reins of the club have now been handed over to his son.
Okay, so here's Simmons with his second delivery to Henry, who defended the first, and he pushes it out on the onside. They scamper a single, and the return goes down a bit weird at the keeper's end. Stopped by Durrich, so that's a run to Henry. He is on 1 Ward 6, and the Leeward Islands are 171 for 8. Now 172 for 8 in the first innings. Thank you very much, Susan. You have shown your versatility. You can spray those pictures all on WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. I'm from the old school. I just have WhatsApp. I don't have the others, Andrew. You know.
Yeah, I've been pulled into Facebook.
Okay.
Pulled, literally.
Call it drag, kicking and screaming into
Oh,
the 21st
kicking and
century.
screaming. Kicking and screaming. Definitely. Because I think, I don't know, these guys spend so much time on Facebook, etc. I don't know if they spend enough time on the field. That's my problem.
Okay, it's 172 for 8. Simmons has been supported with 3 slips, a gully, and a forward short leg, and he bowls short, and it's played down to the point by Ward, and there is no run. Ward is on 6. Henry has won 172 for 8. We have as our special guest Andrew Seeley, the former secretary of the West Indies Cricket Board, now Cricket West Indies, and Wayne Holder, former law school and YMPC player. He played at the first division level for YMPC eventually. And we're having him a special guest.
What did he have to say that, man?
Yeah,
Eventually.
Well, I'll tell you why after this last delivery, short from Simmons and looking for the pull, and it goes down behind square. There is no run. The end of a successful over in which the 20-year-old debutant, he's a left-arm pacer, in Ramon Simmons got his first wicket. And at 172 for 8 after 53 overs, his figures now read 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Andrew referred to that because we made reference earlier to that lost period between 72 and 78 when College Lodge and Combermere were demoted from the first division, and the BCA didn't find it fit until 6 years later to have a first division representation by way of schools, the combined schools with Leopard, St. Helen, Wilbur Bruce, and all of those guys.
Oh, yes, it was a heartbreak, Andrew. As a youngster growing up, you looked on. I looked on.
Because you looked at William Bourne and them. You remember seeing William Bourne playing for Hardin College?
Seeing Ken Arthur and Irwin Cumberbatch and those guys playing for the Sam Scott, Pluto, Griffith, Cammy Eastman, the likes, you know, Roger Duglin, Hugh Gore.
Yeah, I was here.
I would have seen all these guys play first division cricket. I stood at the back of the nets and watched them practice on evenings in awe, and look forward to the day when my turn would come. But I guess they believed that by the time it got to me, the students were not good enough to play first division anyhow.
Far from the truth. Far from the truth.
Here is Hardin short and looking to flash it through the offside, outside of the off stump. Andrew Mason comes up to take a couple notes. I don't know if that's an indication that he figures I've gone on a bit too long, but if I have a strength with Andrew Seeley and Wayne Holder giving tributes to 2 outstanding schoolboy cricketers and all-round sportsmen from the era of the early 70s when Andrew was trying to bowl fast over at Princess Margaret, was overstepping the crease, I'm certain that he would give us an extra 5 or 10 minutes. With all due respect to those gentlemen, more tributes come in, they pour in, especially with Tyrone Smith when he held a vital position in the Bermuda Police Force. I'll try to read that one as well. In between the balls and overs, Hardin looking to wrap it up here. 2 more wickets are left and outside of the off stump, giving the impression that he plays inside the ball. Henry has it's taken by Dowrich, 172 for 8.
Well, yes, Tyrone Smith at the law school, Keith. This was a legend. This man was a legend. And I'll tell you why. You see those 2 instances that Ian Moore would have talked about, that English team, 160 odd, 170 odd, and the duel with Prof. Edwards. These occasions happened in front of the entire school population.
After this next delivery, Hardin is in short outside of the off stump, slap into the covers, and he comes up with a fine catch, low, just a couple inches from the ground. That looks like Raymond Reefer, and the 9th wicket goes down. It was pitched short, with Hardin, the right-arm pacer, operating from the Joel Garner end at the north, and Henry punched it down to the short cover, and Reefer, diving very low, took it about half of an inch from the turf. It's now 172 for 9, with Henry caught Reefer, bowl Hardin for 1 from 5 deliveries, and Hardin now 3 for 42.
They're coming up.
Well, I get the impression that 1 or 2 things have happened here, gentlemen. The fact that they're walking off is either a declaration or Jeremiah Louis is unavailable. When I know that would have been your job, I apologize to the Barbados Cricket Association for having you in the commentary box when you would have been making that announcement on the PA system. Contact your friend John Hippie Griffith without payment to see if you can get that information, but Susan, our scorer, is trying to help as well. So effectively, the innings, yes, so Susan by the way of the walkie-talkie. Right, John, I didn't know if you were able to translate what John sent just now, and it could be a challenge at times with my good friend John Hippie. But gentlemen, the innings has come to a close. We will give you the official scorecard and what John relays in the absence of Wayne. So this is a chance for you all guys to talk a bit more about Hardin calendar and Tyrone Smith while they get the full scorecard together.
Yeah, certainly, Keith. I just actually got a message from a good friend of mine, Richard Reed, who says he remembers Hardin in sixth form at Harrison College and still displaying his prowess, because sometimes when individuals, as we remember when you got the sixth form, some guys stopped playing sports and concentrated on the academics. But Hardin was not one of those guys. He continued to play, and then afterwards he left and went to New York. When, as so many people do, they emigrated, and he met Beverly, and they got married and formed a family there in New York. And certainly, it's very sad because I spent quite a few good evenings, and you would understand what I mean by a few good evenings with Hardin and his family, and among, food and drinks. What a good evening is like for Barbadian.
Well, yes, Keith, as I was saying, these incidents with that Ian Moore spoke about, these would have occurred in front of the entire school audience, where it was a situation where, the club cricket and all cricket was played on weekends. So not a lot of the school population got the opportunity to actually see the teams, the players in action on a regular basis. So when you got an opportunity like a match played on a regular school day at the school before the entire school, and Tyrone seemed to have had a sense of occasion, and he made himself a legend by particularly these two innings that Ian speak about, that century against that touring team. I mean, the man mauled that bowling. The balls was consistently in and out of the canes.
And was that on the big field or the small field? This is on the big field. Because I like to talk about big field and small field.
But Tyrone was a big, powerful guy. Looking something like a younger Michael Sobers.
A much younger Michael Sobers.
Yeah, but strong, big wrist. There was a thing about Tyrone Smith that caught me. When the very first time I saw Viv Richards batting in regional competition, as he strode with a kind of arrogance even then, back then. And when I saw Viv Richards, I told myself he looked like Tyrone Smith.
Well, there you go.
But as I said, Tyrone...
And when you talk about cricket being played not on weekends, because when Philip Nichols mentioned, but we would play house matches or set matches during the week, and that's when most people watch cricket would see anybody who was a so-called star at that level, at that stage, because you play a house match and you start at 12 o'clock.
Many a rough diamond was unearthed in those house matches. You would have the guys with the big names, the big popular cricketers and the like, and then you would just get this guy coming out of the blue, whoever he was, and showcasing himself. And for the first time, you knew, well, this guy can play. There were situations where you had guys who did not necessarily play for the school teams, but they played for their village teams. They played in the BCL competition.
Played BCL cricket. Very important.
And very few people would have known that until during those house matches.
Right, and then some of them actually did not play on weekends because they just were not available or could not play on a Saturday for different reasons. Yeah, so the only cricket you played was actually during the week, I think we played on Tuesdays and
gentlemen,
Thursdays.
actually, sorry, Andrew and Wayne, the official declaration, as we would want to say, when that 9th wicket fell. So the Leeward Islands 172 for 9 declared from 53 overs and 3 balls in their first innings after they were sent in by Barbados Pride. We'll quickly look at the scorecard while we have Andrew and Wayne here. And it says Monjin Hodge was caught by Dorrit, the keeper of Hardin, for 7. Kieran Powell caught hold the ball, Hardin 43. Casey Carty leg before wicket bowl, Warwick 20. Devon Thomas caught Simmons bowled Carter 58. Amir Jangu caught Braffett, bowl Hardin, no score. Jamar Hamilton, bowl Graves, 29. Rakim Cornwall caught Simmons, bowl Carter, no score. Terrence Ward not out, 6. Colin Archibald, bowl by Simmons. And that was leg before wicket, bowl by Simmons for 3. Colin Archibald. Nino Henry was caught by Reefer off Hardin for 1. There were 5 extras with 2 leg byes and 3 no balls. The wickets fell at 20, 72, 76, 89, 161, again at 161, 167, 171, 172 for 9 declared. The bowling, Shamar Holder, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 41. Keon Hardin, 11 overs and 3 balls, 3 maidens, 4 for 42. Justin Graves, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 21. Ramon Simmons, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. On debut, 20-year-old left-arm pacer. Raymond Reefer, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 9. Jomel Warwick, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Shamar Springer, 3 overs, none for 13. He didn't bowl a maiden. And Jonathan Carter, the man with the golden arm, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. A couple words on both Andrew and Wayne on the innings and the expectations, and then you can have your wrap-up so that Andrew or Barry then will start the Leeward Islands, the Barbados Pride response.
Well, Keith, I'll go first, since I have to run away to announce the start of the Barbados response. But I think the Barbados team would be quite happy to be able to dismiss the Leeward Islands Hurricanes within the first day's play, having won the toss and opted to field. I think anything less than to bowl out the opposition would have been seen as not vindicating that decision. The Barbados bowlers a bit inconsistent, I would have to say. They started off very flat at the start of play, but gradually Captain Brathwaite, with an embarrassment of riches as far as bowling is concerned. I think he bowled some 8 bowlers within that innings. And because he had the bowlers at his disposal, and he was able to come up with the right combinations, and he'll be a happy man after winning the toss and electing to field.
Andrew?
Yeah, he certainly will be. A bit disappointing with the Barbados attack, though. I mean, we in fact bowled 8 bowlers, but I don't know if at any stage Craig Brathwaite was in total charge. I don't expect, when we play the Leewards, Barbados is expected to beat the Leewards or to have the advantage over the Leewards. And I think that eventually it came that way. But initially, as mentioned, Devon Thomas looked pretty good. He was recalled to the West Indies side just recently and then left out again. But I think he looked pretty good. But in terms of the overall, I suspect that with the embarrassment of riches, as Wayne mentioned, 173 would suggest that Barbados is in front at the moment.
As a matter of fact, moving among some of the spectators here, there's some consideration that Barbados may have gotten their balance wrong and could possibly have played at least 1 bowler less.
And a batsman instead. Yeah.
Gentlemen,
we'll find out.
Yes, gentlemen, the umpires are out. The Leeward Islands, they're walking onto the field. Wayne, 10 seconds, and Andrew also 10 seconds with your final words in memory. And Wayne, of the late
yes, Keith.
Tyrone Smith and Hatton Calendar.
Thank you very much for the occasion. I'm sure that the Lord School fraternity in particular are going to be very grateful, to hear some recognition of one of their heroes from the 70s. And like I said, I took great pleasure in doing what I did. I don't take pleasure in the death whatsoever. Like I said, Tyrone, a very, very good friend of mine. And he was one of those popular personalities within the school fraternity. And remember that big afro
he was a charmer.
And an endearing smile.
Yes.
Yeah, he had a way with the opposite sex too, but that is another.
Yes, I said he was a charmer, especially when he got into Bridgetown on evenings to talk to those schoolgirls from wherever. Andrew?
Yeah.
Thank you once again, Keith.
You're most welcome, Wayne, and thanks as well for accepting the invitation and speaking so glowingly about Tyrone Smith. Andrew?
I'm not going to suggest that Hatton was a charmer. I think, Keith, you know that because he charmed his way towards Beverly, and certainly I'm sure that the other foundation guys were not happy about that at all.
Yes, he took away one of our beautiful ladies from the girls' school.
I know for sure he did. Thank you once again.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Andrew and Lyndon are both ready to come up to describe the start of this Barbados Pride response to the Leeward Islands first innings of 192 for 9 declared. So a word first from Lyndon, and then you'll be hearing from Andrew. Lyndon.
Yes, thank you very much, Keith. And we are about to commence the Barbados reply to this rather disappointing total, similar to that of Jamaica, who were from position 95 for 2, they were dismissed for 141. And I'm sure that Barbados will want to cement the advantage here that they have, Andrew, in response to this rather meager total in the end.
It is indeed. And Archibald with the first delivery comes in and bowls. Wrapped in the pad, a bigger pay for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. Brathwaite played across it, struck on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. Archibald, left arm fast bowler, produces a pretty good first delivery there.
So, Andrew, we've seen an emergency of left arm quicks over the last, I would say, 5 to 6 years. Which is a good thing, because in the early 90s, mid-90s, into the early 2000s, there were maybe a handful of left-handed fast bowlers.
Yeah, you're right about that, and it's good to see them coming through. The action continues as this delivery is pitched outside the off stump, and Brathwaite allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That was full and wide, good pace. Going through to be taken by the keeper.
And some bunks as well, the keeper taking it over the shoulder.
172 for the loss of 9. How many overs left in the day's play? There are as many as 34, is that right? 34. So with Archibald bowling, we could be here until 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, we're set to be here to 5:53.
I know, but I can assure you that...
by 5:15 it's usually on the darker side.
Yeah, it is, yes. Archibald again from the northern end comes into Brathwaite into this delivery. He's getting one down the left side, well taken by the keeper. That flew through, good pace there by Archibald. Very well built, broad-shouldered, and the keeper came across to make the save.
In Hamilton,
a little
surprise, Hamilton over Django.
Well,
Andrew?
Well, maybe Hamilton wants to get back into the West Indies team.
I'm sure he does.
Yes, should it. My good friend Vernon Springer is listening and saying that he hopes that he can take about 10 catches. Here we go. As Archibald again starts to move in from the northern end to bowl to the Barbados captain with this delivery. Gets a full ball, and the ball goes off the bat and goes into the slip area. It was a ball that was full. Went down towards that. Looks like Powell down there, and there's no run. Overcast conditions generally today, and Barbados done a good job to dismiss the Leewards for once. In fact, they made 172 for 9 declared. Louis didn't bat. I wonder what happened there. As the action continues, Archibald again turns. 3 sips on the gully, forward short leg in attacking position. Comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, into this delivery. Brathwaite gets a full toss and plays it up the on side of the pitch. That was pretty high, and it went up the pitch. I think Brathwaite would have been surprised by that full toss and just rather poked it up towards mid-arm. There's no run.
Well, the second full toss he's had, the first one was a lower one that he ended up playing to the second slip position.
Yep.
And then this one much higher. And seemed to be loosening the ball at decent pace, Andrew, so far.
Yep, he's sharpish. I like him as a cricketer, actually, and can give the ball a whack as well as he comes in to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is covering up. Good delivery. Left arm on the top of the off stump. And Brathwaite squared up a bit as he pushes up towards mid-off to end the first over. A maiden at the end of it. Barbados haven't scored as yet in response to 172 for 9 declared by the Hurricanes.
Yes, and they will want to easily maneuver these couple of overs left today. If they can get to the close, maybe, let's roughly say 70 or 80 odd without loss. That would be a feather in their cap. But I'm sure that the Leewards will want to make some inroads into this rather meager total of 172 after a 50-odd partnership between Thomas and the captain, who is the keeper.
Yep, Hamilton. 72 for wicket number 5.
Yeah,
it was a
72. A quick 72. Yeah. But then the fell away after that. The capitulation was rather meek. Rather simple. And this is one of the problems I have with West Indies cricket. If you are getting this at this level, and then we're expecting miracles at the top level, so we've got to get it right down here. Because to be honest with those who aren't here, there was no terror in the wicket, Andrew.
None,
and this total of 172 for 9.
Well, it's Henry to take it up as he comes up now, he's in. The first ball is bang on target on the land of the off stump. Mosley's forward, pushes up towards that mid-off area. There's no run for him. Henry, Henry, another tall man, broad shoulder, looking pretty fit. So we've got, 3 sips in the gully. These bowlers would enjoy these conditions. It's been generally overcast in Barbados. So it's sun is not out sapping the energy. And they will want to pick up some wickets this afternoon for the Hurricanes. Here's Henry as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Mosley. Mosley is getting the ball outside the off stump, beautifully bowled. And it went by to be taken by the keeper. Beaten with a good delivery outside the off stump. Now Brathwaite comes down to have a word with him.
Lack of foot movement, Andrew. No foot movement. Caught on the crease.
Yep, caught on the crease. And there's no secret that he is vulnerable outside the off stump. He's very strong on the onside. But it's got to work on that part of his game with those deliveries with the right arm bowler angle the ball across him. Tends to get rather square. Here is Henry, comes into Mosley, and Mosley's delivery is forward and will get his first run as the ball is just turned away down to square leg. More, I'd say, forward short leg.
Parried away from foot by
and
feel like forward short.
The ball is coming from the just his fingers going behind him for one. So Barbados are on their way. We want to do very well in their first innings because sometimes this is where it happens. Team being inserted, they get a small score and you score heavily and put them under further pressure. Now Captain Brathwaite comes out to do battle and he's going to face up to Henry. So he seems to have 2 young fast bowlers with a bit of pace. I've seen Archibald before. I saw him at Warner Park and that wonderful country St. Kitts. Really enjoy Sugar City. Hello to our friends in St. Kitts.
You still have land down there, aren't you?
Yes, and I have some in Guyana. I'm going to buy more because there's oil. Here is Henry, comes up now, he's in and bowls a ball which is wide the off stump, and that must be pretty close to wide, with the keeper having to take that ball in front of first step. And Cornwall, the big frame, looks as if he's put on some more weight. Cornwall as well. Well,
it's an interesting description, Andrew.
Yeah.
Frame.
Yeah, a big frame, yes. He's really a big guy. There's no doubt about that. And, well, he's got to do something about it, you know. People say he's big bone, but I really feel that he's got to drop some weight. No doubt about that. One without loss. Here's Henry. Comes up now. He's in and bowls. The ball outside the leg stump. Brathwaite comes across, allows it to go by with a good bit of pace. Thud into the gloves of the keeper as he comes across Hamilton to his left to take it. He's also put on some weight as well. It's about discipline, you know. I mean, of course, as you get older, sometimes you don't have the discipline that you should, but you got to maintain it. It has to be consistent, one without loss. Henry, very fit, comes in, elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, up and bowls, and Brathwaite is forward. He just taps the ball gently into the offside for one. We'll look for a second, and his captain puts his hands up like a traffic policeman in the busy streets of Broad Street and says, "Hold on, my friend," as he was turning looking for a second. Brathwaite was not inclined, given his slow movement, to go for a second. He pushed it. I think he was resigned very early for one, and in the end they got the single comfortably. So Brathwaite is off the mark. He is on one. It's 2 without loss, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and a delivery that he might have put a little, extended the left arm through that delivery, Andrew, because he had a wide gap, but he just pushed the ball. He allowed the ball to hit the bat and come on to him, where just extended the left arm. Right. I'm sure he could have gotten two quite easily.
It was not the full bullet drive above
right, and the ball
shot,
right,
really.
and the ball's really asking for it.
Yeah, Archibald to continue. Like this young man, Archibald, he comes up loose-limbed, comes into Brathwaite. Brathwaite is coming forward, a ball that's slanted on the line of that middle stump, plays across it. On the bottom bat goes up towards that mid-on area. The bowler thought he'd breached the defence of Brathwaite's bat and went up with the appeal and strangled it. But you know, Archibald, he's looking pretty fit. He's looks like an athlete. There's no doubt about that. And I actually think is one that you can keep your eyes on. I've seen him as I was talking at Warner Park, and got a couple of runs. Can give it a clout as well with the bat. He was very defensive today as he comes in to bowl to Brathwaite. This delivery, Brathwaite is coming forward again to bowl, coming back at him. The left-arm bowler angled the ball into, you can see the movement into Brathwaite, and he plays it off the inside edge down towards mid-on. There's no run.
In that spell at 1 apart, Andrew, did he bowl with pace?
Yeah, he bowled, but not as quick. He's pretty sharp, but he looks different now. When I first saw him, he looks as if he's muscled up quite nicely, and he's an athlete, and I think he's one for the future. I think I like him. He's got a bit of pace, and I said a good fielder, good cricketer he is. And he comes again from the northern end, 2 without loss. Comes into Brathwaite, into this delivery. Brathwaite is get the full ball outside the off-stump. Ball goes by to be taken by the keeper.
My question to you,
it's two without loss.
My question to you, to use your term, did Flipper Benjamin tell you about him?
No, he didn't tell me about him, Flipper Benjamin. In fact, but his brother. No, not his brother. Winston Benjamin would have told me about him. But the man who really told me a lot about him was Vernon Springer. Vernon Springer, good man, Vernon Springer. Speaks his mind, good old Vernon. And the action continues. I think Roland Butcher's lined up an interview. I'll just have to get some background first of all. Maybe we can get Keith Holder do that interview when he comes to call in. Banged in short by Archibald. On top of it is the Barbados captain, pushes up to mid-off. There's no run, it's 2 without loss. So there's Roland Butcher.
Andrew, if you keep your eyes on Keith, you'll see what he's playing with, Andrew.
Keith, what is he playing with?
I don't know if it's sponsored.
Oh, Keith Holder. I think he's preparing.
Some flour.
Oh, yes, okay. Might have been maybe crumbs, because they're sponsors the last time, and Keith took home the cake of crumbs. Yes, and Roland Butcher too for his grandson. Here is Archibald come up now, he's in, and both pitched up and Brathwaite is forward, not the full but a drive on the off stump. Pushes down to mid-off, there's no run. 1 to Brathwaite, 1 to Mosley. Barbados are 2 without loss. Day 1 of the game between the Hurricanes and the Pride. And it's been a good day for the Barbados side, thanks to some good bowling. 8 bowlers used, but to good effect. They picked up the wickets. There was a bit of a partnership for wicket number 5 when I thought the two batted pretty well, Thomas and Hamilton, but after Thomas's departure, well, it was wickets really falling like ripe mangoes, really. Delivery was just pitched on the line of the leg stump and worked away neat into the onside by Brathwaite. Full from Archibald down towards mid-arm, so Brathwaite gets 1. To go up to, I make him 2, it's up to 3 without loss. So Hodge 7, Carty 20, Powell 43, Django Duck, not the ball of the match so far. Thomas a beautiful knock of 53, played with tremendous enterprise. Cornwall didn't last as long as a Bajan snow cone, as we would say. He was in and he was out. Faced 2 balls. Played a naughty shot, Cornwall. Caught down at mid-on by Simmons. Hamilton looked tired to me. Played. He's got the feeling that in fact, I was talking to Keith, and might have just been losing concentration and got out. And I saw the dismissal before it actually happened. And sometimes it can happen.
I agree with you 100% with Hamilton. Just going to understand his approach, having lost those 2 wickets. He was just trying to get back onto ball without really moving anymore.
Then he was bowled off the inside edge for 29. Here's Henry to continue. He's in and bowls. The ball was just turned away in the air. There's no forward shot. The ball was in there down to that short square leg backward, short square leg area backward. But that ball might have just popped as Brathwaite comes down the pitch to do a bit of gardening. That ball got big on him.
I think what surprised Craig there, he was looking to get onto the front foot.
Yes.
Had he transferred the weight, he could have handled it a lot better.
Yeah, 3 sips on the gully weight, and Henry will be encouraged by that. Barbados are 3 without loss. This is the 3rd over. In he comes, Henry, from the southern end to bowl to Brathwaite. And this delivery, Brathwaite is allowing the ball to go outside the off-stump. He's done that so much in his life. Impeccable judgment from the man from Blackrock. Of course, an area in Barbados that they tell me is represented by 4 MPs. Did you know that Blackrock is so big that it's represented by 4 MPs? My very good friend,
I wasn't aware of that.
Mike King told me that. And, he's the king of stats. I'm sure he's preparing for that big article on Friday. Hello, Kingdom, wherever you are. 3 without loss. Here's Henry. He may brightest story about Henry some days. He comes in and bowls, and Braffett gets a good delivery outside the off stump, good carry to the keeper. But he just kept his bat inside the line, but that was a very good delivery by Henry. Looks impressive here.
Yeah,
Big,
yeah.
strong man, he is.
Operating with good pace, good bounce and carrying. And this is what I like to do. If you see fast bowlers, you get a wicket with some green in it. You're going to utilize the wicket, especially when it's a new ball.
Yeah.
You know, you want to make the batsmen work for their runs. Don't give them a look at it too early.
You know, I've been big on fitness, and what I like about these two men, they look like cricketers. They do.
The Pacers.
Yep. They look like cricketers, yes. Here's Henry. He comes in, 3 out lost. He's in. Bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite has got a good delivery. Pulls the bottom hand away, banged in the pitch. A no ball. Is that the no ball? No. So the umpire just putting his hand out. But there's no ball. It was short. And Brathwaite had to be very watchful, very vigilant, and play the ball out of his chest, really. I would go with the forward short leg here. It's an interesting feel. There's a short backward square, but even if it's just psychological, where the ball bumps on the round, I'll maybe just go with that forward short leg. And Roland Busher, for the first time in his life, agrees with me. He comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is very watchful, comes right across his stumps, and the bat is broad as Blackrock, where he's from. I think he's a Wavell Avenue man, if I'm correct. The ball goes up towards that mid-off area. I wonder if they're still playing Wavell Avenue. There was a time when we did play a lot of cricket in Wavell Avenue. Dr. Don Marshall will be there with his wrong arm action. Carlisle Best will get his stumps licked down, as we would say in Bajan parlance, and we're saying he's not out. Carlisle never was out. Good old Carlisle.
Or Fernie Hurst.
Or Fernie Hurst, yes. In he comes and bowls. The ball outside the off stump. That's Henry. And, well, Brathwaite must be a tremendous mathematician. You love that. That shaved the off stump. Went to be taken by the keeper. And the bowler thought he'd actually hit the off stump. So the end of it, another impressive over from this impressive-looking fast ball. At the end of it, 3 without loss, and they just scored Kensington.
And the Barbados side prepared to soak out this onslaught of pressure from the Leeward Islands opening attack, who are pretty much utilizing the surface and banging the ball into the wicket. And both Mosley and Brathwaite very watchful, and really and truly they have the better part of 3 days ahead of them. Only a total of 173 for first innings to overhaul that total of 172 for 9 made by Leeward Islands Hurricane after they were invited to bat on good conditions. It's been a quite cool day for cricket,
yes,
in the fact that they haven't had any sunshine, basically. We had a little interruption from rain, but that delayed the luncheon interval. And the players will welcome the start of the CWA season without any sunshine.
Yes.
Basically a cool day.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Archibald to continue. He comes into bowl for the first time to Mosley. Outside the off stump, off the back foot, down towards the position of White Thurman. That's going to go for the first boundary. It was a lovely shot outside the off stump and played away down to third man for 4. And he gets his first boundary. Barbados, so now 7 without loss.
Yes, a good shot there, Andrew. And I'm sure that Mosley will want to be on the careful side. I'm sure the Leewards aren't bothered about that because they have 3 slips and a gully in the backward point in position.
Yes.
It was wideish. It was asking to be hit, and he went after it. So the fact that he's going to go after it just needs to be a little bit careful.
Yes, he's got to play with some care. In comes Archibald, on his way again to bowl to Mosley, and Mosley is beaten outside the off stump, a different length, and he was coming onto the front foot, went by to be taken by the keeper. Well bowled, Archibald.
A case of trying to get back onto the ball, Andrew.
Yep, you're right.
It was outside the line of the off stump, so had he picked it up early, he could have just thrust the right pad and just allowed it to go by.
Yes, but he nibbled at it. Yes, maybe you should call it nibble. 7 without loss. I know there's a sheep somewhere in St. George called Nibble. So, here we go. You like that, don't you? Keith Holmes finds that funny, doesn't he? Here we go. As Archibald comes up now, he's in and bowls, and another good delivery. But he just kept his bat inside the line. Mosley, the man from Wanderers, the club of course, our very good friend, Miss Bell. Is Wanderers your club as well, Linden Yard? Are you a Wanderer from Darrell's Road?
I like the ambiance at Wanderers.
Yes, you do. It's the oldest club.
I'll give them that. In terms of playing, it's perfect for batting.
Perfect for batting?
Not at all.
No, yes, a good pitch. One of the best pitches.
For batting,
yes. Carlton is a good pitch as well. You can get trouble at Maple. Yes. and of course at UWI, and they've invested so much money there, yet they can't get the pitch right up there. Here is Archibald, comes in and bowls outside the opposite. The ball goes by him, taking the keeper. I'm sure that Roland Butcher, former head of sports up there, wouldn't like that comment, but I never liked the pitch at UWI. I think it's not a good pitch at all. Do you agree with me?
I think it's very, very spin friendly.
Yes, spin friendly.
Very spin
I
friendly.
think there was a match that ended in a day. Not quite, maybe a day and a half. Which match was that, Keith? 7 loss, yes. Can't get it right up at UWI, but let's hope. Of course, there's a groundsman up there, a very big guy. He's always...
Neil Phillips?
No. Really?
How big?
Oh, a very, very big guy. Just
big
as big as Cornwall. Yeah, but I'll tell you this, he's going to be on my case. I'm sure he's listening. 7 loss. Archibald again comes in to bowl to Mosley, who's 5. He's in bowls to Mosley. Mosley is getting him outside the off stump and whips the bat inside the line. The wanderer from Darrell's Road comes across, allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. So it's 7 loss. 172 for 9 declared to the Leewards. And in response, it's gone up to 7 loss. The action continues. I think we're going to have an interview with our friend a little later on. Yeah, okay, so Roland will come on, of course. We're going to try to get that interview in. I don't know if we've got the wireless. Do we have the wireless? We don't? Okay, it's outside. So you would have to do the interview outside. Hey, we got another mic for that interview. Ball in the leg stump, flicked away beautifully by Mosley down towards the boundary. We'll get one. It goes down to backward square. He loves that shot. He's an onside bully, as they say, and it whipped away down to that backward square position for 2. So Mosley gets 2 to go to 7, and Barbados, after 5 overs there, 9 without loss, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a good shot there by Mosley. A gift of a full toss on the line of the leg stump, and he whipped it down to the fine leg position, having been kept on or about the off stump. Archibald bowled 4 good deliveries. Not quite full, just on a good length, but Mosley picked the line on the length very, very well there. And I'm sure his eyes would have lit up when he got that full toss and whipped it away for 2. And the Barbados continues to peg away at a total of 172 for 9, seeking to get 173.
Yeah, well, we're going to line up an interview. I think Barry Wilkinson, or is it Barry Wilkinson or Keith Holder? They're going to do the interview with Abdul, who's going to be coming to call in very soon. I think he's also going to be on line and length, so we're going to listen out for that interview as well. Here's the delivery, which is turned away by that's batted up towards that wide mid-on area for 1 as Henry's on his leg stump. So it's up now to make it 10 without loss. So we're going to prepare for that interview with Abdul. Is that correct? Abdul is his name? Abdul. Okay, well, he's going to be coming to call in very soon. And what's the last name? Arafat? Oh, I thought someone said Arafat. You wouldn't want that last name, would you? Not at all. 10 without loss. So there's some fun in the box, I can assure you. Well. So it's 10 without loss. Barbados looking to end the day very, very strong. They've had a very good day, there's no doubt about it. Henry comes in again from the southern end to bowl to Mosley, and Mosley is getting a wide ball outside the off stump and allows it left-handed to go by, to be taken by Hamilton. 10 without loss. Once again, we want to thank all of our partners, the Barbados Cricket Association. Thanks to our good friend, Mr. Stephen Leslie. Thanks, of course, to the CEO there. Of course, Mr. Roland Toppin and the president, Mr. Conde Riley. We also want to thank CBC for ensuring that cricket is on the radio. Of course, that's the nation's station, CBC, thanks to our good friend there, Mr. Pearson Bowen. And of course, the man who's very much in charge, I'm told, up at CBC, the general manager. In fact, he's the chief executive officer. What's his name again, Barry? The chief executive officer of CBC? Sanka Price. Hello to our good friend, Mr. Sanka Price.
Andrew, you were going around the country about pitches. What about a pitch in the park? I think you got put out of there because of that. Your comment.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago, really. But I never forget it, really. How can I do that? Yes.
So how do you rate the pitch over there?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask.
Before we get to bare field.
I thought you were going to ask me how I rate the dismissal in the park.
No.
Here is Henry's 10 without loss. Comes into bowl to Mosley. Mosley's forward. Ball into the leg stump, pushes down to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, of course. We want to thank, of course, our stations who are taking the broadcasts across the Caribbean. Special hello to our friends at Platinum, Mr. Lee, who is the chairman. Of course, there's a station. You know, it's interesting that there's a station in Antigua owned by the Prime Minister. Did you know that? Do you know if any Prime Ministers own a station? Yes, there. It's called Point FM, owned by Mr. Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister. So it's now the land of the Browns. 10 without loss. Here's the delivery. Which is outside land, the off stump. bowled by Henry, and Mosley allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. And of course, our friends at ABS, Miss Ernamere Brathwaite, and Mr. Garfield Burford, Barry Wilkinson's very good friend, Mr. Burford. 10-minute loss. Barry nods in approval. Very good man. Hello, Mr. Burford. I think he's a Jamaican who now lives very much in Antigua. So wouldn't have to change his accent very much because the Antiguans sound like the Jamaicans, I'm told. Did you know that, Roland Butcher? 10-minute loss. Abdul is having some fun in the box. All he needs now is an ACF field, the best shot of the day. Here's the delivery. This is outside the off-stump ball by Henry. And it's allowed to go by as Mosley just keeps his bat inside the line. He's got 7 Barbados and 3 Barbados. A 10-minute loss. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a quiet start here by the Barbados side. The Leeward opening bowlers seem to be working on some pace, but they're not committing the batsmen to play a lot. They're more or less utilizing the latter half of the wicket, and the ball is just bouncing easily over the top of the off stump. So I think they need to make the batsmen commit to playing more as opposed to just pounding the ball to the wicket. They're getting the lift, yes, but they're not forcing the batsmen to play.
Yeah.
So I think with a total of 172, the only way you're going to stay in the game is by getting wickets.
Okay. Well, in fact, Colin James, who's listening there in Antigua, says it's not Point FM but Platinum FM. So thanks to you, Colin James, who I think is he a senator now? I know he's they're two. Well, he got another Colin James, who I think is the director of, is he tourism? I think it is. Hello to you, Colin. I'm sure you're listening. Did a wonderful job with the under-19s. Here's Archibald, comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite ignores the ball outside the off stump. To be taken by the keeper, 10-minute loss. So it's Platinum FM. My apologies. I thought it was Point FM, but I think I got it right in terms of his chairman. I know he's pushing sports. Thanks, of course, to ABS. Good old ABS. As you would say, good old CBC. 10-minute loss. The action continues. And of course, they've got Mr. Michael Sobers, the technical director, who's been on the job for about 50 years now. Good old Michael. Nice to have you. 10-minute loss. Here's Archibald as he starts his run again. Comes up, he's in, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a ball, which is short, jumps across the stumps, and hurriedly pushes up towards that mid-off area. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. Your impressions of the pitch today, how was it played in your view? Can you tell me, Lyndon?
In the early assessment of the wicket, I thought it was a little
slowish,
benign in nature. It was a little lagging early on, but as I wouldn't want to say the sun, but as it got a little more time with the covers off.
Yes, got a little dry, got a little quicker.
In the mid-afternoon, it got a lot quicker.
Yeah, look at the delivery that Django got it with. It really bounced nicely. Yeah. Archibald again, 10-minute loss, comes in to bowl to the Barbados captain. Outside the off stump, and Brathwaite would ever play that today, tomorrow. I've got my doubts about next week. Watches it go by to be taken by the keeper.
I know you're big on politics, Andrew, but I don't recall.
I'm big on politics.
Yeah, I don't recall you paying tribute to your good friend Don Blackman.
Oh yes, what a speaker he was! Absolutely tremendous speaker. Yes, wonderful man. 10-minute loss. Yes, you always would go up to the Ivy to listen to him. You know, wonderful.
He brought out the crowd.
He brought out the crowd. Yes. Oh, there was a meeting at the Ivy, which I think was perhaps one of the biggest meetings ever in Barbados. He was the featured speaker. Don Blackman. Here's a ball outside the off stump, ball by Archibald. This time Brathwaite plays at it and nibbles at it, goes by to be taken by the keeper.
Again, trying to get back the ball.
Massive crowd there. Were you born then?
Well, I was a teenager. I was a teen then.
I think it was in the Ivy.
I was a teen then.
Yeah.
And politics was very keen in the family. Those were the halcyon days. Dr. Richie Haynes.
Oh, well, that's when Parliament.
The big gurus.
Oh, the gurus. Oh. Yeah. The Dan Gorgons of Barbadian politics, of course. Yes.
Branford Tate,
yes. Well, yeah, those were the days. As Archibald starts his run again, comes up now, he's in, and bowls, and Brathwaite looks to turn the ball away off his hip, successfully down to long leg for... Did he get some bat into that? Let's look at the umpire, Blades, who comes across, the little man. Doesn't stop too much. In fact, he signals the leg by.
Would you say Blaze is a batting umpire or bowling umpire?
I think he's maybe both. He never lost.
You're staying on the fence, Andrew.
Yeah, yes. He's a good man. Good old Bladesy. What part of Barbados is the umpire Blades from? I know that umpire Brathwaite is a Philippine.
If my memory serves me correct, he's from Christchurch.
He's a
Silver Sands area.
Charters
Gap to be exact.
Yes, okay. Yes, well, he should know Silver Sands because there was an MP who what was his name? Ginger Bourne, who represented that area, and he brought okras to Parliament one time. never forget that. 11 without loss. Here's Archibald. He starts his run again, comes up, he's in, and bowls. The ball was just on the line, just like stump. I think he maybe wanted to make a document of the house, and he went down towards that bit on the area. And there is. Did you remember that? Yes, he brought okras to Parliament. Surely Keith Holder remember that, good old Ginger Bourne, bringing okras to Parliament. So it's up to 11 without loss, and the action will continue with young Henry. Your impressions of Archibald and Henry, what do you think?
Well, they've started well. I like the pace that they're working up. I just want to see them making the batsman play more consistently. It's not like the ball dot balls to the keeper, those are keeper deliveries. You want to make the batsman play, which means the line is just maybe a little too much on the short side, because the batsman alone swing inside the line for the left-hander, and Quay's just allowing it to go by.
Okay. So
force them to play.
Yeah, it's going to be Archibald to continue. He comes up now, he's in and bows to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is covering up. He's a good, solid batsman, Brathwaite. Wouldn't leave your rice and peas a Sunday to see him bat, but he's a very effective man, you know.
Well, he's got
a lot of runs from the junior level right up.
I saw him last Sunday morning, Andrew, walking down to the beach with War Eagle. He's going to take a swim with the horses.
Which beach was it? Was that Browns Beach?
Pebbles Beach.
Oh, Pebbles Beach, okay.
Next to the Radisson.
War Eagle is the name of his horse. 11 without loss, he comes up now and bowls, that's Henry. And there's Brathwaite coming forward, pushing down to mid off. There's no run. He's kept on how many? He got 3, and Mosey's 7. So he's got War Eagle. War Eagle has won a couple of races.
The winner of the 2021 Barbados Derby.
War Eagle?
Yeah.
Has he won any races since then? War Eagle?
No, he hasn't.
You hesitated.
Yes, sorry. He did win one since then.
Oh, so he's got 2 victories. Conde Riley, the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, has come a call in. Good old Conde, the undisputed leader, they tell me. Here's the delivery from Henry, which jags back at Brathwaite, who pulls the bottom band of the way in a very awkward manner, pushes down towards mid off. Good to see you, Conde. You're in the wrong colours, though, Conde. I must admit. I wouldn't describe your colours, Conde, knowing your political persuasions. So, it's 11 without loss. The action continues.
Andrew, you're naughty.
He's a wonderful man, Conde. A very good spirit, a very good heart. There's no doubt about that. And I know the cricketers love Conde. Good man. Here we go. Here is Henry, comes up, he's in, and bowls, good delivery. You see, you get the feeling that Henry bowls a heavy ball. Yeah, and there's Brathwaite coming forward, yes. I think Kenny Benjamin or Winston Benjamin, heavy ball.
I think he's more heavy than he is pace.
Yeah, I agree with that. Does he remind you of a Hendy Bryan? No?
More heavy than pace. Or Darren Sammy, more heavy than pace.
I remember a match at Sabina Park, or was it? I'll get back to it in a minute. Here's Henry comes into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite, this delivery is coming onto the front foot. He's watching him. I think he's recognizing his bowler. No ball is bowled, and he pushes down towards mid on. I think he knows he's up for challenge the battle here, and I like to see Brathwaite like this, just coming onto the front foot. There was a game, Barbados versus what was it? Jamaica. Was it at Sabina? I remember Delroy Morgan saying to me, you know, they talk about Patterson, Thompson, these guys, but the man we always watched was Andy Bryan. He was right at your stumps. And to be honest with you, I'll get back to that after this delivery. Here's the ball where the off stump. Henry's down on pace. Brathwaite allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. You know, when I look back at Andy Bryan's career, I'm disappointed because I thought that he was good enough to at least play more one-day cricket for the West Indies. I thought he was a hit the deck pretty hard and useful lower batsman. But it was always one that it reminds me a lot of like Larry Gomes, not the star, more the co-star, and with some great fast bowlers at Barbados side. Henry Bryan did a wonderful job in the middle. Here's Brathwaite covering up as this delivery is on the line in the middle stump. Good battle, and the ball goes up towards that mid-on area to end the over at the end of it. It's Brathwaite, he's got 3, Moses and 7, 12 and not lost the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, I think in those days, Andrew, is more focused on pace as opposed to those who would hit the heavy.
Yep.
So if you didn't have that extra zip, then you would just fit yourself in maybe in the frame of let's say an Ian Allen, more tight, you know.
He was heavy. Kenny Benjamin was the stiffest.
Right.
Very stiff Kenny Benjamin. Maybe that's why he was called Flipper. But he was very, very...
But then you had the pace of a Vaughan Walsh.
Yes.
Different pace
Yeah,
altogether.
yeah, indeed. It'd be interesting to look around the Caribbean at those those bowlers that would hit the deck very hard. There was one from Jamaica. His action might not have been the best. What's his name again? Keith? From Jamaica. His action was not the best, but hit the bat very hard. Who played for Jamaica? What was his name again?
Lawson, he was quick.
No, he was quick.
Return bowlers that would normally hit the
deck. He played for Jamaica.
Hit the bat hard and do both fast.
Devon Thomas, the new bowler on
what's his name? I'm sure somebody...
Aaron Daly?
Aaron Daly. Yes.
Aaron Daly, yeah.
Hit the deck pretty hard, Aaron Daly. Yes, I liked him. Yes, indeed. Well, we can have a change in bowling now as the action continues. First ball is pitched up, wrapped in the pad. Might have been an inside edge. Ball full. And just trying to work out who's the new bowler coming to the attack.
Looks to be Thomas.
Is that Thomas? Yeah. Oh, Thomas is bowling, so he's a bit of a medium pace. The first ball was a good one.
A very handy cricketer.
Handy, yes.
Batsman, a wicket-keeper.
And as I said, I really thought that he would have done a lot more at the higher level. Because when you see Thomas bat, you leave your rice and peas with a piece of sweet potato from St. John and you can come and watch him bat. Outside land the off, so the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Talking about sweet potatoes. Do you know your good friend Ezra Stewart? He's always in the potato field.
The trunk of his car is always filled with sweet potatoes.
Yes. And yams too, huh? Although they're $60 a rod, I'm told by Keith Older. Loss. Yes, he loves the sweet potatoes. But of course, as country boys growing up, we love to dig. In fact, I dug some sweet potatoes last Saturday. Would you believe that? I did. The fork went into quite a few of them because I've mastered the art of digging potatoes, but I quite enjoy digging sweet potatoes. Yes, a place called Applewitz.
I hope, Andrew, that you dug those potatoes during the day, not the night.
Oh my golly, you're a terrible man. 12 without loss, yes. Let there be light. Here's Thomas with his brisk medium pace to continue. Always some fun in the commentary box. And Abdul is enjoying it. He comes up now, Thomas. He's in bowl, pitched up. And it's Mosey coming forward.
No ball.
Bottom of the bat. It's a no ball called by the umpire. So it's gone up to 13 without loss. Brathwaite is on 3 and Mosey's got 7. And Thomas with some big legs.
And
to continue.
I think the tribute to Thomas is his longevity has to have been his fitness.
Yes.
He's always been fit over the years.
Yes.
Because I'm sure he's doing over 10 years at this level.
Yes. He's a useful cricketer. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls. The ball was short outside the off stump. That really took off. Where did that come from? Mosey paid inside of it. That had some pace. And there was Abdul just pushing his head back. That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, my golly.
Clearly the wicket is offering a little something as the time goes on. That was a beautiful delivery.
Yeah. You know, I don't subscribe to the view of many. I know I get criticism for it, that the pitches are as slow in the Caribbean as we try to make them out to be. The problem is that we don't have fast bowlers anymore. I mean, we've got a couple, but I've seen, Andy Roberts, Sandy now, went to India and woke up those pitches in India. And at Kensington Oval, sometimes you see bowlers come in and then you see others bowling the same pitch. You begin to wonder. So I'd love to see West Indies come back with some real aggressive bowling. Here's Thomas in bowls outside the off stump. That ball is pitched outside, not all that far, but there's Mosey coming across. It's been very quiet for Barbados. This is over number 9, taken by Hamilton. The conditions are overcast, so good for bowling. Almost like English conditions, really. Roland Butcher, who is a Middlesex man and also a Man United man, although he doesn't watch Man United anymore. Barry Wilkinson is an Arsenal man. Abdul, which team do you support? Oh, you're Man United man? Oh, you're Leeds United. Well, Leeds, okay. You're Leeds. I can understand then. So you're Jeff Boycott man as well if you're Yorkshire man. Are you Jeff Boycott man? After a conversation with Cigarfield, no. Okay. Abdul is going to come a call in very soon. In fact, Barry Wilkinson is preparing for that big interview. I'm sure that he's going to make primetime sports tonight with Mark Seal. So 30 minute losses that they score at Kensington.
And Barbados doing it nicely as we have some fun in the commentary box. And we're going to have a second change, a double change though from the Malcolm Marshall end. And the first over there from Thomas, a decent over. It reminds me a lot of the role played by Jonathan Carter, where he just came in, picked up that line at the length, you limit the scoring, which in the Barbados batsmen are batters. Keep saying batsmen. Batters are preparing themselves, pacing themselves nicely. I think the key here is to get to the close without losing the wicket.
But by the way, do you like the new term batters? Do you like it?
No, I don't. I like the term. I like the term batters. Batter for ladies.
Yeah, but yes.
But I think when it comes to men, that the term batsman should still be allowed to use.
Batters. You don't like that at all. Barry, do you like batters? Do you like the term? No, doesn't like it. Abdul, do you like batters? Do you like the term batters, or you prefer batsmen?
One bunch of keys found at the North Gate.
Oh, interesting. Wonderful. All right. See that Anderson Broad not been selected? Oh my God, that's going to generate a lot of discussion. Would you pick Anderson and Broad to come to the Caribbean, Lyndon?
I don't have a problem with them not coming. I think that the England side just lost to Australia, so if you're going to be rebuilding, you know what they're capable, you know what they can do. Their record in the Caribbean speaks for itself. So why not expose someone else? The West Indies is not the strongest side.
Archibald is going to bowl from the southern now. He comes in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is covering up, ball in the off stump, plays it down towards that a bit off area. There's no run. Barry Wilkinson is up next after this over.
Double change.
Double change.
As I was saying, Andrew, the West Indies side is not the strongest side.
No.
So I think that England is using it as an opportunity to expose a couple of players.
Well, because that's an interesting comment, don't you think?
Remember the test that West Indies surprised England, the first test down here, last time England were here, where they didn't start with Broad and Anderson.
No.
And both were in the Caribbean on that tour. And they lost that test match by separating the opening pair. So, with almost 1,200 wickets between two of them.
You think it's time for
years
them
of experience,
Here's Archibald, comes into Brathwaite. This every Brathwaite is covering up, very solid as a rock. Always a very difficult man to dislodge. Plays in terms of his wicket, he's not going to give it away, Brathwaite. And the ball is played up towards that mid-on area. There's no run.
And I think with the bubble situation as well. The New Zealand tour is pending middle of the year. So I'm thinking that they will more want to have them fresh. They might be a little rusty on lack of work.
So you're saying that they're going to play afterwards?
Yeah.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon.
You think so? Do you think it's the end of the road for them?
I don't think it's the end of the road immediately. I just think that
they don't want to come to the Caribbean.
Right. I just think they've just been given this time off.
Oh my golly! I thought they wanted to come to Barbados to go to the Gap. Here's the delivery, which is outside the off stump. Brathwaite plays a naughty shot. Where did that come from? I was just giving him a lot of praise, and then he plays a naughty shot. That's a get-out shot outside the off stump, wide, and Brathwaite went after that.
Yes, not a good shot at all. I'm sure he would admonish himself for that. Just trying to get bat on the ball, but it was a wide-ish delivery. And the interesting change by the captain to switch around the fast bowler.
But did the press release say that these gentlemen are not? What did the press release say? We'd have to look at that, because I'm not sure. Did you think they're going to play them after that, or they're going to play again?
I think they'll play
in England. You think they'll take them up tour of Australia? Well, that's going to be a long way off.
I don't see it as the end of the road, Andrew. I can't see it being the end of the road for them.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't.
All right. Both of them?
No, I think both will come back.
They both did in November.
As you said, they did in November of their career. Yes.
Yes. Almost December now, I would think.
Maybe first couple of days in December.
Yeah, indeed, yes. Happy New Year to them in February. All right, 30 without loss. The action continues. Mr. Jabbar is there. I'm sending a text to Mr. Anderson. What are you telling Mr. Anderson in that text, Mr. Jabbar?
I think he's talking to Strauss.
No, I don't think. I think he's talking to the England Prime Minister who's under pressure. Here's the delivery, which is outside the off stump, ball by Archibald. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper.
You mean Boris Johnson?
We maybe could ask him if he's going to survive. Do you think he's going to survive, the Prime Minister of England?
Esteemed leader Boris Johnson.
Yes, Boris Johnson, yes. Well, he's under great pressure.
Depends on how much of a liability or...
Oh, interesting. So when you come on, I'm sure that we'll find out that from you. But he's under tremendous pressure for alleged parties. 13 without loss in COVID times. Oh my golly. Well, some of us were in quarantine. He was having a party. Here is a delivery, which is on the line of the leg step ball by Archibald. Coming forward is Brathwaite flicking the ball away down towards that mid-on area, and there is no run. So, interesting comments coming there. We'll just read that. I want to emphasize that does not mean the end. Okay, I see. So, yes, we can confirm it's not the end of the road for them. So they're going to play again. All right, Barry Wilkinson, are you ready to come and call in? I've been on for about an hour and a half.
Roland
the last
anxiously
that
waiting.
Roland's Butcher was on, it was for 10 minutes. So we're going to dock his pay. You think we should knock his pay? I think so. All right. Barry Wilkinson backs after this over. You're enjoying commentaries. Have you ever done commentaries, Abdul? Okay. Well, we're going to give you a chance. Barry Wilkinson will be the chief judge. Keith Holder will be the lead selector, not chairman of selectors. And Roland Butcher would just be watching on. He'd be the sub, like Ronaldo yesterday. Can you imagine Ronaldo being subbed? Oh my golly. So I'll do this last over as Thomas comes up, he's in and bowls, the ball which is outside the off stump, and that goes by to be taken by the keeper. So another no ball called by the umpire. So it's up to 14 without loss. Barry Wilkinson comes to call it in a wonderful, wonderful shirt. It's blue. Barry, where did you buy that? Did you buy that in Broad Street? Oh, no. He said he bought it at Kirpalani's. 14 without loss. We don't charge.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
No. You remember those days of Kirpalani's? Yes. And there's also a store. It's right there in Georgetown. Oh man, what's the store? It used to be in Barbados one time. Where that's all gone. Just below the Tower Hotel as you go across the road. What's that? Here is Thomas trying to get it right. 14 without loss. So it's Brathwaite 3, Mosey 7. Barry Wilkinson has got a special guest coming to call in, and he's going to be putting on those headphones in a minute. I wonder where he's from. He looks like a Pakistani to me. Here's the delivery outside of the off stump. It's wide, goes through the keeper. Look at Cornwall after that's going to make primetime sports. Cornwall stops it, moving the earth to please. Oh my golly. That's that. Cornwall went after the ball and the earth shook. Oh my golly. But he picked it up, got it inside the boundary, and how many did they get? Oh my golly. Cornwall was moving rather quickly as well. 16 without loss. Thomas is way off the mark. So, some football scores should be around the place as well. What's the latest score there? I know that Liverpool was playing. What's it now? Man City won. Brentford, they haven't scored. I didn't expect them to score. Outside the off stump, the batsman gets one that's very quick indeed from Thomas. And he's really zipping the ball through. Mosey was beaten. Norwich won Crystal Palace. They haven't scored. Tottenham won. Southampton won. For my sake, I'm hoping that Tottenham will draw that game. They've got games in hand. Aston Villa 3, Leeds 2. Ooh. So, Jabbar, your team is behind Leeds. You're not leading. Leeds not leading.
It's a game of two halves.
A game of two halves, yes. You're right. Let's hope you win. 16 minute loss. Barry Wilkinson is up next. Here is Thomas in bowls. Wide to the off stump. That should be a wide. That was off the pitch almost. The umpire didn't call that. I would have called that. Roland, did you see that? That was very wide, wasn't it?
It was pretty wide, but Andrew, as you know, in the first class game, for some reason, instead he calls a no ball.
Oh, he called a no ball, okay. 16 without loss. The action continues. Barry Wilkinson is up next. So, this is over number 10 with Mosley 7. Brathwaite is on 3. Let me remind you, the Leewards 172 for 9 declared. Thomas comes in bowls. That's another wide outside the off stump. He's not getting his radar right at all here. And it goes wide outside the off stump. This over is going to take about 10 minutes, Roland Butcher. you reckon?
Yeah, he's generating good pace, Thomas, but really, with Mosley, he needs to bring Mosley onto the front foot.
I would think so as well.
He's got 2 slips in the gully, and almost like he's now removing a 6th slip, really, and he's putting him now to that backward point position, almost still in a catching position.
Here is a delivery, which is outside line, the off-stump ball by Thomas. That was a little bit closer, but still too wide. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper at 16 without loss. Brathwaite is on 3, Mosley is on 7. Let me remind you that the Barbados side won the toss. They chose to field. And after being 89 for 4, then 161 for the same 4. Very good partnership between 2 men who really batted well today. Hamilton, who got 29, and Thomas 58. Well, things happen and happen quickly. Thomas comes in again, bowls to Mosley. Mosley is going to box outside the off stump, plays that as an appeal for a catch of the wicket. The umpire says no. Well, why would Mosley want to play it that? When Bidey be taken, but that was almost a wide again. A big appeal for a catch of the wicket. It was more in optimism than in real, maybe serious expectation, but in the end, it was a rather naughty shot. I've had an hour or so doing commentaries. Barry Wilkinson was up next. Let me tell you that Barbados, in pursuit of 172 for 9 declared, Brathwaite their captain, 3 from 40 balls. Mosley is 7, he's faced 29. Barbados has 16 lost. They've been 11 overs bowled. We'll invite the thoughts of our good friend Roland Butcher, and after his comments for the next half an hour, it's going to be Barry A. Wilkinson.
Yeah, and it's been hard work for the Barbados batsman. I mean, Craig Brathwaite, he's scored 3 in pretty. Is he faced what 40? I'm struggling to see from here in terms of balls, 45 balls. So it just shows you just how difficult it is at the moment. There are a mixture of some good deliveries, also some weary deliveries, but certainly not giving the batsman a lot of opportunities, Barry Wilkinson, to play their shots.
Yeah, so here he comes in now and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is defending, playing the ball into the offside, and there's no run. Thank you so much, Andrew Mason, for the opportunity to bring back the listeners. Barbados prize 16 without loss. As they try to get 172. And we have a very special guest in Abdul Ravat, who's from the Yorkshire Club in Leeds, who's with the community cricket as a major campaigner, who's here on vacation in Barbados. Not part of the up stamp, but I'm sure that he's indeed enjoying his stay as that delivery outside the land, the off stump, they're taken by the keeper. Abdul, welcome to Barbados.
Well, thank you.
You're here the guest with Roland Butcher. How have you enjoyed your time here in Barbados so far?
Oh, it's paradise on earth.
Yes, and Barry, and in terms of Abdul, Barry, I first met Abdul in on a BBC. BBC did an interview, and both of us were on that panel.
This delivery is wide of the off stump, left alone there, taken by the keeper. I actually saw the interview. I believe you sent it to me. It was indeed very well done. And Abdul, as you come from Yorkshire, you know, there's been this big controversy recently with the whole talk of racism at the club. You yourself, are you Indian descent or Indian descent? How have you found it in terms of coming after that controversy?
Yeah, hi. Hello to the listeners in Barbados and wherever you are. I have to say, today has been quite different to how I planned this morning, but it's been absolutely fantastic. And this is just the icing on the case for me. But yeah.
This delivery is outside the line of the off stump. Brathwaite plays and is beaten with a beautiful delivery. Archibald has something in him. And, you know, he's definitely got some pace. He moves the ball and he seems to have a bit of head too in his bowling, Roland Butcher, as we get back to Abdul in a second.
Yes, he's got a nice action. He looks a strong fella. When he gets it right, as he did with that last delivery, the ball seems to hurry through to the keeper. It often, what I've seen so far today, I'm just wondering whether Hamilton's is a little bit too close, Barry Wilkinson, because he seemed to be struggling and jumping to take the ball. Yeah, you're right. Here he comes in on balls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the delivery well to the off stump, left alone, taken by the keeper. He reminds me a little bit of Ian Bradshaw in his finish. It was a left-arm medium pacer, but he certainly looks good. Yeah, I was getting back to Abdul. You were telling me about your trip here to Barbados.
Yeah, well, it's been brilliant. It was unplanned, happened spontaneously, as most things do in life. And here I am. After that interview, I reached out to Roland and told him the other day that we were coming, and I didn't realise that he lived 2 minutes away from where I'm staying at the moment in Barbados, so invited me here today, and it's been absolutely fantastic. We've had so much rich texture to go through today.
Here he comes in again now, and balls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite this time is driving just along the ground, straight there to backward point. He can't score. The over ends, and we're going to have drinks at the moment, so it's a good time to catch up here now with Abdul. 16 without loss Barbados, Brathwaite 3, Mosley 7 after the declaration at 172 for 9. Like I said, we are speaking with our good friend from Yorkshire, none other than Abdul. Of course, Abdul, you would have been very happy to see that one of Barbados' very own was just installed at your club in Otis Gibson. How has that gone down so far, and how's Otis settling in and enjoying himself?
Yeah, I think it's gone down very good mood. Firstly, and I think most importantly, it's a good tactical, strategic cricket decision because, you know, his reputation around the world precedes him. He's a proven coach. He knows the cricket terrain, and I think he'll be a fantastic asset to Yorkshire at a period of upheaval, turmoil, and recovery. So in that sense, I think it's a very good move that Lord Patel and the board at Yorkshire Cricket has instigated. He's got a massive task on his hand. Let's not be beaten around the bush in that respect. But I think he's the right person. And given that he's got the likes of Goffey and Sidebottom and Harmison around him, I think he'll galvanise. It's interesting that Roland and I were talking that they're all ballers, so we need some batting.
You need some batting. Well, he did a pretty good job as coach of the West Indies team. In fact, he was a coach when they won the 2012 T20 World Cup. And, you know, the guys, I thought, rallied around him up to a certain extent. But you also look at the fact that Yorkshire is a club that has produced the captain of the England team in Joe Root. Are there any other Joe Roots in the waiting at the club? What's the young talent like?
Well, just look at the squad that is coming to South Africa. Alex Lees was an ex-Yorkshireman. Fisher, Yorkshire. So
coming to West Indies.
So in terms of the county that produces most cricketers that go on to play to cricket with England, Yorkshire is right up there. So that gives you the pedigree of not just the crop of Yorkshire, but also the depth. Now the challenge is that we need more people like Adil Rashid, you know, in the rank and file, and that's where I think this whole issue with Azim Rafiq has imploded, in the sense that decades of disparities of opportunities has come to the fore.
In terms of the actual club, have you lost any sponsors as a result of the whole racism movement that has happened there?
So it's been a bit of a domino effect, you know, when this news broke out, particularly because Yorkshire board decided not to take action, even though their own investigation suggested that 7 out of the 43 allegations were proven. And then to say that, oh, we're not going to take any action, the public mood changed, Parliament got involved, MPs got involved, and as a result of that, major regional, local and global brands distant themselves from Yorkshire, you know, in a very public way. And that's not good for the club. Now, one of the things I'm doing with Yorkshire is re-engaging them commercially and community-wise with local businesses from a spectrum of communities so that they feel that they've got a part and a stake with Yorkshire cricket going forward.
In terms of the youth program, are there any young Asians that are now in the club? Are there any young blacks that are now in the club? Because we don't often see a lot of blacks coming from Yorkshire to play cricket.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And are you telling me that, you know, in Yorkshire has got a population of 4.3 million people. It's got more people there than in New Zealand, that there's only one Adil Rashid. You know, I just don't buy that. So part of that is because they were looking in the wrong places and the structure was wrong. Sorry.
So we're going to have a resumption as we speak to you, as this first delivery from Thomas is down the leg side. I won't be surprised if he's sent back. Not quite sure he played a shot at that. Let's wait to see the decision. It's a leg by. So a leg by to restart things. 17 without loss, you were saying?
So basically, the whole process around scouting, around talent spotting is changing. So there's a lot of observation days that have been set up where people could come in from the community, have a look and have access to coaches from Yorkshire, and then move forward from there. So that will take time to bed in, and hopefully that will be the feeder to talent coming through in a way which is equitable.
Yeah, and you also look at the fact that I'll answer this question after this delivery, as this one is pitched up and Bradford is on the front foot and plays it out to the mid-off area and there's no run. You also look at the fact that the whole episode of the racist chants and the racism that would have gone down, did it have a crippling effect on how Asians view perhaps playing amongst other cricketers now in England, throughout England? Forget Yorkshire, just Yorkshire now. Let's talk generally England.
Yeah, definitely. It was... sorry, I'll let you finish the ball.
This delivery from Thomas is pitched up and Bradford drives back to the bowler who feels his own bowling no run.
it was a stomach crunching moment, you know, that you feel that you wanted to disassociate yourself with Yorkshire, because, you know, you think, why would I go through the trouble of spending my time at an institution that doesn't want me, that doesn't represent me?
It seems that there's still some wounds there, as Thomas comes in again and bowls to Braffett, who gets a short ball, a side line the off-step. Braffett not tempted to cut, not tempted to do anything, but leave it alone. And it's there taken by the keeper. Still a lot of time left in this game, of course, 3 days after this. Don't forget, next week, that match has been switched rolled to Tuesday, isn't it? It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as Barbados play against Jamaica. And that should be a very interesting and exciting contest. The week after that, we've got back to school face-to-face classes. Here comes this delivery that's full, driven back to the bowler, and there's still no run. Braffett just biding his time. He's got 3 from 50 balls. Shane Moses got 7 from 30. They're in no hurry whatsoever. The 2 openers from the Wonders Cricket Club. This is your first time to Barbados, Abdul?
No, I did come here once before.
As Thomas bowls again to Braffett, who's wrapped on the pad. Is a loud appeal for LBW. Ball just down the leg side. I can see Hawkeye saying missing. Please stay with your decision.
Yep. No, I did come here once before, during when the World Cup was played here in the West Indies.
Oh, 2007.
Yeah, I managed to watch some games in Grenada. Beautiful experience. Wonderful to see cricket, you know, being played in the Windies.
Wow, that's some 15 years ago. That was a long time. So we're going to see a bowling change. It looks to me like Rakeem Cornwall, the off spinner. He's going to take up the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end to replace Archibald. And he's going to be bowling to Moser, who's got 7. Our special guest, of course, is all the way from Leeds, from Yorkshire.
So can I ask a question?
Oh, most definitely.
So since I came last time in here, do you think the state of cricket in the Caribbean, and particularly in Barbados, has improved or decreased?
I would say that in terms of results, it has improved, because Barbados are the defending champions of regional first-class cricket. Since 2007, we've had the important Caribbean Premier League, which has been developed and has also built a number of T20 cricketers in Barbados, for Barbados and around the region. It has also been another source of exposure for what's undoubtedly the biggest commercial aspect of cricket. So cricket has improved since 2007. What has not really gone anywhere, I would say, is the administration still needs a lot of work. But that's a work in motion, and it didn't just start. It didn't just start decreasing from 2007. That has been something that we've been fighting with for a long time. So it's going to be Rakeem Cornwall, and Moses' first delivery to Mosey on the line. The off-step, Moses on the front foot and pushes it to cover, and there's no run. You look at what has happened with our cricket. We're producing cricketers perhaps not as committed as we've had before, which is a bit sad. But I'll tell you why that is so since 2007. And it's because of the Indian Premier League that started in 2008. The start of T20s really put a lack of commitment in regional cricket. They might have pumped a lot of money into people's pockets, but it has changed the face of cricket. And that's something that's continually being monitored not only in Barbados' cricket, but in cricket around the world. It has to be better managed. India has managed it really well because they've banned all of their players from playing in any league except the IPL. But the other leagues around the world have been unable to do so because the money is bigger. This delivery is again on the front foot, hitting the batsman on the pad. They're appealing still. Now it says umpire Brathwaite, ball just on the line of the off stump. And there was Mosley coming forward. He was wrapped on the pad. And the umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, was not moved at all, even though there was constant appealing. 2007, the year after that, also saw the end of the career of Brian Lara, which is a very big moment for Barbados, for West Indies cricket. And indeed, many thought that cricket would have died when Lara left in terms of interest. It grew worldwide, even though it was not as exciting locally and regionally. This delivery is again on the line in the middle and off stump, spinning away from the batsman, defends it into the onside, and there's no run. 17 without loss, Brathwaite 3, Mosey 7, more from Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Cricket has got a bigger global appeal and reach than in 2007, that's for sure. The formats have obviously engendered a different type of persons who wants to be into cricket. And this year, last year we saw the advent of the 100 game in the UK, which brought a different type of people into the turnstiles. So in some respects, you could say that the brand of cricket is growing, but it's come at the consequences in certain sectors, and I suppose the 4-day game and the test match has suffered in some countries.
So here comes Thomas in again on balls to Bradford. It's wrapped in the pad. There's a loud appeal again for LBW. Ball just going down leg. If you've just joined us on the local sports news, it's the Barbados team, of course, winning the toss and choosing to field first. The Leeward Island Hurricanes, they were going at a good clip at 142 for 4, but then they regressed all of a sudden to 172 for 9 declared. Good bowling from Jonathan Carter and Keon Hardin getting the majority of the wickets, as this delivery is down the leg side, as again they're appealing, taken by the keeper. Not sure if that appeal was for LBW or a catch at the wicket, but now it says the umpire, and there is no run. 172 for 9 Leeward Islands. Barbados Pride are 17 without loss, with Craig Brathwaite playing a visual, 3 from 53, and Shane Mosley 7 from 36, but of course there's no need to rush. And these two batsmen from the Windies Cricket Club, leading Barbados, have been doing just quite well. Here comes Thomas and bowls a short ball, and there's Brathwaite getting onto that, taken there by Jamar Hamilton, and there is no run. So the summarised score here again: the Leeward Islands 172 for 9 declared, Barbados 17 without loss. As we get back here to our guests and to Roland Butch as well. Abdul, the pitches in the Caribbean, you said you came in 2007. Have you found that they have differed since you've come in the last 15 years?
Let this ball go.
As Thomas comes in and bowls again, a pitched up delivery that's on-driven straight to the mid-on area, and there's no run.
I mean, ironically, today it's very English-like conditions, overcast and humidity. So you think, the first session was a good session for our visitors, but I think that last ball of that last wicket sort of changed the mindset. And the second session, 96 runs and 5 wickets, and then after tea, just complete.
Here comes Thomas in again and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite this time is defending, just to where perhaps a short leg would be. And there is the fielder, Casey Carty, running from backwards to the fielding, no run.
I had a theory about wickets. So in the 2019 World Cup in England, ICC took control of the pitches. Is there a case for that?
Yeah, well, in fact, the ICC, when it comes to international events, they control the preparation of the pitches to ensure that there's no home advantage. As Thomas bowls again on the line, the all-stump, and there is no run to end the over. Another maiden, 2 consecutive maidens, and Barbados remain 17 without loss. Brathwaite 3, Mosley 7. That would have started back since 1996, I believe, when world tournaments, I think New Zealand and Australia, when they held the World Cup there, that would have been the last occasion that the ICC didn't take control of pitches and control of the environments and home facilities. And since then, they control the pitch standards for international tournaments at under-19 level, at World Cup level. And that's something that I think has worked quite well, if you ask me, because you're now not getting what you might consider a fast Kensington Oval pitch, or what else have you, where else in Jamaica, but you're getting something a bit more standard, and that is much more pleasing. It's going to be Rakeem Cornwall to bowl to Mosley, and Mosley gets the delivery on the outside of the off step, spins across him and taken there by the keeper. 1 step on the backward point. There's a cover point and an extra cover mid-off, a long on, mid-on that is mid-wicket rather, that's very straight, a short leg and a short fine leg. Here he comes. The off spin now of none other than Rakeem Cornwall, and bowls, and this delivery is stroked down to the long on area for a single. Archibald is there. It's the first run in about 15 balls, and Barbados now move on to 18 without loss. Roland Butcher.
Yes, and Bahrain, things looking pretty tough here for the Barbadian batsmen. Obviously in no hurry whatsoever. I think their first priority is to try and get through to close the play tonight without too much damage being done. As you know, Craig Brathwaite loves batting, so the fact that he's not scoring is not going to make any difference. He's just going to continue playing this game. Obviously, Leeward's probing, trying to get that breakthrough. Mosley's flirted at a few deliveries, but apart from that, really, not a lot of opportunities.
Here comes Cornwall on bowls, and Bradford is on driving out to the mid-on area. Poorly fielded there. Should have done much better with that. It's going to be another single, because it should have been none, but instead it was one. Looks to me like Hodge should have done better with that. Want to say hello to our friends there on ZJB Radio in Montserrat, carrying this coverage. Hello to you in Montserrat. Of course, also on Platinum Radio in Antigua and ABS as well. And CBC, of course, in Barbados. ZGB Radio, we would have worked with the ZGB Radio in Montserrat, Andrew, when we went there in 2008 or 9. Here comes here comes Cornwall again on bowls. I was going to say that Darren Ganga, it was his last first-class match that we did with Trinidad versus, I think it was Trinidad were playing the Leeward Islands, I think it was. Here he comes again now on bowls. This delivery is short. The batsman is on the back foot and pushes the ball back along the pitch, and there's still no run. Salem is a new venue, but it was the ground we were at was right next to the volcano. Yeah, I have to ask Basil Morgan, who's listening, the name of that ground. I can't even remember the name of it. And you would have, I think it's Turshborough, you would have interviewed Mr. Mead, who was the Premier? Yeah, he was the Premier at the time. Chief Minister. So the over has ended 19 without loss. Craig Brathwaite 4, Mosley 8. Hayden Gill was with us on that tour, and he took us to his house for dinner. It was indeed a lovely time in Montserrat. Montserrat is an interesting place because when you're driving, if you ever look down, you're just going to see hell, because there's no end. You're driving with a precipice that if you even slip off the road, you're gone. It's a very, very dangerous place. we also went at the house of the man who sings Hot, Hot, Hot. Arrow. Great little island, Montserrat.
I've been there, Barry. Considering on the England tour, we played in Montserrat.
Yeah.
We got a game in Montserrat. Yeah.
What an island. What an island, Montserrat. So hello to all of our friends
Nino Henry bowling from the
Montserrat. We're going to see another bowling change here now. It's going to be Henry. He's going to come on and he's bowling to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the delivery wide of the off stump, leaves it alone, and there is no run. I would like to give a little secret. I would like to whisper, or even if I have to shout, and tell Leeward Islands that if you do not bowl at Craig Brathwaite's stumps, he is going to leave balls all day, all night. You have to make Craig Brathwaite play. That's the only chance you've got. If you don't make him play, he's not going to play. And I don't think the Leewards have recognized this at all. They've bowled 60 balls at him. He's only made 4, and they're bowling the same thing. Here comes Henry now into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets one. He has to play, and he's defending it into the onside, and there's still no run. I guess you have never been to Montserrat.
Not yet, no.
Not yet. You can go on this trip once you're fully vaccinated. I think there's some flights that head over to Montserrat. So Wyndham Cornwall, the Leeward Islands manager, assistant coach, has confirmed that Jeremiah Louis is feeling unwell, and that's why there was the declaration. So just a confirmation. Here comes Henry again and bowls. That's wide of the off step, left alone there, taken by the keeper. Jeremiah Louis is feeling unwell. Keith, can you tell us the symptoms that he has? Okay, Keith is checking on the symptoms.
Dr. Holder. And actually, the shirt.
Oh, I've just got a note here regarding some football scores. Southampton have taken the lead against Tottenham, 3-2. That's interesting, with just about 7 to 10 minutes left. I definitely want them to lose, because we need Arsenal kept above them.
Do we know the lead score, please?
Yeah, Leeds are still down. Leeds are in some trouble. It's actually 3-3.
Oh, brilliant.
It's actually 3-3.
We tend not to do well against Villa, so anything from that I'll take.
City's leading 2-0 to Brentford, and Norwich and Crystal Palace are 1 apiece. Arsenal actually playing tomorrow. We look forward to see how that game goes.
So what happened to United last night?
They draw 1-1.
1-0 against Burnley.
Yeah, 1-0. Liverpool are also playing tomorrow against Leicester, as the Wolves play against Arsenal tomorrow. And what should be a pretty interesting game, because I think the Wolves are just below. The Wolves are just below Arsenal, or just above, either or.
But Barry, a question. Why is the Premier League still going on when it's all over already? I mean, why are they still playing?
They have to play.
When Pep is already...
That's like saying why the West Indies still in India. The series is over.
No, but we'll say
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Pep is already polishing that trophy.
Indeed. Here comes Henry back here at Kensington Oval. A delivery that's flicked away nicely there by Craig Brathwaite. That's an attractive shot through the backward square area. Is going to get into the boundary for 4. It was a half volley on his legs. It was on the line of the leg stump, so he had to play as well, Craig Brathwaite. And he just turned the ball nicely and forced Casey Carty into the boundary just to retrieve. Brathwaite gets a boundary. He goes to 8 to join Mosley, who has 8 as well. It's now 23 without loss. The latest score here at Kensington Oval is Keith Holder will come and call in after this over.
Yeah, and positive stroke there by Craig Brathwaite. First one for some time. It was a pitched that delivery on the pads and played it away nicely. Held his shape well. Didn't fall over to the off and just stroked it past the square leg umpire for a boundary. So that will also make him feel a bit happier in terms of his performance. But yeah, Barry, you're right. I mean, with Craig, if you don't make him play, you know, he will leave it all day. And so far, the Leewards have been guilty of just bowling too wide to him.
So here he comes, Cornwall now, and bowls to Mosley. And Mosley's on the line, getting the ball on the line, the off step, comes on the front foot and pushes into the onside, and there is no run. We've got 8 apiece to both of these batsmen. As Rakeem Cornwall, who got a duck today, only faced 2 balls. Bowls now, this delivery is rushing the batsman, very quick, flat one. Just on the line of the off stump, Mosley had to shuffle in behind that and defend it, and there's still no run. Here he comes in again. He bowls his overs very, very quickly, Rakeem Cornwall. Mosley, again, a good delivery to the land in the middle of the leg stump and placing the onside, still no run.
Can I ask when the West Indies are going to announce their squad, seeing as England have announced theirs already?
That's a very good question you're asking, and we're hoping perhaps after this round. I'm going to be cheeky and tell you that you should have asked that question to the man that you had lunch with, because you had lunch with the chairman of the selectors, the Honourable Desmond Haynes. You should have asked him that question. But I'm assuming that it must be very, very soon. Perhaps they want to have a look at the first 2 rounds of the regional season to see if anyone is staking a big claim. But I don't imagine that the squad will be anything different really from in recent times. I can't see anyone really squeezing themselves in. I think there needs to be an opener that should, of course, be playing with Craig Brathwaite. Well, I think Brandon King, if you ask me, should be opening the batting with Craig Brathwaite or Evan Lewis.
But Barry, don't forget the last tour you took Salazano, and he didn't get to play. So are you going to ditch him at this point in time?
Brandon King had last year when he played for the West Indies A team when they went to New Zealand, he had the best tour. So I was surprised that Salazano got a look in, because they were looking at Brandon King last year as an opener. When there was no regional cricket, Brandon King went to New Zealand, and Brandon King was a success opening the batting.
Yeah, he was a surprise choice, but in saying that, because he didn't play, you made that decision. Would you not give him an opportunity now?
They could pick both of them and decide which one plays. As this delivery is punched nicely into the offside, and there's just 1 run by Brathwaite. Good to see him being positive. Keith,
is he playing in this game in Trinidad, Salazano?
He should be, because he's not. I haven't looked at the scorecard, but in terms of King, King is now playing ODIs and T20s. But King plays first-class cricket, which is important. You're not just picking Brandon King based on his current form. You're picking Brandon King based on his first-class record and his last match that he played for the West Indies A team against New Zealand A, which he had a pretty good game. In fact, in that game, I think Shepherd scored 135 or something like that, Keith. So I'm going with Brandon King to open my batting for me with Craig Brathwaite for the first test. Keith Holder, I'm going to leave you with him as he takes you home. Keith?
Yes, and also Lyndon Yard will be.
That's an appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Blades. 24 without loss. Slow going by Barbados Pride in reply to first in his total of 172 for 9 declared in their first innings by the Leeward Islands. Yes, sir. Yes, Roland. Okay.
Well, just wanted to say a big thank you to all of you for inviting me today and making today such special for me. I don't know what I'm going to say when I get back, but suffice to say that, hold on a second.
Outside of the off stump, and Mosley lets it go. Make sure you smile the way you smile just now, because Susan Bell, our scorer, she is the expert when it comes to taking photos. And I think with that one, you've been able to attain the 100% mark.
Well, my greatest moment in cricket was taking 4 for 18 at Headingley. I think this is right up there.
Tell me about that after this next delivery, because taking 4 for 18, I want to hear about the opposition, etc. It's coming up. It's roughly now 5:30 here in Barbados. Barbados Pride 24 without loss. 2 balls remaining in Nino Henry's over. Do you know that Nino Henry was one of Roland Butcher's products at the UWI playing local cricket?
So I believe.
Yes. He's had a lot of products. So at the end of this over, or in between balls, you can tell us about those best figures. You said 4 for 18 at an international venue? Ah, boy, you must be very proud. 2 slips in the gully. Mosley is forward and feeling for it. He is on 8, Braffett 9, and let's make a comparison with the number of balls faced. Braffett 65, Mosley 51, both striking a boundary. This is a 4-day game. First class, with regional cricket returning at the 4-day level, the first class level, after an absence of 2 years due to COVID. And here's Henry, right arm about medium fast. Mosley forward and drives it out to extra cover. There is no run. So Henry now completes his 6 over 1 maiden, 9 runs. And let's hear about those figures, the opposition, man of dismissals.
So the context was that we were playing the Vatican.
Hold on. Oh, this was a godly match.
Yes, so we played the Vatican team in 2015 in Rome, and then
in Rome,
yes, and then we had a rematch, not a grudge match, a rematch at Headingley in front of the crowd, under the lights, and the pink ball.
At Headingley of all places.
At Headingley.
Can you tell us about the makeup of the crowd in terms of ethnic background?
It was predominantly diverse. So we restricted them to 93, and yours truly had figures of 4 for 18, which was like pretty special. And then he went to the penultimate ball with yours truly squeezing the final run. So what can I say?
What were you bowling in the figures of 4 for 18?
Sorry?
What were you bowling? What?
Off spin.
Off spin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I aspire myself to be a Moeen Ali, but a bit older.
It's good fun. 4 for 18. You didn't tell me about the number of spectators roughly who were at the ground, though. Here's Cornwall with his off breaks, and this one turns in. Braffett defends it back down the pitch on the onside. There's no run. Barbados Pride 24 for no wicket. 172 for 9 declared from 53 overs and 3 balls. The Leeward Islands in their first innings. And here is Cornwall again with a slip on a short leg. Back goes Braffett and defends it on the onside. In a similar position again, there's no run. So, tell us.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was part of the Vatican's Light of Faith tour. Let's watch this ball now.
Yes. He also has a point cover mid-off, and Braffett
and it was
goes across his stumps and defends yet again.
It was a real example of how communities can bring, and how cricket can bring communities and faith and cultures together.
Wonderful, wonderful. I wouldn't try to lure you into what has taken place at Yorkshire in recent months.
Your friends have already got there for you.
Okay, 24 for no wicket. This is the 20th over. Play is scheduled to finish at 7 minutes to 6 o'clock, 5:53. In the last couple of weeks, when compared with November and even more so December, the light has improved around this time of the year by 5:45. In December, it would have been somewhat darker red. I wouldn't even want to say it twilight. But, you know, for your benefit, when I was a schoolboy and first class cricket and international cricket was played in the Caribbean, especially here at Kensington Oval, play used to start at 11 o'clock and finish at 6 in January. And the light was very good. I don't know if to put it down to climate change. Linda may have an opinion as well, but over the years, as you become old and you keep following, you recognize that, okay, nowadays it starts at 10 and it's supposed to finish at 5, but you can cater for the half an hour once there has been there have been no interruptions by way, say, of rain. As is in the case today with the time lost, they will put that time back, officially having worked it out. But still in the back of your mind, unless the spinners are bowling, it's now, what, 23 minutes before 6. It could be touch and go as to whether they can get through to 7 minutes to 6.
So if the light deteriorated, would the lights come on?
No. That rule does not apply for this tournament. 2 slips and a gully outside of the off stump. Henry, no stroke from Mosley.
See, that's been one unique innovation in cricket, the lights.
Definitely, yeah. And I guess it's something that you would more associate with England. Yeah, the use of lights.
Very much so, very much. It's meant that cricket carries on rather than in the past where a bit of bad light and the umpires would just take the players off.
You're correct. So what was the highest level of cricket you actually played?
Look...
I'm serious about this. I don't know why he is most. He's forward to Henry and
so
plays it down to
I was selected when I was at school for Yorkshire boys, you know. But at that time, I was the only diverse face in the squad. I suppose you could say nothing's changed there then.
How much do you like this beautiful little island?
It's right up there. It's just amazing. It's a beautiful. You know what it's like? The smile and the fact that people want to see you.
Ah, I get it. Henry forces Mosley back and he defends it, playing it out to the short square leg. There is no run, 24 without loss. So how long have you had an association with Roland Butcher?
Well, like we said earlier, since that BBC interview, it's been the start of a beautiful journey.
Did you hear the question coming from Susan? Where was that?
I was on the sofa at the BBC studios in Salford, and Roland was here in Barbados. When? November. Yeah, it was after. Sorry, let's have a look at this ball. Oh, nicely played.
Forward is Mosley. Hops a bit as though the ball went from bat onto his boot, and it goes out on the pitch on the offside. Braffett will go down to have a word with his former fellow schoolmate at Combermere and now his clubmate at Wanderers, and last season his opening test partner. He's signaling to the dressing room. I don't know if either you're a yawn in Linden now saying it's been a long day, picked up what really happened, gentlemen.
As I was saying, we met as of the controversy of the Asim Rafiq and his hearing at the select committee. So, you know, the BBC Breakfast Show has a viewing figure of 10 million people. So they must have liked what we said. So here we are.
A viewing
capacity of 10 million audience.
That's tremendous. Okay. So you naturally, I would tend to believe you were very well received.
Well, I think it wasn't just me. I mean, that'd be rude of me. I mean, Roland, what he had to say in terms of what he endured as being the first black player to play for the England, that was a unique moment in history in the game of cricket. So he was asked some interesting questions by Naga and Chris about his experience at the time and how he dealt with the emotional stress, you know, of all that, which was really interesting. And what I had to say is what was happening in the game further down the line in terms of at grassroots levels and at pathway levels and you know, those sort of semi-professional leagues and how things need to change. So this moment we're at with Asim Rafiq is pivotal, not just in the world of cricket around the world, but also in terms of wider society, because it embolds questions about power, privilege, structures in a way we've not seen for a long, long time.
I tell you, you're not missing any play. The veteran Barbados physiotherapist, Jacqueline King, is on the field. Treatment for Shane Mosley, the opener with Barbados Pride, 24 for no wicket. When he pushed forward to the medium pacer, Nino Henry, immediately he reacted by hopping. And Craig Braffett, his captain, called for the physio, and Mosley is still on the ground. Barbados Pride 24 for no wicket. Mosley 8 from 56 balls. Braffett has 9 off 71 deliveries. And can you give us your full name again and your background, sir? Your full name.
So, my name is Abdul Ravat.
Abdul
Ravat, R-A-V-A-T. So I'm from Batley, West Yorkshire.
Yes.
And where cricket is religion. It has religious status.
and tell us a bit more about your background in terms of your parents and grandparents.
So my parents originally are from India, in the state of Gujarat, which is 200 kilometers north of Mumbai. My grandparent came to the UK, like so many people from the Caribbean, to rebuild the British economy in the 50s and 60s. I was born in 1968. And, in terms of, if you ask me where home is, that's a very interesting question. I have a culture, I have a faith, and I have a home. And those, I shouldn't have to differentiate between all of those three things. Those are all what make me, and those are what are unique about me.
Oh, wonderful. Lyndon seems transfixed.
I have a culture, I have a faith, and I have a home.
Yeah. You see this young gentleman here? Do you know him? Okay, his name is Ryan Sugrem. Right. And
he's looking at you with some...
Yeah, he has to look at me. I think he came from close to Gujarat, his family.
That's not our neck of the woods.
And he found his way to Barbados through Guyana. And he likes the game of cricket. He was a good spin bowling all-rounder for Wanderers Club after he left Joel Garner's alma mater foundation.
He's finger-pointing at the moment.
Yes, he's finger-pointing because he knows that we are talking about him. He knows his cricket tall. He's a big supporter of Brian Lara. Excellent. I remember interviewing him during the 2007 World Cup in the Greenwich and Haynes stand, and he wouldn't stop talking. That was what? 15 years ago. Play resumes. It's outside of the off stump, 25 for no wicket. I'm certain that you can stay with us until the close along with Lyndon, because although from this distance it looks a bit that twilight will come in to the picture soon, still officially I make it another 9 minutes play. They're supposed to go on to 7 minutes before 6. I see Andrew has now walked through the door with the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, Conde Riley. And he's just quietly asked Lyndon to give him a little break. Andrew has this habit, of punching and forcing and smartly setting me up with these interviews when I don't have a clue about what the background is. But I'll try my best as Mosley comes forward. I call him Pasero, Conde Riley. Good evening to you, Mr. President. How are you?
Not too bad.
Okay. Do you know the gentleman who's sitting next to you?
No, we haven't met, but we have now.
Well, you can meet now, and he's one of our guests, special guests here in the last session of play. The umpires are having a little discussion at the moment, and his name is Abdul. He has roots in Gujarat in India, and he's a close friend of one of your directors, Roland Butcher. Well, I don't understand. I've been able to get my first refreshment of the day from Andrew Mason because I believe that you gave this to him, Conde. Is he still allowed to go into the president's suite?
Yes, he is.
Okay. He was telling me that one of his friends was booted off the board. He was referring to Timothy Boyce, and therefore he has to find a new friend so that he can get the luxuries which he has enjoyed over the years.
No. It was a democratic process. And, he wasn't booted off.
Okay. So here is Cornwall as we head towards the close of play on this, the opening day here at Kensington Oval, and it's turned neatly down towards the area of the fine leg. And 27 now for no wicket as Braffett goes into double figures on 11 with 1 boundary. So we have just a matter of minutes now. Braffett defending. Cautious approach, but understandable in the circumstances. Conde, you must be very happy that after a 2-year break, regional first-class cricket is on again.
Yes, I am. I was getting a bit worried. I know that especially the juniors in the Centre of Excellence were, chomping at the bit to get back out there. That hasn't restarted as yet, but we're hopeful that that will start very soon.
Here is Cornwall again into bowl to the Barbados Pride, and indeed West Indies Test captain Craig Braffett, and he pushes it defensively out towards the short straight mid-wicket. There's no run. Braffett is on 11 from 75 balls with 1 boundary. The innings has been going for an hour and a half. Barbados Pride 27 for no wicket, responding to a first innings total of 172 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands, who were sent in, and the declaration came because Jeremiah Louis, the fast bowling all-rounder, was feeling unwell. Raheem Cornwall is the bowler, squares up Braffett a bit at times in that sort of style where he looks somewhat ungainly, but effectively, as it is, the over comes to a close. So you were making the point, Conde, about feeling happy that first-class cricket is back on in the Caribbean.
Yes, and even more happy, or happier, because I heard the Minister of Sport talking about getting all sports back up and running, and 2 years without playing a sport, especially at the junior level, could frustrate them, and I don't want to lose some of the talent that we have during the under-13s. And I was very pleased about young Wickham, who broke his leg.
Yes, but as you speak, Conde, sorry to interrupt, but you can pause, because at 5:47, the umpires, with another look at the conditions the light, have decided it's not good enough to continue, and the bails have been removed with great relief from the point of view that you wouldn't want to be dismissing rapidly fading light. Craig Braffett and Shane Mosley made their way to the comfort of the Garfield Sobers Pavilion with Barbados Pride on 27 for no wicket from 22 overs in response to the first innings total of 172 for 9 declared. Braffett has 11 from 77 balls. Mosley is on 8 from 59 deliveries. So far, the innings has taken up 92 minutes, a shade over an hour and a half, with 1 boundary each. And the bowling, Colin Archibald, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 7 runs. Nino Henry, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs. Devon Thomas, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs. Raheem Cornwall, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 4 runs. In the Leeward Islands first innings, Munchin Hodge was caught by Dowrich, the keeper, off Hardin for 7. Kieran Powell was caught by Hold off Hardin for 43. Casey Carty was leg before wicket, bowl Warwick 20. Devon Thomas was caught. Simmons bowled Carter for 58 from 77 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Amir Jangu was caught by Braffett off Hardin without scoring. Jamar Hamilton was bowled by Graves for 29. Raheem Cornwall was caught by Simmons off Carter without scoring. Terrence Ward was not out 6. Colin Archibald was leg before wicket, bowled Simmons 3, and Nino Henry was caught by Reefer off Hardin for 1. There were 5 extras, 272 for 9 declared. The wickets fell at 20, 72, 76, 89, 161. Again at 161, 167, 171, and 172 for 9 declared, with the declaration coming because the last man was feeling unwell, and we've given you the information in relation to that. I was double checking here some information which I was communicating with Colin James, who has been in touch with Weldon Cornwall, the Leeward Islands manager and the assistant coach, and he was saying that Jeremiah Louis was feeling unwell. Colin, thanks for the further update which you just sent me. He goes on that Louis had a rapid COVID test which is negative, so he's isolating awaiting the results of the PCR test. We wish him well. Just before Condé and Abdul speak again, the bowling figures for Barbados Pride: Shamar Holder, 10 overs, no middles, none for 41. Keon Hardin, 11 overs and 3 balls, 3 maidens, 4 for 42. Justin Graves, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 21. Ramon Simmons, the debutant at age 20, left arm pacer, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Raymond Reefer, 3 overs, none for 9. Jomel Warrigan, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Shamar Springer, 5 overs, none for 13. And Jonathan Carter, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. Akonde, my immediate question to you, having touched on the fact that Jeremiah Louis was feeling unwell and this question of testing, etc. Cricket West Indies has set out a policy for this season's tournament where each squad is allotted 15 players, and in a worst case scenario, if say 5-6 of the Leeward's 15-man squad came down suddenly with COVID, you can use local players. What do you make of that? You are director of Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, I think in these circumstances where the Omicron is very contagious, that this can happen. As you would know, only this morning I had to sign 3 new contracts because 3 of our guys came down with COVID. Actually, about 3 days ago, I suggested to the CEO that we put the guys in the hotel from Monday as opposed to Tuesday before they started play today. But we still had 3 positive tests. So in those circumstances, I believe that that's a wise decision to keep the tournament going, because it is very easy. As you will recall, we had the Legends Cup, and in one dressing room, 10 guys came down with COVID, and we had to abandon that Legends tournament. So I think it's a good move to ensure that the tournament doesn't have to be scrapped or stopped because of COVID positive tests.
Yes. How much of a challenge is it generally, though, having to have these so-called extras on standby?
Well, I think it had to do with pre-planning, or our management team felt that something like this could happen, and they had the guys ready to, replace those that came down with positive tests. So that worked out very well. It's very unfortunate, and I hope that these guys will recover quickly, because they have an opportunity now with a number of our guys in India, to get into first-class cricket. As you know, Jason, Kimar Roach, Shea Hope, and a number of them are in India. So this gives the opportunity for the young guys. It's very unfortunate that the youngster who did so well, Zachary McCaskey, scored I think 131 games. He came down with COVID, and this would have been a wonderful opportunity for him to get into our Barbados team. But we wish him well, and we hope that he will recover very quickly. We have a break, and then the tournament starts back in May. But this is a wonderful opportunity for this young Barbados team to get into the first class arena.
You're smart. You've actually preempted the question I was about to come to, because you're playing the first 2 rounds in Barbados and Trinidad. Trinidad set for a doubleheader, although somewhat mysteriously, in my opinion, I've just been getting the scores from one of those 2 scheduled games. Still trying to get to the bottom of it. I have to contact Philip Spooner. And for the benefit of those who are following the championship all around, at the close of play in the game between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, Jamaica made 141 all up from 51 overs and 4 balls. And at the close, TNT Red Force were 98 for 3. Keegan Simmons 11, Imran Khan 9, Joshua De Silva unbeaten on 32, Jason Mohammed 22, Yannick Correa is 11 not out, 2 for 23 to Nicholson Gordon from 9 overs, and the other wicket taker Marquino Minley 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. The other bowlers used Derval Green 6 overs, 2 maidens, 15 runs. Alvin Williams 2 overs for 9 runs. Patrick Hardy 4 overs and 5 balls, 6 runs. And Jamie Merchant 2 overs, both were maidens. And a quick look at the Jamaica, first innings. John Campbell, 25. Leroy Lugg, 1. Jermaine Blackwood, 44. That's the top score. Paul Palmer, 24. Alvin Williams, 5. Romain Morrison, no score. The other two batsmen to follow, Derville Green and Jimmy Merchant, both didn't score as well. Martino Minley, 22. Nicholson Gordon, 1. And Patrick Harty, not out, no score, with the chief wicket taker being the off spinner Brian Charles, 20 overs and 4 balls, 5 maidens, 6 for 48. Shannon Gabriel, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. Jaden Seals, the relatively new West Indies test fast bowler, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 17. Anderson Phillip, 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 26. And Imran Khan, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. So those are the scores from the match between TNT Red Force and Jamaica at the Brian Lara Stadium in Tarouba. Jamaica 141 all out, TNT 98 for 3. Conde, I just mentioned the name of Joshua De Silva. How relieved are you that your vice captain here in the Barbados Pride side, Shane Dowrich, is back playing cricket at the first class level for the first time since early December 2020?
I'm very happy for him. I know he went through a lot, having not played for almost 2 years. And he's a quality member of our team. I think when he had his difficulties, he was the #1 wicketkeeper batsman in the world at the time. And I'm sure that he's eager to get himself back into the West Indies team, and he will perform. In the last trial match, I think he had a half century, and he seems very keen. He's been working very hard with the team at the Oval here, and I think he's eager to show off his talents and ensure that he gets back into the team.
I'm aware that you do not have the Barbados team in a bubble. On reflection, do you think that CWI could have dug a bit deeper to look for safety in every possible area and have the team in a bubble? They leave here, they go back to the hotel on the south coast. The Leeward Islands are also there. What is your take on that?
Well, all these things call for the financial wherewithal to sustain them. When I realized that this thing was so contagious, this Omicron, I suggested to the CEO that we put the guys in the hotel from Monday as opposed to Tuesday and keep them there to, you know, it's not a bubble, but it is a kind of small bubble where they'll be there from Monday until the end of this game, and then we look and see how we can, if we can afford to keep them there until the end of the next match. But that's something that we discuss at the level of the board with the treasurer, Jason King, and try to see how best we can keep them as safe and secure as possible.
From a spectator perspective, have you had any official reports on what would have transpired on this, the first day, and expectations for the rest of not only of this match but the next game against Jamaica starting next Tuesday? I'm saying that against the background that I know the BCA officially put out a release that all spectators must be fully vaccinated. In this day and age, Conde, you've come through the system. You don't get crowds for regional first-class cricket, but still there will be some diehards, especially if you're starting midweek with a Saturday finish.
Yeah. Well, the next game, as you know, starts on Tuesday as opposed to Wednesday. And I don't expect to have big crowds, but the diehards, as you said, will be here. So Gary was here. I met a friend years ago. We could not get him out. He used to play for Empire Club. A guy called, can't remember his first name, but he's a Rock. And he lives in Atlanta now, and he's here downstairs sitting.
Calvin Rock?
I think that's the name, yeah. And a number of other people who are here who came in for the 1 days, and Calvin says he can't stay on for the test match because that's a bit too long from now. But the diehards will be here, and we had a very good game today. I'm happy that we didn't give up the initiative that we managed to gain, because at one stage I think the Leewards were 144 for 4 or 160 something for 4, and then out of the blue came Jonathan Carter and young Justin, who didn't bowl last year, I think, because he had a bad bat. And they managed to get the breakthrough and keep the score under 175. And then the way, I know people may see it as unattractive, but the way Craig batted this evening and young Mosley, they kept the initiative and can come back tomorrow now. And, you know,
yes,
I believe the wicket would be a lot quicker on the second day, but at least they didn't give up the initiative that they gained today.
Yes.
With 10 wickets in hand, I believe they have all to play for. I'm very happy about that.
Yes, I know there's streaming available. The links were sent. Thanks very much now for an update from Pedro Aguiar, who tells me that the last score he got was the Leeward Islands were 275 for 9 against Guyana in that other game at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. But there was a flow in terms of following what was going on with the updates on windiescricket.com. So you are on very good footing. And Conde, we just have 2 more minutes. You talked about the Right Excellency Garfield Sobers and his presence here today.
Yes.
I recognize that you had the recent Legends Cup and you've added the name of Sir Gordon Greenidge. How much do you as a board go out to have these legends being embraced to watch cricket here at Kensington Oval at this particular level?
We love to have them around. We're very conscious of their contribution to club cricket, Barbados cricket, and West Indies cricket. So whenever they're around, they bring a kind of buzz to the President's Suite. There are in the Legends Cup. I remember the game at Carlton where Sigari and Cervez went into the dressing room and sat with the youngsters and sort of reviewed the day's play. I think that meant a lot to those young men. So we're always happy to have them at cricket to interact with and to get advice and input from them. Even sometimes when it is a criticism, it's always a healthy thing to have.
Yes. And Abdul, your parting words. Really a pleasure that you've been able to stay on with us until the end.
I think cricket is a global language, and I've seen it today in practice.
Well said. You've brought a smile to the President's face. So I wish you all of the very best. Make sure that you are in safe hands, literally, figuratively, in every regard when you walk out here with Roland Butcher.
No, thank you for having me today. It's been an absolute ball.
Okay, you're very welcome. And Conde, your parting shot before you head back to the boardroom.
Well, I'm hoping that we can have a safe tournament. I know we end at the end of this next match and then we have a break until May. But it's not easy in these unprecedented times of the COVID-19 pandemic. But as a board, local board, and as a director of Cricket West Indies, it's not easy. But we'll try our best to get these guys back on the field. They're missing it, and we don't want to lose many cricketers.
I said that was a parting shot, but I think it would be remiss of me, especially since we had Andrew Seeley and Wayne Holder on early. And I know you're very au fait with the late Hardin calendar as well as Tyrone Smith, but even more so Hardin, who I reckon, if my memory serves me right, originated from your era, and I believe he has a sibling who would have been a contemporary of yours at Comamere.
Correct, Bradford. It was a shock. I know he had a kidney transplant, as my sister did many years ago. But Hardin was a member of St. Barnabas Church. We went to Sunday school together. His brother Bradford went to Comrie, but he was older than I was. But Hardin was more around my age. So I just want to offer my sincerest condolences to his family, who I know very well, and may he rest in peace.
Thank you very much, Conde. Be safe.
Thank you.
That's the president of the Barbados Cricket Association and director of Cricket West Indies, Conde Riley. So, as we leave you here at Kensington Oval after the first day's play, Barbados Pride 27 for no wicket, replaying to a first innings total of 172 for 9 declared by the Leeward Islands, who were sent in. Craig Bradford, the captain, has 11. Shane Moses on 8. Play set to start tomorrow at 9:54. That's 6 minutes before the usual start time of 10 o'clock. On behalf of the whole crew, including our scorer, Susan Bell, Michael Sorbus has done a tremendous job. And we have Andrew Mason, the lead producer and commentator. Barry Wilkinson next in line, soon to overtake Andrew as the assistant producer commentator. And we had Lyndon Yard and Roland Butcher. And where is our good friend Mr. Green, who's been providing the streaming? Yeah, I'm told that Stephen Leslie is due for interview tomorrow. That's the big man of marketing here at the BCA. Okay, so he's off of the political platform since the election is over, and he'll be talking cricket tomorrow, Stephen Leslie. Thanks to everyone. Have a pleasant evening. Be safe until tomorrow. God bless.